I don't believe trade is the main driver of that, but I'll grant that it does happen sometimes.
Who cares about bringing in money? Okay, the whole idea of running like a business.
I don't really think it's something that you should take.
The argument against charging people rent?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, typically the philosophical argument
No, that's a legitimate criticism. Because, I mean, you look at why USA was even invented.
So, I don't know. Like, I think a recurring theme or a recurring trend is that
less and less government. I want personal responsibility. I want personal accountability.
say that I'm like left of liberal. I don't identify as like a communist or this stuff. Probably like a one that be revelatory to know that water boils it.
About people who are diplomats or ambassadors from other.
Did I say that? Did I say that it was theoretically possible to include like it increase?
Natural society is a society where it's survival of.
You can. What you're describing, we can't do. Is, first of all, not what I'm talking about. Second of all, we can't.
So basically, like, even your Lord and Savior Donald Trump didn't do the best job.
That nature, you refer to it as being conscious, or the conscious community.
So I think that gay marriage at the Constitution and the Supreme Court level actually...
No, but my man just is in the building.
And I find it very interesting that fellow believers are...
I'm sure there are examples, but these are minor examples compared to the ones that I'm giving. I'm talking about two.
Unconstitutional, they shouldn't do it. But now they're arguing about, well, if they do it...
This video with a little blonde hair. Yeah, that's what your mom said last night, too.
Let's ignore USAID. That's obviously upsetting you, and I get that. Because
no, it's not upsetting me.
There's a reason I'm successful. There's a reason why I'm liked.
This is exactly why Democrats...
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, bringing to you live Impromptu. Brian Shapiro called and said, let's fucking go. And I said, okay. So here we are. It didn't happen quite like that, but whatever, to say the least. We are doing open panel, whatever. Brian wants to talk about, let's see, Massie, anything Trump, any current events on politics. What else we got, Brian? Oh, you muted yourself again.
There we go. I muted myself. There's a lot to talk about. That's for sure. Obviously, Thomas Massie losing the $1.7 billion slush fund that we're going to talk about, paying a bunch of January 6th insurrectionists. And just basically, if you go against Donald Trump, even if it means asking for justice for the victims in the Epstein files, I guess that means you lose. And if you don't suck up to Trump, that's really where we're at right now as a country. So it's pretty disappointing. Pretty disappointing.
See, I've been out of the loop all day, so I have not been keeping up with whatever's going on. So I am kind of going to just follow your lead on this one, and I'll let the others who want to have beef with you or have the conversations, anything Trump, anything this, anything that. Now, mindful to the panel, I know they're already hanging backstage. We are still going to cooperate with our respectful manner. We are going to take our turns having our conversations. We are going to be polite, okay, to the degree that you usually are. I know eventually we'll get full degen mode and it'll get a little more chaotic, but at least for the first couple hours, let's be respectful. Brian came on to the show to do this. He reached out. He wanted Mater Nation to host an open panel fun show, so let's at least give him a respectful one at that. All right, Brian, you want your people up here? I've already got a full house backstage. We're ready for you.
Yeah, put them up, man. Let's do it. I'm ready.
All right. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and knock them all up. Everybody mute up while you're coming in. And I think there was one or two more popping backstage. Oh, you got a double there. Okay. So what we're going to do first, folks, is, of course, we're going to kind of run a drill. Brian already mentioned the Massie issue. Does anybody here have pushback on Massie, whether good, bad, agree with Brian, disagree with Brian? I know that was kind of the first topic he mentioned. Anyone have thoughts on that to start with?
What's his position?
Oh, yeah, I guess that's a good
point. I mean, he said if you mess with Trump, then he's coming after you. I mean, that's right. That's
Thomas Massie is a perfect example of that. He lost today, and the reason why he lost, the main reason why he lost, is because, like Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene, They wanted justice for the victims of the Epstein files. And then Trump started, going at him. And, you go against Orange Man in the Republican Party, you're probably going to lose. And that's what happened to Massie. I don't know if anybody would disagree with me on that, but I think it's pretty obvious why he lost,
Were you surprised? I was pretty surprised.
No, because if you go against Donald Trump in this day and age, this is what happens. Even if it means no accountability for people that committed horrible crimes in the Epstein files. And then Thomas Massie has been very consistent, and I give him credit for that. I disagree with him on a lot of policy decisions and the way he's voted, but on the Epstein files, even when it comes to Lauren Boebert, they've been very consistent on this. They want justice for the victims. And, Lauren Boebert's probably going to lose next go around because of that as well.
Which thing do you think is more important, that the fact that he went against Trump, which he clearly did on several things, or the fact that he spoke out against the Epstein, which you could classify Trump in, but he came after releasing the Epstein? Which one do you think would be, if you had to get 51%?
I think the Epstein stuff is what pissed off Donald Trump the most. I don't think there's any question about that. So,
and where would you put going against the Zionist AIPAC funding?
I really don't think that played much of a role. I really don't. I think the Epstein stuff is tops. I think that's the main reason by far why he lost today. And I think it's really sad, but this is where MAGA is at right now. For me, I would say that the Epstein and the Israel as a country and AIPAC as a let's just call it the Israel lobby, right? So I would say that the Israel lobby and the Epstein are interconnected and are ruling over what we call MAGA today. So I would say it's all one big party. And Massie definitely spoke out against it in many ways. And I think in mine, I would say would be I would say Epstein number one. A very close second, almost tied to number one, would be speaking against the Israel lobby and drawing attention to it on a very large scale. And then Trump would be third. I don't think Trump has the power he did in 16 through 21.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with you.
I'm saying I'm a fan.
Had the power to unseat Massie, one of the most popular members of Congress that there is. So that's a lot of power. It shows he's still in full control of the Republican
And he
Party.
unseated two other people as well. I was in favor. I mean, I was in favor of him in 16 compared to our other choice was. I was not a fan of him at all in this last election. I'm not a fan of his now. I was big time in 16, and it slowly, went downhill from here. But I would say that Trump, I don't think it's MAGA. I think it's more of if I had to pick MAGA or MIGA, I would say it's more of a MIGA situation here right now. And I'm not even trying to I don't think it's
you fucking people and your semantics over fucking MAGA. MAGA is a movement. It is not a fucking thing. Shut
But
up.
Massie voted against Israel.
Hold on just a second. Let me do one bit of housekeeping. Because we are impromptu open panel, you can boot anyone off the floor tonight, except for Brian, of course. He's the guest of the evening. Full boots are in commence. $10 to hit it and send somebody backstage, and they have to get back in line. Okay, just so you all know.
Shaman.
Who?
Shaman. Bye.
Oh my goodness, Shaman just got here. All right, Gibbs, curious away. I see you.
You should make me a not. You should make me a not boot also, because every time he's here, he's going to give you lots of money and just bring me right back.
Well, you gotta be friends with the audience.
I'm sorry. I apologize if I'm a little bit distracted. I just had somebody hack into my YouTube and my Facebook and my Twitter. I don't know how this happened. It's amazing.
You gotta get that two-step or whatever. You gotta use the phone, or you know what I'm saying.
Well, if you have enough hate, it eventually will feel like love. As you'll see tonight, the guy, the angry American, gives me nothing but ultimate love, which is in pure hate.
Yeah, I've had more hate than I think Destiny or pretty much anybody on the left the last 2 weeks. I don't think anybody's hated anybody more than they hate me.
Are you
Democrats,
on the left?
by the way?
I thought she said Ben Shapiro, and I was like, oh shit, this will be amazing.
I'm not that fucking little weasel. Ben Shapiro can go to hell, as far as I'm concerned. I'm definitely not Ben Shapiro.
I'm not trying to be rude. Maybe he's already in hell, by the way.
Well, his company's going down the toilet, so I'm happy to hear that.
Who would you compare your politics to if you say you're on the left? Like there's the extensive left, right?
I wouldn't.
Like the far left.
I'm an
like-
independent. I lean to the left on social issues. So,
But how
you
left?
know,
Because like left is like left, and then there's like free choice. Women have the right to vote, and then there's like far left, which would be like 72 genders.
yeah, I'm not far left or far right. I lean to the left on some social issues, and I'm extremely anti-Donald Trump. So whatever anybody wants to label me as, that's cool. You know, I mean, I didn't vote for Obama. I didn't vote for Hillary. So who's a fascist?
You.
Gibbs,
Why would you,
Gibbs,
why would you say that?
Gibbs,
You wanted to start
this fucking argument? We're going to have the fucking argument. We as mega or MAGA or Omega, whatever the fuck choice words you want to call it in any given day, we're all fascist. We're all the bad people. I'm not the one who went on Piers Morgan and got fucking destroyed.
This is Val.
I'm sorry, I don't even know who I'm talking to. I haven't used the term fascist.
Oh, you'll
once. I don't
learn.
know what you're talking about. Why would you call me a fascist? You don't know.
Well, isn't that what you call MAGA people? Fascists?
No. What the fuck are you talking about? If you're going to come,
you didn't. You're the left-leaning moron like you are. Calls everybody a fucking fascist.
Okay, so
he's bundling.
I'm gonna be clear on this. I've never even used that term to call anybody, including Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the guy who used that term to call Kamala Harris a fascist. So if you're going to accuse me of things, I don't mind. Hold on, let me finish. I don't know who you are, but if you're going to accuse me of things, that's okay. But at least try to be factually accurate. I've never used that term on my radio show. I can't recall even using that term on Piers Morgan. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well,
okay,
no, I am assuming that you would
when did I
call somebody. Did I say you said it?
Hey Brian, don't pretend like you don't know
Yeah,
who
you
Spin
did.
City News is.
You did.
That's
You
fine.
did say you said it,
bro. Take your meds. Why are you screaming?
Well,
Okay.
yeah, we just got started.
Let me just
hold on.
him.
Spin. We climax slowly. We don't start off like running out the gate crazy. We climax.
That's not the Spin City way.
We climax.
Okay.
Yeah, well, you know, apparently he climaxes in 13 seconds, just like Donald Trump. So let me just
That's not the golden showers, though.
Okay.
That's the real question.
Warming up.
So let me educate this screaming man who orgasmed in 10 seconds.
You can try to educate.
Okay,
me.
hold on. Okay, so try to listen for a second, okay, sir? I'm very anti-Donald Trump. I don't use the term fascist like you accused me of, okay? I don't do that. I'm anti-Donald Trump. So I don't know why you're screaming and saying I call people fascist on the Piers Morgan show. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I also don't know, and I don't really care about your opinion on who you think might have dominated me on Piers Morgan. That's not why we're here. I don't care what your opinion is on a debate. Okay, sir? I don't use the term fascist. I don't like people calling people Adolf Hitler. I don't do that. What I try to be is I try to be factual. Donald Trump is a liable sexual abuser. He's a 34-count felon. And the point that I was trying to make early on in this conversation was Thomas Massie did something that I agree with. Lauren Boebert did something that I agree with. Nancy Mason, Marjorie Taylor Greene. These are people I don't like, but I can appreciate the fact that they want justice for the victims in the Epstein files. That's something that I want as well. The only point I was trying to make is the main reason, not the only reason, but the main reason why Massie lost today is because he went against Donald Trump. Donald Trump doesn't want anybody talking about the Epstein files. That's the only point that I was trying to bring into the equation. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even use the term fascist. I call Donald Trump a lot of things. I don't recall ever calling him a fascist. So
34 count felon was pretty much vindicated in the Epstein files of any wrongdoing, and is still the president of the United States.
The 34 felony counts.
Let's think about your logic. Let's think about your logic.
Wait, hold on. The 34 count felony convictions had nothing to do with the Epstein files, so I have no idea what you're talking about there. I never said the two had anything to do with one another. What are you talking about? The 34 count felonies have nothing to do with the Epstein files. Are you aware of that, sir?
Yeah, I'm more aware than you are.
So why would you say that then? The 34 count felony.
The 34 count felony that was pretty much okay, yeah, he did it, whatever, but we're not going to do anything because he's going to be the president of the United States, number one. And number two, in the Epstein files, just because his name is in there, however many count it's up to today, does not prove that he has done anything wrong. Okay,
gotcha.
He went to Epstein Island. Okay, big fucking deal.
Spirit City News.
He kicked him out of. He was a part of Mar-a-Lago.
Is this guy serious?
He's dead serious.
Yeah, I'm real fucking serious.
1,000,000% serious. I promise.
You will respect.
Dude, shut up, Ringwald.
Gibbs, bring us back to reality, please.
Wow. Is this guy being serious or am I being punked? I'm being serious.
Very serious.
I promise you serious.
I'll be more serious. I mean, I know that's not always right, but I'll be more serious. I won't lie to you. I'm not all that familiar with your content either, but I'm not going to call you a fascist. I can work with whatever. You're not a Trump fan. So you've been saying Massie's been pushed out because of the Epstein thing. I would have vehemently disagreed personally. I think he got pushed out because he didn't back on redistricting. I think Trump's pushed that forward as part of his big domestic agenda. I'd also say that I think I'm a huge fan of Trump and his foreign policy, Strait of Hormuz, Strait of Malacca, the Trump corridor with Azerbaijan, controlling Panama Canal. Yeah, I think this is all bigger play of
let me ask you. You said you're a big fan of his foreign policy. Can you name me one concession that Iran has given up in 3 months?
None yet. I mean, because they haven't been bombed to hell yet. Yeah, I mean, but here's the deal. It's part of like an overarching strategy, right? We're moving away from the globalists and more towards Fortress America. We've got control of all the tradeways. Do you dispute the fact that we now have trade agreements with Azerbaijan, the Trump corridor, with the Panama Canal? We have control of our Hormuz. We have the control of the
No, we don't. No, we don't.
We do.
We don't have. No, we don't.
They can't send their ships through. We can send our ships through. We just did that.
Okay, so first of all, they're firing at our ships. They're charging tolls, and we blockaded the blockade, which is what Pete Hegseth just said the other day. We do not have
working
full
effectively.
control.
We have internal reports saying they're not able to fund their military anymore. They're going to be within weeks of being run. We have these reports. I mean, we see them. We're also seeing we're charging tolls on ships, and they're not. We were able to send our ships through, and they aren't. This literally just happened. We sent 3 frigates through. So, like, you're disputing this. Argentina even sent a ship through. Argentina's got like 2 boats, and Sister Mary's like praying over them. Like, what are you talking about? Like, clearly, Iran's not that big of a threat in the water. Like. We can all watch the factors.
I'll agree with you on this. I don't think Iran was a threat to the United States at all. But let me ask you a question. Was it Donald Trump a year and a half ago or 2 years ago when Donald Trump said, I'm going to be a peace president, I won't have regime change, and I won't start any new wars? Did Donald Trump say that?
Well, he also said in 1988 that he would take. Hold on. I know this is dishonest. Hold on. This is dishonest framing because Trump has been consistent since 1980. Yeah, because Trump has been consistent since 1988 that if he was ever to be, all right, I'm going to tell you something else. He also said since 1988 he's repeated this multiple. I'm trying to answer your question, sir.
Did he say that? Yes or no?
I will answer that in a moment if you would let me finish. I let you finish. Right? Listen, I'm not spin. I'm not going to be rude and go back and forth. He also said since 1988 repeatedly over and over and over again that the first thing he would do is cut off their oil supply and take over Clark Island if they didn't play ball, which is exactly what he did. He put an embargo on them. He's over here, cut them off, and he's bombed them to high hell. Now they can't get their oil out.
Well, you're just saying that he's contradictory, right?
No, I'm not saying he's contradictory. I'm saying he's more consistent.
No new wars, but he somehow is also in support of war. How is this not contradictory?
That would be actually be contradictory to what he's been saying since '88.
Can we just start over?
Exactly. Exactly. He has no.
Hold on.
Everything's situational, Renal. Do you disagree with that?
Hold on.
Go ahead, Brian. I know you're trying to get some clarification in there.
So the question wasn't what Donald Trump said in 1980. Don't care what he said in 1980. The question is, did he say when he was running for office again a second time that he will be a peace president and he won't start any new wars and he won't do regime change? That was the question. I could give 2 shits what he said in 1980. So I'm asking you a very direct question. It's a yes or no answer.
No, that is not what he said. That is not what he said. Let's take it out of context. He said no forever wars. He said he was going to be projecting America's strength forward. We're going to be the strongest military we've ever had. These are all things he said. And he's consistently said he was going to take out Iran since 1988. Repeatedly in multiple interviews.
Right.
So like you're just picking and choosing what he said that you don't like.
No. I'll make you $1,000 bet right now that Donald Trump said he would not start any new wars.
I'm also going to make you $1,000 bet that he said that he would take over Clark Island since 1988. He said it more than once.
I don't, Admiral. There's no way
commission?
knew what
Can I get a
Carg Island was in
commission off this?
1980. No one
You
heard
want to
of
be a
it.
grand too? Oh, in this one, he gave an interview to the Guardian about it. Like,
sir,
version,
hold on.
and no one's
ahead,
ever heard
Brad.
of Carg Island before last
So hold
month,
on a
guys.
second.
Come on.
I got a source.
So,
Don't worry.
Hold on,
Let me
hold on.
let
Go ahead, Brad.
me try to make this bet again because I don't care. The bet wasn't about what he said in 1988. So let's try to be clear on this.
Okay.
I will make you $1,000 bet right now, verbatim. When he was on the campaign trail, he said, "quote I won't start any new wars." Would you like?
And I will make you a counter bet. I will make you a counter bet for $2,000. $2 grand that he said in 1988 in an interview to the Guardian while promoting the art of the deal that he would invade Carg Island, and this is something he's repeated multiple times since.
Let me respond.
So you're just trying to ignore something he said repeatedly.
Show on your necklace.
He's a liar.
Okay, hold on. Let's have some amount of back and forth where we're not talking over each other. Go ahead, Brian.
Let me respond. The bet that I am offering has nothing to do with what Donald Trump said before 2023, 2024. So now let me try this again.
Okay.
The bet I'm making with you is as follows.
Okay.
Did Donald Trump say, quote, he
Here's
wouldn't
10
start
grand.
any
Here, I'll bet
new
10
war?
grand that he said this in 1988 to the Guardian. Here's 10 grand. You want to bet 10 grand that he said this? Like I'm one up in your bet. We got to go with the big. Hey Clay, hold on. Shh. The big boys are talking. The big boys are talking.
It's like the third time you guys
I
have
don't.
gone around in
Hey Clay.
You're being an ass.
Clay,
You're
hey,
being
Clay,
worse of an ass than, at least with Angry American. His shit is
Clay, shut the fuck up. The big boys are talking. We're talking about money here. We're talking about money. Clay,
I'm done.
I got 10 grand right here. Hold on. The bigger bet goes.
We're
The
done.
bigger bet goes.
We're done. I'm going to
Here's 10
read
grand.
money. I'm going to read money. You guys can't figure that out. I'm going to read money. Okay. Every time an interruption happens and you talk with each other, I get money. Boogerman says in the big two, says sanction Israel. Also says partisans are all bad. Thank you so kindly. Also says January 2026, Donald Trump is a fascist BS. Fair enough. Justin, I'm not going to read it, but thank you so kindly. And Boogerman also says I could solve it all today. All right, Gibbs, I'm going to hand it back to you. I
just want to say one quick thing. 10 seconds. That was the only point that I was trying to make to this gentleman. And he kept talking about 1988. The only point that I was trying to make, whether you're for or against the war, that wasn't really what the point that I was trying to make was he said he wouldn't start any new wars. That's a direct quote. He said that multiple times on the campaign trail. All I was trying to simply point out is that it was under false pretenses because obviously we're at war with Iran. And that was the point that I was trying to make, not about something he said in 1988, which is very bizarre. We're obviously talking about right now. We're at war with Iran.
Why are we at war?
There was a second part of this where she said this repeatedly since 1988 in multiple interviews. Like this is not just like a one-off statement that he said, and that's why you're acting like we can have two different situations. Iran's basically been at war with since '79. I don't know why you act like this is some kind of new thing. They've had a shadow war with us. Their sponsors, the biggest state sponsor of terrorism worldwide.
That wasn't the discsion.
I mean, that is the discussion. That's the discussion I'm having. I'm saying he's being more consistent by saying the same since 88 than one hypothetical promise.
They're trying to say that Trump has been saying that Iran's a problem, so it's not a new war. He's putting an end to an old problem.
Exactly.
I don't agree with that.
I know you don't agree with it, but that is the take.
Donald Trump on the campaign trail multiple times said he would not start a war with Iran. In fact, he criticized Obama
and
Joe Biden. He said he was going to start Joe Biden. He criticized it. He said Biden would start a war with Iran. The point that I'm trying to make is he ran on two things in 2015. He said he was going to build a wall and Mexico is going to pay for it. He built 6% of the wall. Mexico didn't pay $1 for it. He said he would hire a special prosecutor to go after Hillary Clinton. He didn't do that either. On this go around, he said he would lower prices on day one. He said he would end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. This is what the guy ran on. Inflation now is up almost every category. It went up 0.6% in the last report that we received. Everything in the supermarket is up except for eggs and a few vegetables. Gas prices are through the roof, and we had the biggest spike in inflation we've had in 3 years. By every standard, the economy is suffering right now. We're spending $2 billion a day on this war in Iran. Whether you agree with it or not, the American people are suffering. And now we just started a $1.7 billion slush fund to pay out to anybody, including January 6th insurrectionists. So those are not opinions. Those are facts. Now, if you agree with what he's doing, okay, fine. I think you might be a little crazy, but the fact that he wants $1 billion for this White House ballroom, he's paying out $1.7 billion to idiots like Steve Bannon and Navarro and Rudy Giuliani and people who beat police officers on January 6th, and we're never going to find out about it. They're keeping it quiet. So I don't know how anybody on this panel could be okay with this slush fund when I care about the American people. I care about people that are suffering, whether you're on the right or the left. I care about people. I want people to have their health care. I want people to be able to have food stamps. And I don't want people to have to make a decision between putting food on the table and filling their gas tank. That's
Can we get this dish gallop to a trot, please?
So, hold on. So if you're a fan of like welfare and like private healthcare and all these things, then you should be a huge fan. You should be okay. Well, hold on. You are Medicare. When all these things, these programs.
Never said I was a fan of it. Never said. Hold on. Let me
did you not just say that this gish gallop you just gave us?
Let me clarify.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me clarify to you. I'm not jumping for joy when somebody who is suffering is on welfare. What I am saying is when people are struggling, living paycheck to paycheck, and they can't afford health care, I don't want that health care taken away from them. If somebody's on welfare and they're unemployed and they're struggling and they need help, I don't want the biggest tax breaks for the top 1%, which was $100 billion last year. I want people to be able to save their life, to be able to afford medications like insulin.
So you're bringing up the tax breaks for the rich, but we're already finding more fraud than the tax breaks like everywhere. So you should be real happy that Trump is in here gutting the fraud. I mean, we're up to such a guess like.
Really? Did you get your $5,000 dose check?
So I get my bro, I wasn't ever going to get any kind of checks for the government, bro. I make too much money.
Really? I thought Donald Trump and it's not about how much money you make. Elon, you just mentioned the word fraud, so let's talk about fraud.
Yeah, let's talk about fraud.
Are you aware? Let's talk about it. Do you have a
there's
problem?
Billions of frauds.
Yeah, let's pile another topic on the Barbie.
Hold on. Let's talk about that real quickly. Are you aware, sir, since you care so much about fraud, that Donald Trump pardoned over 70 people that committed billions of dollars in fraud and they don't have to pay back restitution? Are you aware of that, sir?
I'm aware. Yeah, I'm aware. But listen,
you okay with that?
Don't care. Here's the point I'm talking about.
You don't care?
I'm talking about the hold on. Here's why I don't care. You know why I don't care? Because that was fraud committed in the private sector. Yeah, that's bad. I agree. Hold on. That's much different than my taxpayer dollars being wasted on hospice care that's not going to anybody, going to daycare centers, all sorts of other sorts of fraud that is out there that we're finding every day. There's been over 800 convictions already since JDS started his task force. And you're sitting here going, oh, I'm worried about the fraud over here in the private sector. Yeah, that's bad, bro. I agree. It's real terrible. All these politicians are corrupt. But at least now we're gutting what's already in the system. It's kind of like a forest fire, clearing out the rot. And you should be jumping for joy. I've moved positions. I went from, hey, no welfare. I don't think anything. Now I'm going, hey, maybe we should give it a chance after we get out the fraud. But like people like you are fighting us tooth and nail and distracting from the fraud investigations and pointing to private fraud that has no bearing on what my tax dollars are doing. Like, don't change the subject of private fraud when the subject at hand is the taxpayer fraud that's going down when that's all these things. Come on, man. Do better than that.
Okay, so I unfortunately, with some of these pardons, respectfully, I don't think you have any idea what you're talking about. This wasn't all in the private sector. That's number one.
Was the majority of it? Was the majority of it though?
Number two.
It was. That's why you avoided that answer.
So Elon Musk and Donald Trump said that they would find hundreds and billions of dollars in fraud. Can you please tell me how much money in fraud that they've uncovered in the last year and a half? Do you have those statistics in front of you?
Sure, I can pull them up in 2 seconds.
Is it unusual for politicians to make hyperbolic statements during an election?
It's very unusual for people to not concede elections. It's very unusual for people to. Oh, really? Who hasn't besides Donald Trump? Who else hasn't conceded as president in our lifetime?
Hillary Clinton.
I mean, Hillary.
Not true. Not true. I'll respond to that.
No, I don't care if you do.
Hold on.
You can lie if you like.
Let's talk.
Go ahead,
this isn't a lie. These are facts. The
I have
next
those numbers
day,
when you're ready.
Let Brian hit his point first.
The next day, Hillary Clinton did something that every other candidate in our lifetime has done, which is concede. The only president in American history that has not conceded a presidential election is Donald Trump. By the way, that's not an opinion. That's a fact.
Jefferson Davis, the Confederate president.
Is that why she was running around claiming that Donald Trump stole the election
I'm joking,
from her?
dude. Relax. People are actually about to lose their minds, Sarah.
All right,
Brian.
give us those numbers.
Oh yeah,
And then
so
I'll
the
do
ones
some
I have,
search.
this is from Doge Tracker. This one says they have an estimated 215 billion saved just by Doge alone. This is not including the estimated fraud that's found in Minnesota or California, which is 15 billion and 90 billion respectively. So I that looks pretty good. That's pretty good right there. That's
So,
just the start.
Those are, and I'm sorry, what's the source on that?
This is Doge Tracker.
Doge Tracker.
And
Okay,
then I got
who runs-
Doge.gov.
Gotcha. So who
It was
runs
the Jerusalem
these are-
Post.
Oh, it's the
Yeah, so
Jews.
these are
The
the-
Jews.
so
The
these-
Jews.
Go ahead, Brian.
What's wrong with the Jews?
It's
I don't
Nothing.
know.
I was.
just a joke.
Yeah, it's a joke because they all said it was the
Okay.
Jews.
Strange joke, but okay.
It was Al
I agree. I think it is weird. It's a strange joke, Mr. Shapiro. I agree. Everybody always blames the Jews. I like the Jews. They are some of the greatest allies in
No one's
Israel.
blaming.
But
Well, some people
I
are
just
blaming
heard somebody
the
talk about APAC earlier, saying
Yeah,
these
hey,
websites are run by them.
100%
That's a whole
AIPAC.
different fight, though.
Where did the $32
But anyway,
million
go ahead with what your
where
point
did
is.
the $32 million against Massie come from? Just Google it real quick. It's not like a mystery.
Came from the Jews, for real.
Y'all brought up the Massie
Came
thing
from
again.
AIPAC.
Y'all still didn't refute
Yeah.
my point about the Massie arguing against redistricting, which is the biggest push right now. And when obviously you argue against redistricting, you're going to get pushed down. Like that's just how it's going to happen. Right
I
now.
understand the argument about against Trump. What I'm trying to say is money moves numbers, and $32 million. Look up where that money came from. The biggest congressional campaign to overthrow someone ever in American political history. And I just happen to think it has something a little more to do with his interviews on Tucker Carlson.
Here's why I
and
disagree.
voting against Epstein than it does
Here's why,
just about Trump alone.
Sir, here's why I disagree with you. Okay, respectfully. As soon as Thomas Massie decided to hold that press conference and talk about the Epstein files, before that, Donald Trump had nothing negative to say about him. But after Massie decided to do what he did and hold that press conference with Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene, he got the Marjorie Taylor Greene treatment. And
Agreed.
ever since that day, his popularity within the Republican Party, within the MAGA Republican Party,
The MAGA, yeah.
dropped.
Agreed.
Dropped in, and that is I'm not saying it's the only.
I agree. No, I agree with everything you just said. All of this is all true. What I'm trying to say, though, is specifically, it's very, if you want to put something, the money is what moved it. Trump alone making a post on Truth Social or two is not gonna do that alone to Massie, who overwhelmingly won for the last 2+ decades. It's money.
If you have Donald Trump that is opposing you and going on Truth Social and bashing him, which, by the way, it wasn't 1 or 2 tweets. He's been now doing it for months. He's been doing it for months. And if you have the president who has a stronghold over the Republican Party, like it or not, he does, that most likely will end up getting you out of office. That's exactly what happened to Cassidy, by the way, as well.
Yeah, I agree. And 2 others, I agree. But so let me ask you this. Do you think that AIPAC and other Israel First organizations invested the $32 million against Massie on behalf of Trump or different?
I don't know about his campaign contributions. All I do know is
the other person.
Yeah.
I don't even know the other person's name, to be honest.
All I can tell you is this, okay, dude. This is my opinion, okay. The Epstein stuff and Thomas Massie, in my personal opinion, I don't know if there's anybody in this panel that disagrees with him, wanting Epstein survivors,
Agreed.
for lack of a better term, to get justice. I think that's a good thing.
Yes.
I disagree with Lauren Boebert on almost everything. I think she's a complete imbecile. But on this, I agree with her, just like I agreed with Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's why she's no longer in office. Same reason why I agree with Nancy Mace, and I can't stand her.
Yeah,
but
can we all
right.
agree that's called being American? Is we all agree
Yes.
on with the perspective of whoever?
Sure, but I agree with him wanting to do the Epstein, like get rid of have the Epstein people get all the repercussions and all the things they deserve, and like all the victims get justice. I agree with it. I agree with Massie on that. However, I also disagree with Massie about redistricting, and I would put every dollar I had if I was going to be an activist and put it into a campaign against him because he's not going to go with the redistricting. So so when y'all are going to sit here and say it's just the Epstein thing, a major significant portion of this is the redistricting, whether y'all want to admit it or not.
When did that happen?
What indication of that do you have?
What indication do I have? It's all over the news. That's what indication I have.
Yeah, hold on.
It's all over the news that he lost because of the redistricting?
Yeah, because he ran against him on this. Like that's if you literally look at
Trump, it's not the redistricting.
Yeah, because
it's him being a political enemy of Trump. That's redistricting.
Right.
That's
Well,
actually, Epstein files as well. That's him pressuring
the redistricting is the big one.
Released.
Hold on. And if you're a Republican voter right now, and you're sitting here looking at a chance to actually get more redistricting done, then
voters care about redistricting?
Yes, 100%. If you think we don't, then you are retarded. Like, I mean,
I know you do, because you kind of have this philosophy where there's like no bad methods. You know, I know that you use the same argument.
I'm just saying that the Tim's doing as well.
Do you gentlemen want the room? Do you gentlemen want the room?
I mean, redistricting is a valid strategy by either party.
Admira, here's the bottom line. Okay, you can disagree with me, but the bottom line is the only moment where it started, where Donald Trump went after Massie, was the Epstein stuff.
That's true. That is the starting point.
Let me ask you a question. If you don't think the Epstein file was bigger than redistricting, obviously I disagree with you. Can you give me one logical reason why Ghislaine Maxwell is still in a Club Med facility? After Maxwell 5 months ago said she's not giving up any names unless she gets a full pardon. Give me one logical reason.
Because she's part of Assad.
And I want everyone to hold on to your reasons and think about them. And
I don't fucking know what's going on with the case.
And we'll go around the room here in just a second. But I do want to get to some supers that came in. First off, Tom not only sent one over on here, he sent the Big Ten and said, not spin. He doesn't last long. Wah, wah, wah. But he also sent in the big 50 over on the Cash App and said, I don't know how long I'll be on. I'm finishing work, but we will keep you entertained until you're done finishing your work, Mr. Tom Carpenter. Thank you so much, you rock star. Also, over on Dragon Fist side, he got 5 gifted memberships. Congratulations to those lucky lottery winners, and thank you to you. Socrates asked with the big 5, Brian, since you like facts, you continuously say on your show that Trump paid off her ex to recant her grape allegation. Do you have any proof of that, Brian?
Yes, I do. So there was an out-of-court settlement weeks after Ivana Trump claimed that Donald Trump raped her. Weeks after the settlement, and you could look this up. Now, I don't know how much money she was paid, but what I do know, and this is public knowledge, there was an out-of-court settlement. After the out-of-court settlement, she put out a statement and she retracted her claim that Donald Trump raped her. So that's a lot of evidence. And by the way, under oath, in a deposition, under oath, she said that her husband raped her. So, you know, why would Donald Trump pay her off if there was no evidence or he didn't want discovery?
Okay.
By the way, on a side note, I'm very happy the New York Knicks came back from a 20-point deficit in the fourth quarter. I just wanted to throw that in there. I'm an NBA fan, so.
Yeah, these Spurs are doing real well, too.
Somebody kick this man. Somebody kick this man.
Well, hold on. I think Andrew, aren't you a Knicks fan?
I am. I'm here in New York.
Somebody kick both of them.
We find common ground in sports.
This was one of the most epic comebacks in NBA history. And I would also say it was one of the biggest collapses in NBA history. I've never seen a team come back from that kind of deficit in the fourth quarter. It was unbelievable.
Let me ask you a question.
There's a big deficit to come back from.
On the sports thing, let me just ask you a question. I said this the other day about the Spurs, because the Spurs are like a perennial franchise that's good. Yeah. But I've said this team, like, they might be ready for a championship, but the city's not. Like, there's all these issues. Do you think the Knicks, like, their fans in the city are going to have that kind of wild, like, response, like, in a bad way? Like,
so here's what I will say. I watched Wembanyama play in person, and then we'll get off the sports topic, but I'll just answer your question, because I love basketball, right? I watched Wembanyama play in Las Vegas. I was sitting second row. I watched them beat the Thunder. So I picked the Spurs to beat the Thunder because of what I saw in Las Vegas earlier this year. Wembanyama, let me tell you something. The Spurs are going to win multiple championships in the next 5 or 6 years. They have arguably 3 of the youngest and most talented players up and coming, 20, 21 years old. Castle, Wembanyama, and their point guard, what's his name?
De'Aaron Fox.
They're 20 years. Yeah, and Fox, let's not forget about Fox, but they have an unbelievable core of young players. And I picked the New York Knicks to win the whole thing. I don't know if that's going to happen.
I meant let me rephrase it. I meant the fan base. Like, so, like, we've been having like riots every time they win here, and it's like I like hope we're not turning to the Eagles. Here in San Antonio.
You're in San Antonio?
Yeah. And so, like, it's been like, which is weird because the Spurs have won traditionally, but it's been a while and it's been embarrassing. I was wondering if New York, since the Knicks have not been like, you know, real like on top for a while, if their fan base has that issue.
It's a good question. You know, the Knicks have been dying for an NBA championship for God knows how long, right? And I said to my buddy today, I said, I just think they're due. You know, and I don't know. I think the Thunder are great. I could see any of these teams winning. I don't think, especially after this game 1 loss, it felt like a two game win for the Knicks. It had to take a lot out of Cleveland. And I say the same thing about the Spurs. They had an unbelievable come from behind win. I think it's going to be Spurs Knicks in the NBA Finals. and I'm going to give a slight edge to the Knicks. I just think Brunson is arguably one of the best scorers in the league. I worry a little bit about their coach. I think the Spurs have a phenomenal young coach who learned a lot from Popovich. So I think the NBA is in a great place. I think these are two great series, but I think Knicks San Antonio is certainly what the league probably wants. And I think it's exciting to have the Eastern Conference Finals back in New York. I grew up a Celtics fan. I'm still a Celtics fan, but I'm kind of
like a Celtics fan.
You do look like a Celtics fan.
I've been called a leprechaun before, but I love basketball, and it's a good escape from politics, right? That's what I was going to ask all of you guys. But for me, mentally, what I have to do every day, I wish I could just press a button and just shoot the shit with you guys. It'd be a lot more fun than what I have to do every day. But I actually have to put.
You can.
I know, but
you pushed a button tonight, and now you can shoot the shit with a bunch of people here.
Which is great. But the bad news is I have to do a show tomorrow. I have to do a show Thursday. I have to do a show Friday. I have to do 3 network shows tomorrow.
You get to do a show.
It's very stressful. You're right. But
free will.
Mentally, you're right. Nobody's forcing me to do it, and
you're lucky too.
Yeah, sure. It took a lot of work, but at the same time, it's very demanding, mentally. So I try to. The reason why I brought that up is I try to watch sports, and I go to a lot of games in Vegas, and I try to do the things that make me happy, because just talking about these topics every day can be very mentally difficult.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But anyway. I think your Spurs are in a great spot.
Question. I want to take a crack at your question.
I have to leave, though. Y'all be good. Thank you for having me, Mr. Intelligence.
Hi, Gibbs. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
I'm going to use that brief intermission. Iotin, of course, switched out. Let's see. Hold on. Who's my next person? LG. Iotin, of course, switched out Calvin for Toasty. He wanted Toasty up here. Toasty's been hanging out in avatar mode. Win to Rinald. And then also Dixon says it was definitely the Jews. Also, Mr. Anderson getting his new membership. Congratulations, my friend. Iotin is asking a question, but let me hold that. Spin has a credit from the other night. Spin, you wanted to boot Rinald to the back, and you wanted me to bring up for the win, correct? Okay.
Love you too, Spin.
So,
yes, sorry.
Ringworm back for the win to be up. And just to clarify, I do have a full backstage. That means there are 5 people sitting backstage waiting for a seat up here. So if you want to see your friend up on the screen, I've been dropping the list of who's backstage into the live chat. All you got to do is send $10. Tell me who you want to boot, who you want to bring up, or just boot. I don't care, whatever. And we will get you going. All right. Iotin asks, do you believe Trump intended a literal coup with J6, or was it just reckless rhetoric without operational planning? Curious minds want to know. We love Iotin. She's so smart.
That's a really, really good question. So here, I'm going to try to think this through here because it's a really good question. I don't believe that Donald Trump, and I'm some of you might be surprised for hear me say this. I don't believe it was an intended coup, but here's what I do believe. I believe Donald Trump is a sore loser. He can't admit he lost anything. And then when he saw people storming the Capitol, he intentionally did stop it. He was begged for 4.5 hours. Please, Mr. President, put out a video. We know this from the January 6th commission. He was begged to put out a video. He refused to until 4 hours later. So I think he actually enjoyed what was happening. Do I think he planned that in advance? Probably not. But I do believe he incited it, because if he doesn't lie and say the election was stolen and it was rigged and Joe Biden won, January 6th doesn't happen. And I think Jack Smith is going to have something to say about that in 2.5 years, because I do believe Donald Trump will eventually be charged. That's the best way I can answer that.
So if you don't think Trump did it,
beyond,
you think the people that stormed the Capitol, that was a coup or like an attempted coup?
No, I think there were like 50,000 people there that day. The overwhelming majority of those people were not violent. I've never said otherwise. But there were about 700 people that were, and there were 1,500 total people that committed crimes. They actually believe every word that Donald Trump says. I really feel sorry for them.
How many feds were there?
Donald Trump is like a sports.
I'll answer that. Hold on. Hold on, one question at a time. Somebody had just said how many feds were there. If
me.
you ask any former or current FBI agent, they will tell you that when you have over 50,000 people at a political rally, it is not unusual to have plenty of undercover officers there. By the way, those undercover FBI agents did not force people to beat police officers. They didn't force people to storm the Capitol. They didn't force people to defecate on Nancy Pelosi's desk. They didn't force people for destruction of property. So
what about the guy that was
idea,
right in front saying, let's go in,
Yeah.
and that never got arrested, and then they went to his house like, hey, wasn't that you?
Roy
what
Epps.
about that guy? He was clearly a Fed, and he was the one that was telling them, let's go inside. So
what's his
Roy
name?
Epps.
What's
Roy
his
Epps.
name? What's
Roy Epps.
Okay.
Roy
So
Epps.
you're
Ray
saying-
Epps. Ray
so
Epps.
you're-
Ray Epps.
so-
Ray Epps.
I'm sorry. The
Sorry,
guy that's
Ray.
talking to me, the guy that's talking to me right now, is that the guy that was criticizing me for crying during a debate?
Me?
No,
Yeah,
No,
you exactly.
I thought we
The
were
black
just.
hat.
no.
No.
That was Angry American was who you're referring
Yeah.
to. Now it's Andrew talking to you.
Andrew, did you not make a video claiming that criticizing me for getting emotional during a debate, talking
I
about my
sent it
dead
to you.
sister?
Did you watch it?
Talking about no. Why don't you answer my question? Did you not make a video criticizing me, talking about my dead sister and my dead grandmother? You think that's bad for a man to do that?
Did
You
you
wanna
watch
criticize
it?
me?
No,
You are
I
not
didn't do that.
You're not a serious person. I watched.
I
part of
didn't
your
do
video.
that, Brian. Brian.
You are
Brian.
not a serious
I
person.
didn't do that, Brian.
I watched your video. I watched your
My
video. and I
video
watched the
gives
title.
both sides of the argument. I tell what
Your
both sides of
title-
the argument is, and the chat
your
tells what's
title-
correct.
Bullshit. You in your title.
I don't make any
is
claims
about
in the video.
Crying in your video, in your title, which by the way, you're totally entitled to do. I just have no respect for you.
On
You
the
said
thumbnail.
liberal cries during debate. That makes you an asshole, quite frankly.
Why does that make
So
me an asshole?
I'll tell you why. The reason why I got emotional and the reason why I was teary-eyed is because I was talking about loss. Rachel Wilson lost her 10-year-old son in a car accident, which is awful. And I would never wish that upon anybody. And the reason why I got emotional and I brought up two members of my family that I lost because of a car accident that we were all in when I was 12 years old. I wasn't crying because of politics. I wasn't crying because I thought I lost a debate. I got emotional because I lost a few members of my family. And for you to put up a title like that makes you an asshole. That's what you are. You're an asshole.
I didn't say that you cried because of one
I saw
thing
the
or
title.
another.
Dude,
I said you
saw the
cried.
title.
You did cry. How is
I
that
saw the
factually
title.
incorrect?
I saw the title of your video. I saw what you were trying to do.
Brian
I
Shapiro
don't- I
cries
have-
during debate.
I have.
That's
I
what
have
happened,
zero-
dude. Is that what
I
happened?
have- and why did I cry?
But
Is that
but
a
I
bad
didn't make a
thing?
claim about why you cried or didn't cry. Why do you care?
So, here's why. Because I'm proving a point here. MAGA idiots like you want to attack men for getting emotional. In this case, because I miss my sister and I think about her every day. But because you want to try to get clicks, which by the way, you don't get many, but you try to get clicks to put up a title of somebody that is more successful than you, somebody that actually gets paid to do stuff like this, and you put up a title to try to
Didn't I
get
just
people to
say I
watch
was
your
great
video.
you had
As
a
if it's
show?
a,
I'm not
as
like
if, as,
you seem very angry, dude.
Dude, I just think you're an idiot. Okay, and when you put up a title like that,
But you
trying to
haven't
mock
given me
somebody,
one thing I said that was incorrect.
all right, well, I'm happy to talk to anybody else on the panel, but I'm not
You
interested
don't want to
with
talk to
anything
me
you have to
about
say.
All right, Brian.
Mr. Shapiro.
I'll ask the same question.
I would like to talk to
This
Shapiro
might
real
be a
quick.
good time for somebody else to jump in.
Brian.
I think that really got to you, dude. I had a whole thing to answer your question. I really wanted to
No, I
just
think-
answer your
no, I
question
don't
about
care.
Trump. I'm
I
not
don't
mad
care.
at you.
I-
I'm a Knicks fan,
I
bro.
don't
I'm
care.
not mad at you.
I don't
I
care.
do this for
When you
other
post-
people too. They don't get
I
upset. If you want me to
don't care.
change the
I don't-
thumbnail,
Andrew,
my
think
friend
about the
Jerry, who's in
logistics
a cult,
of all
I make a
liberals.
thumbnail where he has like a cult thing on. He doesn't care. He comes on my channel.
Andrew,
I didn't.
he's
I
a
didn't do it, like, on
liberal.
purpose
They
to
cry
upset him.
about everything.
All right,
They complain and they're
hold on.
victims.
Everybody shut up. Everybody shut up.
So
I mean,
I just want to respond to what he just said.
If you want to talk to Andrew, well, actually, if you don't mind, I'll
wanna
clear the
respond.
room and let you two have this conversation. I know
Well, the
Andrew
guy
can
that
be
just-
respectful,
the
and
guy-
this way,
okay,
this way
that's
nobody
fine.
else can interrupt with you.
That's
You
fine.
have them.
So I appreciate that. The guy who just said I'm a liberal, first of all, if you want to talk about people that cry and complain, he should probably refer to a guy by the name of Donald J. Trump, who has thinner skin and is more insecure than a 12-year-old girl. Last I checked, Donald Trump is not a liberal. If you want to paint me in a corner and call me a liberal to the buffoon who just made that statement. I've been a registered independent my whole life. There's nothing wrong with being a liberal. But if you think liberals are the ones that cry and that complain, then maybe we should talk about Donald Trump, who literally shares his grievances every single day in every single press conference. So as far as that guy who just said, all liberals do is cry, maybe you should look at the orange orangutan who, again, has thinner skin than your average insecure 12-year-old girl. Andrew, I don't like it when people mock others, which is what you did in a moment that I thought was very disingenuous on your part. When I'm trying to throw somebody an olive branch and I'm trying to have a humanizing moment with somebody about loss. And the reason why I brought that up, and by the way, there's nothing wrong with getting emotional when you're talking about your loved ones. The reason why I even brought that up is to say we're all human beings. We all have horrible loss in our life. Life is really short, and I don't like telling other people what to do. Now, you can title anything you want. I'm not saying what you did is against the law. I'm not saying what you did is against YouTube. No, unfortunately, I've had this issue with a lot of people. They'll label titles a certain way, and you'll probably clip this up and say, liberal Brian Shapiro is angry at me for my, you can do whatever you want, dude. But when you do something like that, I think you lose credibility. Okay. That's what I think.
Fair enough. And I did not intend, I really tried to be fair in that video. That's why I emailed it to you. I wasn't trying to yes, that, and you can see I'm consistent. Like I was trying to say, just so that you see, it's not just you. If you look on my page, I have other lives with people I'm friends with unflattering thumbnails of them. So I'm not like it's not a personal thing to you. It's really not. And I came on here.
I didn't see any of your other videos, Andrew. I'll be honest with you. I watched maybe 30 seconds of your video, and I saw the title. And if you disagree with somebody, or you think I'm wrong about a topic, I think that's great. That's fine. But I didn't just get this from you. I got it from a lot of other people, and it's frustrating. If people want to disagree with me on a political topic, I think that's great. I enjoy that. But when you put up a title and you make it like, you're in a negative fashion when somebody gets emotional, talking about their loved ones, I just think that's low class, man. I think that's really low class. Okay. And I think you're wrong in doing that. I think that was
you also just said you only watched 30 seconds of the video. And in all
I'm talking about the title.
Right, but you said I only watched 30 seconds of your video. You just said that. So what I'm saying is if you watched it through, you would see that I'm constantly saying, guys, this is what Brian's saying. This is what Andrew's saying. Who's right? And I'm looking for the chat to tell me who's right. I'm not saying Andrew and Rachel are right. You can go back and watch it. It's still up.
You can
take
that. You don't have to take my advice.
No, I will.
Go, for what it's worth, you can just say, Brian, I don't care what you have to say, and that's fine.
I'm not saying
but
that.
if you want more views and you want more content that a lot of people watch, then talk about the issues and title something differently. Who cares if somebody got emotional during a debate? That doesn't mean somebody won or lost. Like, I don't understand the bearing of it. If you disagree with me on, I don't know, feminism or whatever I said in the debate, okay, then focus on that. Right. I had Warren Smith on my show last week. It'll probably be, I used to have him on every week. It'll probably be the last time he ever does my show because he's very disingenuous with the things he says about me. And I addressed it with him head on when he came on the show last week. People can be honest or they can be dishonest.
I apologize if that upset you. I did not mean to do it personally to you. And if it really bothers you, I would change the thumbnail. I don't care that
let me
much.
ask you a question.
I actually want to give you the answer to the question you were asking.
Okay, but hold on.
I have the answer.
Okay, hang on. We'll get to that.
Okay, please.
Put yourself in my shoes for a moment. Let's just say you lost a couple members of your family in a tragic accident, and you're debating somebody on another topic. And in a moment, you get emotional because you're talking about members of your family, and then somebody way on the left puts up a video with the title, right winger, MAGA dope, or whatever, gets emotional and cries during a debate. How would you feel about that?
I would not feel good if people were.
Okay, that's my point.
And I'm agreeing with you. I'm not like being a dick here. That's
my point. Okay, then that's my point.
Would you like me to change the thumbnail?
No, you don't have to do that. I'm just telling you, when I see stuff like that, that's how I react to it. You know, I call people MAGA buffoons. I call people a lot of names. You know, I'm not Mr. Nice to everybody, right? There's a reason why I got here, and it's not because I'm just nice to everybody, right? I'm a very opinionated guy, but when someone's getting emotional over the loss of a couple people, a couple family members, I'm just not gonna knock them for that, man. As much as I hate Donald Trump, I know he's not capable of crying. I don't think he's ever cried in his life. But if he got emotional about the loss of a loved one, I certainly wouldn't mock him for that. You know, I'd feel sorrow for him for that, and that's just how I am. I feel sorry for people that go through pain in their life.
Obviously, if you're a real man, you obviously release real emotions because you have real feelings and stuff. But you also wouldn't need to explain it away so hard, right? I mean, we don't need to explain if we cry because we're emotional from the unfortunate loss of loved ones or anything. You know what I mean? Like it's like
that's a real problem.
To me, it looks feminine to mock someone who's giving a real emotion. I'm not even talking about Andrew.
I agree.
I'm not even talking about
Andrew. Wait. So Brian, you agree?
Was in the hospital. I was crying for 2 days while she's in the hospital. Am I afraid to admit that? Of course not.
I kind of want to jump in.
LG, go ahead, jump in there.
I know you were pushing the limits. Your YouTube page.
Yes.
At PTL
okay, that's your
radio
YouTube
show.
page. Well, I'm looking at actually a picture of a thumbnail and the headline for it. And it's I think an AI picture or a stock image of someone crying, and it's you making fun of some a MAGA supporter admitting they were wrong, and you're depicting them as crying in like a insulting way. Oh, I thought you said
I'll respond to
I thought
that.
you said it's bad to insult somebody for showing emotion.
Yeah, so
why are you making fun of this person for crying?
I'll respond to that. So first of all, I don't choose the thumbnails. I have editors that do that, but I'll still respond to that.
Wow.
I think there's a very big difference between losing a debate or losing an argument in an AI picture and depicting someone as crying or making fun of somebody for getting emotional because they lost people. Do you not understand the difference there? Losing a debate.
It's all clickbait, and everyone's guilty of it. That's the truth.
Okay. I think there's a line that you shouldn't cross. If you're talking about somebody crying because they lost an argument as a metaphor, and then mocking somebody because, as I did, got emotional because I was talking about the loss of members of my family, those are two completely different things. Now, if you don't understand the difference, then I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know. You said that it's wrong to make fun of any man for showing emotion.
He wasn't crying.
Now, at least now you're changing what you said.
He wasn't crying. By the way, he wasn't crying. That was an AI picture of somebody who called into my show. He never got emotional. He never cried. That was a thumbnail that somebody had used. And he didn't actually cry. I was actually crying, and I was actually emotional talking about my family.
Was the thumbnail used on your channel?
Different. We could say that it's different, but it is what you did right. Still,
you don't think context matters at all?
No, I could agree that it's
making fun of men crying, which we think was the argument.
But is that a good?
He wasn't
is that like a right thing of depicting someone as crying that isn't crying and making fun of them?
So basically, dude, what you're doing is saying Andrew can't use a thumbnail.
I didn't say that.
You used it, and now you're up here saying you're a victim. That is the typical libertarian bullshit.
Hold on. Let me find some common ground for everyone. Number one, it's YouTube. Anyone can write anything. Anyone can make any thumbnail. We all know that there's plenty of shitty thumbnails and the aging potato type of shit out there on me. Like it hurts my feelings, but I can't go around telling people don't do that, right? And I think that it's fair game on the internet to a degree. There is a degree, right? You obviously can't slander and say things that aren't true, so on and so forth.
Can I just give some context? Like if I debated somebody, hold on, just give me 20 seconds here and then I'll shut up. If somebody did a thumbnail about me and I debated somebody and they did an AI picture of me crying, I would actually think that's probably funny. The point that I was trying to make is when somebody actually is really emotional about the loss of a loved one, I think that's a line that you shouldn't cross, and I would never do that. If we're talking about an AI video to get clicks and you debated somebody and I got this liberal to cry, it's very different context, and I wouldn't have a problem with that. And I also didn't tell Andrew to take it down, and I've said multiple times he has the right to do that. Okay?
Did you portray him as crying? The subject of your thumbnail, subject of your video, did you portray him as crying?
Is what I'm saying not registering with you at all?
It's registering.
This is going back and forth. I'm going to have to act like a New Yorker and aggressively push myself in. First off, I want to change the topic. Sarah, thanks again for having me on here. Brian, I want to change the topic, but first, I just want to add real quick, and then we can end this topic. You are on the internet. You should be used to criticism. And if you weren't in the right state of mind, I had people pass away. I know what you feel like. My condolences. But if you're not in the right state of mind, you shouldn't be doing internet contact until you're in the right state of mind. Would you agree?
What do you mean by right state of mind? I mean, I'm entitled to my opinions just like you are. I think somebody that mocks somebody,
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Like, all right, so I got 3 kids. If one of my kids passed away, I'm not going to be on the internet talking to people about political crap because I'm not in the right state of mind. Would you agree?
Yeah, but that didn't happen to me.
No. I just want to end it right there. That's all I wanted to ask. Now, I kind of want to change the topic in general. Thank you for that. I want your opinions because I know you're for the LGBTQ plus ABCDEFG community, right?
I mean, I don't know why you would label it ABCDEFG. That's a little strange, but I just don't want to tell other people what to do with their lives as long as it's not against the law. I mean,
making fun of the ever-expanding.
Cool. Hold up. We're gonna get on a tangent. I kind of want, I want Brian.
Just ask it in an intelligent. So ask it in an intelligent way. Don't say you're.
Well, I got to dumb it down for you based on the videos I saw of you. So let me explain.
Well, if you're going to insult me, then why do I want to even listen to you before you?
Yeah,
even
I agree. I agree.
No,
Just
yes,
ask
you
the
are.
question.
Okay, if you have a question about the LGBT community, then don't label it as ABCDEFG because you sound like a moron.
You're right. You're right. I'll agree to that. But that's my fault. I'll agree to that. I shouldn't have done that. I should have labeled it correctly. But that's going to bring me to one of my points how you people are obsessed with labels. Now, again, I got 3 kids, 2 of which are girls. You didn't understand what I just said?
I'm obsessed with labels. You're the guys who carry about he, she. I don't ever talk about that stuff.
Weren't you just like getting mad at me that I like mislabeled the LGBTQ community?
No, I'm not mad at you. I just think that the way you're phrasing the question makes you sound like a moron. But go ahead.
All right. So you're obsessed with the label being correctly identified. Correct.
Well, if you're going to ask me a question and you want me to give you an intelligent answer, then ask it the right way. Don't ask it like an asshole.
Am I just proving a small little point here? Everybody else on the panel, right? Everybody sees what I'm talking about, right?
Dude, just
what
ask,
is the
just question? Ask your question, dude.
What is the question?
Well, he says question.
Why do you think it's okay for men to enter girls' restrooms, public spaces, and sports?
So why do you think it's okay to judge me without even knowing my opinion on it? You just phrased the question instead of asking, hey, how do you feel about transgender women in women's sports? Instead of asking the question like that, you assume you know the answer, again, which makes you sound like an asshole. By the way, I'm going to prove it right now. You have no fucking idea what my position is on it, and I'm going to answer it. You just judged it, which makes you sound stupid. I've said on national television, CNN, Fox News, Piers Morgan, OAN, that I have never agreed that transgender women should compete with other women. So now I'm going to ask you a question. Why do you think it's okay to judge people that don't think exactly like you think and think you know the answer to what their beliefs are when you have no fucking idea? And I just proved it.
Well,
Mr.
actually, you didn't answer the other question. So it's not about beliefs. That's why I'm pretty sure I asked if you're for that community.
I'll answer the rest of your question. But first, let me just respectfully ask, and there's a reason why I'm asking this, and then I promise you I'll answer your question. Did you vote for Donald Trump? There's a reason why I'm asking.
Proudly.
Okay, thank you. So why did you vote for the guy who talked about going into teenage girls' locker rooms without their permission? You seem to care so much about the trans issue and about transgender women going into women's locker rooms, but yet you had no problem voting for the guy who bragged about going into teenage girls' locker rooms without their permission and bragged about it sexually on the Howard Stern show. So why would you support somebody like that if you're going to ask me that fucking question?
That seems like a very dishonest reframing of what actually happened.
Well, not only that, but he didn't answer my question. So you agree men shouldn't be in female sports? No. I'll answer your question. I asked you, look, you're interrupting, liberal. Relax. I asked you 2 simple questions. You answered one. I'll give you that, but you failed to answer the other one. Very simple question.
Okay, I'll answer the other one, but will you promise to answer mine after I give you an answer about Donald Trump?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay. So unless somebody could show me an actual study that transgender women have a higher risk.
Not transgender women, men entering female restrooms. I'm not talking about transgender women. I'm talking about a man like me and all the other cats on this panel, men that had no transition done to them. Enter the female's restroom. You're trying to reframe the question. I'm not going
wearing women's clothing, right?
I don't agree. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, wearing women's clothing, you're saying?
Okay.
Yes.
I think that, okay, so how do we check that at the restroom? How do we check if somebody is transgender or not? Or if
they have a beard, that would tell me.
Okay, so how do we test that? How do we
see a beard?
Well, hold on, Brian. I'm going to answer your question, and then we'll go back to what I just stated, because I did say I will answer that, and I'll try to my best of my abilities. Because you go down the rabbit hole of what Trump did or didn't do, or what Biden did and didn't do, and it's a whole skew of shit.
Because it makes you a hypocrite, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, both parties are hypocrites. I'm not MAGA. I'm not Republican. I'm conservative. Both parties are fucking hypocrites. I don't think Trump is a great president. I chose the lesser of two evils. I would rather have Trump, regardless if he's a sexual fucking deviant, which none of it has been proven, than Cackling Harris or Sleepy Joe Biden, which there's a lot of evidence on him too of being, a little wacky with little people. You know what I mean?
Let's talk about that. So you mentioned,
with him
Kamala
being in the pageant. I'm trying to answer your question, bro.
Well, you
with him being in like. No, I said why I voted for him. I didn't give you my actual answer. I'm trying to be, what's the word? Like, compliant,
cordial,
back and forth. I don't know the full extent of him saying what he said. There's a lot of fucking propaganda out there on what he did. But if he did do that, I condone him for that. He shouldn't be doing that shit. But we can criticize parties all day long. I vote based on what the candidate says, and they can lie. That sucks.
Okay. So let me just respond to that. What's your threshold? You don't care about what they do. You don't. Care
No. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that. Kamala.
So
you said you didn't like Kamala because
he said lesser of two evils.
Right?
We have to be fair. He did say you did kind of.
I did say lesser evil. So
why is Kamala evil?
He said he doesn't. He voted for.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you a question because I just answered your question about Trump. Let's say he did say it. I fucking condone it, and I'll say that real quick. I don't think Trump is a great president, and hopefully nobody on this panel that thinks he does gets mad at me for that. He's not a great president. He's a good president, lesser of two evils.
Sir, hold on. You do understand the difference between condone and condemn, do you not? You've been saying
condemn this whole time. You're right. Yeah, condemn.
Okay.
Now let me ask you another question. Do you say you don't call Trump a fascist? Do you think he can be a fascist, or he's leading into fascism? Like he's trying to consolidate power to be a fascist, a dictator? Do you believe that's what he's trying to do?
I'll answer that, but let's really talk about Kamala's cackle because that's very important to this conversation.
Back and forth. Questions for questions. Questions for questions.
Brian, you like Kamala, honestly?
Hold on, I'll answer that. I'll answer a lot of questions. Let me just respond. But I do find it interesting that you are unaware. And by the way, this is not propaganda. I'm not bringing up propaganda. All you have to do is go on YouTube right now and look at the comments he made on the Howard Stern show. That's not propaganda. I'm using his own.
I mean, that's Howard Stern, man. Like, come on, man.
So that makes it okay.
Anybody that goes on that show,
Okay, gotcha. So it's just Howard
So what are you
Stern.
cherry picking out of Howard Stern?
Hold on. There are already several women that have come forward that have done interviews that were teenagers.
No one credible.
So they're not credible, but Donald Trump is. Okay,
they're
anecdotes.
I asked you a question, bro. You can't answer.
Hold on. I want to hear what I want to hear what Ant has to say, please. Ant, you were chiming in on something there.
Yeah, and I'm sorry if I'm sounding a little aggressive, but I'm just saying it's like these allegations are just that. They are purely anecdotal, and without anything to support them, it's completely unfalsifiable.
Yeah. Okay. So unfalsifiable. I didn't even know that was a word. Okay. So
you've never heard of this? You've never heard of this?
Let me respond to what you just said. So first of all, when you say
Trump trying to consolidate power to be a fascist.
Hold on. Let him talk for fuck's sake. Let him fucking talk. It's him versus all of you. Have you
I don't know if I'm
figured this
necessarily
out?
against.
Well, yeah, but you're being polite.
Well,
but
that's his choice.
Yeah. So, so first of all, you said they're just claims, so first of all, Donald Trump is the guy who said it. Okay, it's not just you just had several women that said, "Hey, he went into this locker room without our permission." You actually had Donald Trump admit it, sexualize it, and say it. Now, I could name you a lot of Democrats that have done the Howard Stern show. They've never admitted to going into a locker room without teenage girls' permission and storming in there. And by the way, there's also context.
It wasn't
There's
teenage girls.
There's also they were 16, 17-year-old girls.
No,
There's
this was
also
a
context.
18 and over.
Howard Stern show. They were talking about Miss USA.
Hold on. There's also There's also context to this. Okay, it's not just.
I thought I condemned his actions. I thought we moved past this. I asked you if you think that Trump is trying to be a fascist dictator.
I think he's a wannabe. I think he's a wannabe dictator. Yes, I've never.
Okay,
called
now
him a fascist.
do you think Biden?
Why. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me just answer. Let me just give you why I feel that way. I've never used the term fascist. I don't compare him to Hitler, even though I have said on the record that I think.
Yeah, I never heard you call him that. I'll give you that. That's why I asked you.
I've heard some of the verbiage that Stephen Miller has used, and I think you can compare some of his language to Adolf Hitler. But I've never referred to Donald Trump that way. Here's why I think he's a wannabe dictator. He writes love letters to Kim Jong-un. Never has said anything negative about Vladimir Putin or Assad. He looks up to evil, murderous dictators. He kisses their ass. And when I look at, and he rolled out.
Isn't his idol JFK actually? Isn't his idol JFK?
He rolled out the red carpet for Vladimir Putin. He called Zelensky a dictator, and he said Zelensky was the one who started the war. When it comes to Kim Jong-un, he sent his love letters back and forth to Kim Jong-un. And I can also tell you that he's far more aggressive with elected officials on the left. He actually threatened 6 elected Democrats 3 months ago and alluded to the fact that
nothing to do with this.
Well,
Brian, we just watched him attack Republicans.
I'm trying to explain why I think he's a dictator. He does not respect the rule of law. Look at the deal he just did with the IRS.
He's always obeyed the law.
Really?
He has always obeyed the court decisions. Just because he challenges something does not mean he doesn't respect it. It just means that he's assertive and is willing to stand up for his.
2016, man. We're all falling for this shit right now. You guys understand? You guys understand that everyone going super bro, where we don't condemn, grab them by the pussy, is a result of the overbalance of the LGBTQI plus extended version. So all we're doing right now, everybody here, is we're. I think the reason why we came on here is to talk about Massie getting overthrown. Was it Trump? Was it this? Was it that? And maybe we can all find some common ground.
Wait, don't slut shame women.
Just to
I think you need to read the rest of that quote. The quote was, "Women, let me grab them." Why are you slut shaming women for what they want?
So you have over 30 women that have accused Donald Trump of rape or sexual assault. Now, another reason why I wanted to come on is because I'm going to talk a little bit about this tomorrow, is the slush fund that Donald Trump has put together, which is $1.7 billion. So that was the other topic that I'm certainly going to talk about a little bit tomorrow, which I think is despicable.
They're accusations.
I'd like to do a couple super chats if you gentlemen don't mind. I'm a little bit behind.
Sure.
And then I want to hand it. I know Jason just got here. He's a little restricted on time. So I do want to hand him the mic after. And then we'll move over to Kai. And we'll kind of play with that and see where everyone wants to go. Iotin in with Big Ten says, and these are a little behind, so I do apologize to those who sent in the supers. Iotin said, it's more that you brought up someone else's tragic circumstance in specific detail. You can always feel free to bring up your own, but you need to stop airing out other people's. And that was regarding the Rachel Wilson debacle.
I'll respond to that.
Sure.
I'll respond to that, and I completely disagree. That was an olive branch that I was throwing out to understand that we all go through loss. The reason why I brought it up, and by the way, I didn't go into detail. All I simply said is, I'm sorry for the loss of your 10-year-old son. And the reason why I brought it up, and I think most logical people would understand, was to prove a point that we know that life is very precious. Life is very short. We all go through tragedies in our life. And because of that, because we actually have something like that in common, and I said, I wish we didn't, the reason why I brought that up is to prove that, let people do what they want to do, whether they're a man or a woman. If they want to be a lawyer or a doctor, let them do it. And don't tell other people what to do. That was the whole reason why I brought that up. It wasn't to mock her, which I never would do because of losing a 10-year-old. I would never do that. As much as I dislike her, and I think she's an awful human being, and I can give you a number of reasons why, I would never, ever mock somebody or make fun of somebody because they lost a family member in a tragic car accident. So anybody who makes a statement like that doesn't seem to understand why I brought it up in the first place. But I think most people do. I've actually talked to some I won't mention names, but I've talked to some very influential people, for lack of a better term, on the right that are friends of mine. And they said, Brian, I understand why you brought that up. You were trying to throw an olive branch and say, hey, we both have tragedy. It's horrible. I was trying to humanize the situation. And unfortunately, some people don't seem to understand that. So it's fine. If you disagree with me, you have the right to disagree.
Don't you think you should have went to her beforehand and asked
Well,
her permission?
Hold on. Let me get through.
Yeah. I'll
let
answer
me-
that. That was a good question.
Go ahead.
So I'm glad you brought that up. Shouldn't you have asked before? Yep. So before the actual debate, I actually wanted to talk to them and shake their hand and be cordial. They both declined. I actually wanted to have that conversation with them. I wanted it to be cordial. And they're just terrible people. I tried to be nice. I tried to shake their hands. I wanted to have a private conversation with both of them before the debate, even though we have our differences. So I can walk away from that saying I tried to be cordial. They didn't want to play that game. I was out there to be the villain. That's why they paid me to go out there, and it's fine. I don't regret it at all.
So if you thought that you had like an obligation to maybe get a permission before saying it, and you didn't,
I don't think I needed permission.
Didn't receive the permission. Why did you go ahead and do it anyway? Don't you think bringing up something traumatic?
I'll answer that.
Without someone's permission, is it pretty wrong of you, actually?
Yeah, so I completely disagree with you. I don't need permission to bring something like that up. If somebody doesn't like it and doesn't understand it, then that's their fucking problem. I didn't need any permission. The point that I was trying to make is I wanted to try to be cordial to them before the debate, and they refused to do so because they have their issues with me, and I really don't care. All I know is I know what's in my heart, and I know why I brought that up. And if people can't understand that or don't get it, it's the same reason why, while I wasn't a huge Joe Biden fan, he wasn't my first, second, or third choice.
Thank God.
The one thing that always resonated with me when Joe Biden spoke, the one thing was when he talked about loss, and that was important to me. Things are important to different people. Everybody votes for different reasons, but the man does have empathy. I've criticized him a lot. I think he's one of the main reasons why Trump won again. But when he talked about empathy and he talked about grief, something that I don't think Donald Trump has, that resonated with me because he lost his wife and his daughter in a car accident. So when he talked, and I told him that when I met him in Vegas, I said, when you talk about empathy, it resonates with me. And having a brief conversation, that meant a lot to me. So, if people don't understand why I brought that up in the debate, then, I don't
Brian,
know.
do you hold this?
It felt like it derailed the conversation, Brian.
Yeah, let's move on. Dixon sends in a Dragon Fist membership. Shout out to that lucky lottery winner. Congratulations. And of course, Mr. Tom Carpenter with all the kindness in his heart. He is a rock star over here at the Raging Tomato and on the Gauntlet. Sent out 10 Raging Tomato memberships, and that is the gift that keeps on giving, folks. We love you so much, Tom. Tomatoes in the chat for Tom. Boogerman says, I could debate anyone at this point. I mean, typically anyone here can. And of course, Mr. Tom is taking his leave for the evening, but he was sent in the boot to get Kraut backstage so I could bring up whoever I wanted to bring up, and I did so. Dixon says, Brian is obsessed with Trump. Are you obsessed with Trump, Brian?
Well, that would mean that Fox News, OAN, Newsmax, I guess they're all obsessed with Donald Trump. So let me just explain to this person what I do for a living, because I don't think this person understands. I'm not a professional debater. I don't do this for a living. What I do is I do a news talk show. When you're a news talk show host, my job is to talk about the news of the day, the news of the week. I cover the news. I cover, just like when Biden was president, I covered his press conferences. I cover what members of his administration says. So it's my job to cover the news. So to say that I'm obsessed would be like saying Fox News and Sean Hannity and all these people on the far right, Tim Pool, they're obsessed with Donald Trump too. It's my job to cover the news every day. So it's not really. Now, if Donald Trump's not president anymore, and I'm talking about Donald Trump every day, then I would 100% agree with you. But I'm not going to do that. When he leaves office, I'm going to be covering the news of the day. So that's
So
my job.
you do a news show
can I
like
jump in
like
there?
Nick Fuentes.
Hold
like
on,
a
Kai.
daily
Hold
news
on.
show?
No, I don't do a show like Nick Fuentes. To answer your question, sir, no, I don't.
A news show like Nick Fuentes.
No, Nick Fuentes doesn't do a news show. He just gives
No?
opinions, and he doesn't cover the news of the day. So no, I disagree with you. And by the way, I also don't go after entire groups of people and label them as something. I don't do that. I've never even done that with Trump supporters, where I say every Trump supporter is this or that. So no, I'm the opposite of Nick Fuentes. I don't take entire groups of people and attack them because of their sexuality. By the way, I do think Nick Fuentes has his own issues when it comes to that.
That's kind of obvious. That's kind of obvious.
All
You
right, I
literally
wanna
called
hand it
MAGA
over.
stupid earlier in this panel.
I know Sparky is on a time limit, so I wanted to let Jason cut in. He was another one of the few that I invited directly. Jason, if you'd like to talk to Brian, and then after we let you guys get through your banter, I'm going to kick it over to Kai.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jason.
100%. Thank you for coming through tonight, Brian.
Sure.
I've watched several of your videos. I've responded to some of your tweets, some of which you've deleted, and honestly, I'm kind of thankful that you did. Your apology to Rachel Wilson following the debate, your earnest apology, your heartfelt condolences, and everything.
That wasn't an apology.
I know
it
wasn't,
an apology.
But you did.
Yeah.
Delete
Do you know
it,
why
which
it was
I am
deleted?
thankful you
Do you
did.
know why? Do you know why
Why?
it was? I actually talked about this on the radio, and that's okay. I'll explain that to you. The reason why I deleted it, because I was the highest trending story on Twitter, and I took the screenshot and I put it up. And in that Twitter statement, I got probably 20 text messages from people that said, Brian, why are you apologizing to Rachel Wilson? And I still have the screenshot, because on Twitter for 3 hours that morning, the next day, I was the #1 story trending. And it said, podcaster,
it wasn't
hold on,
an apology.
Liberal podcaster Brian Shapiro apologizes to Rachel Wilson for losing debate. The reason why I deleted it is because people thought it was a genuine apology and they weren't watching the whole video. I don't feel bad or for anything that I said to her. I think she's a despicable human being. I think she's a hypocrite, and she deserves it. In that debate that we did, I said, don't you think it's okay for women, if they don't find a man by the age of 30 or 35, that they should be able to live their life? What are they supposed to do if they can't find a man? You know what she said? Well, maybe you shouldn't sleep with 50 women. She was slut shaming every woman in this country that doesn't have kids after the age of 30. So you're damn right. I'm going to give it right back to her, because I think she deserves it. I match people's energy. If you're going to slut shame all these women, then I'll do the same thing to you and see how you like it. That's exactly what I did to her. I didn't delete it for any other reason other than the fact that Twitter, for whatever reason, when you're the highest, trending story, they got the fucking title wrong. And that pissed me off. That's the only reason why I took it down. I don't want people thinking I'm apologizing to her. I don't apologize to them for anything. I think they're both horrible people. So I hope I answered your question.
That really wasn't the question. I just thought that was interesting. But no, I find some of the things that you comment on, I find it to be a little accusatory. You accuse people of several things.
Tell me.
Well, everyone who happens to support Trump is what do you call him, a cock gobbler?
Not true. No.
Well, what is it?
Yeah. I'll respond. So first of all, as I say again, I've never categorized every single person who's voted for Donald Trump as this. What I have said is, and I think you're referring to the term Trump mushroom gobbler, which is So here's what I mean by that. There are people in this country, and I would say a lot of people in Trump's administration, that are incapable of criticizing Trump for anything. They can't criticize him for anything. So you're performing, in my opinion, verbal fellatio on the president. Now, I could go to Jack Posobiec.
Have I once said that he's done anything right or wrong?
The ones on the left I'm not referring.
Sorry, Shaman.
I'm not. Hold on a second.
Let me talk,
sir.
Please. Yeah.
I'm not referring to you, because I don't know what your opinions are on anything. When I use that term, on social media, I'm usually directing it at people like Stephanie Miller, or I'm directing it on people like JD Vance, or I'm directing it on the right-wing grifters on social media like the Nick Shirleys and others that are not capable of calling out Donald Trump for anything, or people that call into my radio show that say the dumbest things. They can't criticize Trump for anything. They still think he won the 2020 election. And when I bring up
That's because he did.
Okay, well, that makes you a Trump mushroom gobbler.
Well, that's great. Let's have that debate right now, Brian, because
it's not a debate. It's not even worth the conversation.
Oh, really? Because after the 2020 election, I watched.
I'm not going to debate. I'm not going to debate people.
That's fine. I'm going to speak about it, and we'll have that after the fact, Brian, because I watched after the 2020 election 10 plus hours of election workers coming under oath, citing all of their irregularities of that election with everything. So for all those folks that showed up on January,
sure, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. So they've had 6 years to come up with any evidence of widespread, something called widespread voter fraud. Donald Trump lost 61 out of 62 court cases. Almost half of those judges
were Republican
judges.
He lost one case, and 63 were not heard.
Not
so
true.
no, if you're going to be a newscaster, Brian, you got to be accurate, and you're not.
Okay, here we go. So they ruled that there was no merit. Okay, he did not win any of those cases.
They didn't decide on it. They didn't hear the case.
The judges,
we had latches. We didn't have standing. We didn't have any of that stuff, Brian.
Sir, okay, I'm sorry to break it. Hold on, I'm sorry to break it to all of you, but nobody has been able to prove any widespread voter fraud in the 2020 election. It's not a conversation. The earth is not flat. If you guys actually truly believe that Trump won the 2000, if you guys actually believe that Trump won the 2020 election with literally no evidence of widespread voter fraud, then I'm just not even going to have a conversation with you. I'm sorry.
I mean, you believe Trump is a rapist with absolutely no proof.
You're all talking at the same time. Let's use our brains.
So let me please continue with this real quick, because I've only got a few minutes, and I'm appreciative to Brian come over here to the Panelverse and talk to us. So instead of trying to get you to spurg out, Brian, like some of these people are doing, I'm actually wanting to talk to you. You have come out with some very inflammatory things. One thing was your interview with the family that shoved the former InfoWars
Savannah Hernandez.
Yes, Savannah Hernandez, where you said you did not condone political violence, yet you did justify. You did justify. You did sweep.
What did I say
for a grown-ass man? Oh well.
What did I say?
You basically.
What did I say to justify the push? What did I say?
Tell me. If you give me a moment, I'll say it. You were talking. You gave the attorney's statement about how he was defending his daughter, and you agreed with it even after seeing the video. Where
what did I say?
You basically parroted his freaking attorney.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
The fuck
no,
you
I
didn't.
The
fuck you didn't.
Okay, well, first of all, I'm not going to.
Let's not say the F word.
Yeah. So first of all, I did 4 or 5 interviews, which I guess you didn't see. I did an interview on. Okay, so let me just explain to you my position, because once again, there's nothing more frustrating than people that don't understand my position, that assume things.
I'm giving you that opportunity. I want to learn. I want to know.
Okay,
that.
Well, you could ask the question instead of saying the fuck you did. So CNN, Fox News, OAN, even Piers Morgan. I've said the same thing in any interview. They're all on YouTube if you want to watch them. Here's what I said. Savannah Hernandez is an awful human being. She's a grifter. She has zero credibility. She's not a journalist. With that being said, mistakes were made on both sides. Chris should not have put his hands on her. I've had private conversations with the family. That was absolutely a mistake. It was also a mistake to do some of the things that Savannah Hernandez did that day. So I've said that over and over and over again. The attorney's statement is very different than my opinion. And if you're talking about James and Trisha, who are representing them, their position and what they're going to fight in court. And by the way, you're innocent until proven guilty.
You are.
Their position is, and I've seen a lot of videos, Savannah Hernandez did make the first physical contact. Now, I am not condoning blowing a whistle in somebody's face either. Now, she was trying to, and I've studied this case extensively. I don't just give an opinion on one video. She tried to push the whistle out of the daughter's hand. In that process, she smacked the daughter in the face. Now, even if that was accidental, that got a reaction. I think most of us would react if we're smacked in the face to defend ourselves. Now, there were mistakes made on both sides. I understand that there were charges that were filed. Never in a million years have I ever condoned violence on either side. Both sides made mistakes. We'll see where the chips fall where they may in the actual case. But I've been very consistent from the beginning. And by the way, I've had interactions with Savannah dating back 3 years. She's a terrible human being. I'm not saying I condone violence against somebody because they're a bad person or because Brian thinks they're a bad person or a fake journalist. But Savannah's also a liar. She's refused to show any medical records of her having a concussion. The next day when she said she had a concussion, she did the Laura Ingraham show, she did the Glenn Beck show, and she did like 4 podcasts, okay? She also fucked over one of my friends at OAN. She did an interview on OAN. They told her not to release the interview yet. She released it. She doesn't care. She just has zero credibility. This is a family who has never been arrested for anything in their life. They've had death threats. They've had people show up to their door saying that the wife and the daughter are going to be raped. The daughter had to go to another school. That man made a mistake. Okay.
Yeah, he did.
But that doesn't mean that the entire family should have to suffer and their lives should be ruined forever. So I will defend them in that category. I don't believe their lives should be destroyed forever. They've lost both their jobs. They have no money. They've had tons of death threats. I don't care who you are. Nobody deserves death threats.
Yeah, it really sucks to shove a poor defenseless woman in the back and knock her down. That is what he did.
So what did I say to defend that?
Well, you're complaining about how they lost their jobs. Maybe you shouldn't do that.
I'm not
out in public.
I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining, sir. I'm giving you context in my opinions. Not in this conversation or any conversation have I defended any form of violence. I've said nobody should put their hands on anybody. I've never condoned violence, whether it be Black Lives Matter or January 6th, or whether it be Charlie Kirk or any of the assassination attempts on Donald Trump. Never once have I ever condoned it. In fact, I've always spoken against it, always. But I gave that family an opportunity to come on to give their side of the story, just like I gave Savannah Hernandez the opportunity. But guess what? Savannah hasn't done any interviews with anybody other than right-wing media. That family did an interview on OAN. They did an interview on my show. If Savannah actually did an interview where she would be questioned or pushed on something in a metaphorical sense, then I would have a little bit more respect for her. But you know what she did? Only right-wing shows, because Savannah is a coward. At least that family was willing to go on right-wing media and answer tough questions. Savannah's not willing to do that because she's an imbecile.
Well, I'll ask you this. One of your biggest things is you said that she hasn't proven that she has, that she had a concussion. She suffered a concussion. Let me ask you this. Since there's going to be litigation, do you think that maybe her lawyers have probably given her instructions not to share those things? Also, furthermore,
can I answer that? Can I just answer that real quickly?
Let me finish my statement and I will let you talk, I swear. Okay? Because I want you to think about this for a moment. As a legal strategy, they probably would tell her not to release that stuff because you don't want that stuff coming out until the actual court case. Because first they're going to do the criminal, then they're going to do the civil. Yes, she probably will sue them into oblivion, which I don't know if they deserve that, but that's neither here nor there. Furthermore, no one owes anyone their medical history unless it is relevant to something of public interest. What the public interest is in this is that someone lost their cool and assaulted an individual who was not doing anything other than existing in a space. I used to do riot coverage and stuff like that. I used to go in the middle of riots. People would assault me and things like that. And I would leave them alone. I wouldn't even say anything. I would just film.
Yeah. Can I ask you something about that?
She wasn't doing that. She was asking questions. Yes, go ahead.
I just want to make sure you're consistent. I understand your statement about somebody being pushed to the ground. You would agree with me that you're not a hostage or a patriot if you beat a cop, right?
I'm sorry, what?
I want to know if you will call out all forms of violence for the people that beat cops on January 6th, who Donald Trump called patriots and hostages, and now there's a slush fund. You would agree that that's wrong as well, right?
So I was actually at Jan 6. I actually saw some of the things, and the day that happened, I actually stated that violence that happened at the Capitol was uncalled for and unwarranted, although I do understand why people are upset.
Okay, but Donald Trump called everybody that day hostages and patriots who were convicted. Would you agree with me that if you beat a cop, and there were people that beat cops, there's videos of it, as you know, if you beat a cop on January 6th, you're not a hostage and you're not a patriot. Is that a fair thing to say?
I don't think cops are
civilians
without any means blameless.
So you're not
honestly,
so you're not willing to say that
you can beat a cop and be a fucking patriot. You absolutely can. Now I'm not saying everyone on January. No, I'm not saying everyone on January 6th is a patriot.
No, you can be a patriot against
but you can be a patriot and beat a fucking cop.
You can be a
Cops
patriot
are
against the
fucking
federal
civil
government.
servants, and when they overstep
hold
the
on.
boundaries,
Let me
which I'm not
let me
saying they did on
rephrase my
January
question.
6th.
Let me
You can be
rephrase
a
my
patriot
question.
against the government.
And also,
Hold on,
Brian,
hold on.
there were
Let me-
provocateurs
Hold on,
out on
Let
January
me
6th.
hold on. Let me rephrase my question.
Don't go there.
For the people that in a court of law were convicted based on evidence of assaulting police officers and battery, are those people who were convicted in a court of law based on evidence like video and otherwise, or the people that beat Officer Fanone to a point where he had a heart attack, or for the people that bear sprayed Brian Sitnick, for the people that lost fingers, for the officers, some of them who have traumatic brain injury, and those people, those criminals who were convicted in a court of law, who had the opportunity to defend themselves, those specific people, are those people hostages and patriots?
I believe that the government was a little heavy-handed the way they treated them in their jail.
Okay,
Did treat them as
does
a hostage,
anyone
but I call them
disagree
a
that-
patriot.
does anyone disagree that political violence is
look,
bad on both sides? Is there anyone
The reason why they were so heavy-handed, just like Jason and my good friend of the name of Enrique Tarrio, Joe Biden weaponized the Department of Justice, and
oh my God,
I actually won't even levy that criticism. I will say that it was beyond the normal scope of things that would happen. I don't know Joe Biden's.
Let me just
flat out
to you.
provocateurs in the crowd there on January.
There were
6th.
provocateurs.
The Capitol Police escorted these people into the Capitol.
I will respond to that. I will respond
Okay.
to that.
Okay.
I will
Everyone's
respond to
talking.
that. Somebody just said the Capitol Police escorted them in. Again, somebody that doesn't know what they're talking about. So let me explain that. There were several officers that did allow people to come in. They had two choices. How do I know this? They testified under oath about this. Their two choices were as follows. They had hundreds of people, to them and a few other officers. The two choices were either take out a gun and start shooting people or allow them to come in. What would you rather them do in that situation? I'm actually glad that they didn't take out a gun and they started to shoot.
Flat out. Just
is someone going to bring up the
Flat out
COVID vaccine next? Like, what are we arguing?
Well, no,
this is such a stupid
we
conversation.
can't move
I
past
have a
2020
news
apparently.
update. I have a news update. Matt just conceded. He said, I would have come out sooner, but I had to call my opponent to concede, and it took a while to find him in Tel Aviv, Thomas Massie.
So I will say
here's the
on the
difference.
Massey thing,
Here's the difference.
I'm actually sad for America that Massey
All right,
lost.
Last
He
thing.
is a-
Last
I think
thing
we all
about-
agree.
Last thing about January 6th, and then we can move on, and I'm happy to talk about Massie or whatever else you want to talk about. The difference between me and a lot of other people on this panel, clearly there are a lot of differences. I don't care whether it's a Black Lives Matter protest or January 6th. If it's proven in a court of law that you beat a cop to a pulp, you are not a hostage, you are not a patriot, you are a criminal, a violent one, and you belong behind bars for a very, very long time. I find it very interesting on how
what happens when
aggressive
there's
you are, sir.
provocateurs in that crowd, Brian, at the same time?
That was not proven. They had the right
Well,
to
that's
defend
what
themselves
happened.
and throw
Okay,
evidence.
proven or
You
not
can have
proven,
that. You can
that's
have
what
that
happened.
opinion. You can have that opinion about provocateurs, but here's the bottom line. This gentleman is so upset and angry and wants this guy, Chris, to go to jail, I would imagine, for a while for pushing someone in the back. But then when it comes to officers that are beaten almost to their death, he cannot say immediately, if you beat a cop on January 6th, you're not a hostage and you're not a patriot. You're not a serious person if you can't answer the question that way. We can move on now. Go ahead.
No,
I don't want to talk about it anymore.
The deal about it is, I'm not going to answer it that way because I don't give cops a fucking pass just because they wear a fucking shield and a uniform. Okay, I'm not some
very pro police. Very pro police.
Yeah, but what did they do?
I don't have to be pro police.
Yeah, he
Why
never
should
said he
you
was
be
pro police.
No, but what did they do?
I've
at
never
January
made that
6th,
claim.
though?
Look, I am a combat veteran. I've deployed since Kosovo to every fucking major war that the U.S. has fought. However,
What does
I
that have to do with
call my-
January 6th?
Well, when you want to question people's patriotism, motherfucker, I've actually done things. Unlike
Okay,
you,
so
who sits and
what
talks
about-
on the radio.
Oh, whoa. First of all, let's start from square one here. As much as I dislike J.D. Vance and Ron DeSantis, I don't shit on people's service to their country. I think anybody that serves this country, hold on a second. But the guy that you support and you voted for is the guy who said he didn't respect John McCain because he was captured, and the guy that dodged the military 5 times. So don't you fucking talk to me about patriotism when you vote for a guy who dodges the military 5 times, who calls people
suckers
like you,
and losers.
Suckers and losers.
Wait,
It's
here's
a
the deal.
quote fallacy. It's not an
Here's
argument.
the deal. Well, no. Look, from an actual vet, I don't give a fuck if someone dodges the draft. Bill Clinton.
Well, that's really
was one of my
sad.
favorite. Was
That's
one of my
really
fucking
sad.
favorite presidents.
That's really sad.
Why?
If somebody, okay, I'll give you Donald Trump's example.
Military service is not a requirement.
Hold on. I did not say
Except
that
for the
military
draft.
service. The draft is certainly a requirement. What Donald Trump did is he had his doctor, because the doctor was friends with Fred Trump. The doctor's family have spoken out about this. He made up this bone spurs bullshit. It is a cowardly thing to do. Now, I respect the fact that you serve this country, but you also voted for a guy who lied, who dodged the draft, and according to General
Everyone who's
Kelly,
ever ran for president lies.
Yeah.
Every politician lies. And look, I will tell you this: I'm not defending Trump dodging the draft.
Yeah, the wealthy have been doing the
The deal is Bill Clinton dodged the draft. We've had several draft dodgers.
If somebody lies
For
5 billion times
Christ's
compared
sakes,
to
John Wayne.
times, is that
John
even?
Wayne was one of the biggest cowards during World War II, and all he did was portray.
yeah, but we're
real
talking
men
about
in
the guy
action.
who you support. We're talking about the guy who you support right now. That's why it's relevant to the conversation.
Actually, no, I actually don't support him right now. I voted for him.
Did you
but
vote
I
for
don't
him?
Support him right now.
Okay,
Yes.
so you decided to vote for the guy who called John McCain. He said he didn't respect John McCain because he was a POW. Are you okay with that language?
If you were in the military, you would understand some of the reasons why people might have said.
So
that.
you're defending it.
Okay?
No,
So you're.
I think everyone can have their opinion. I don't
gotta
care
train
how
your
shitty their
funeral,
opinion is.
Not
But-
according to Brian. We have to
I
agree.
hate to break this to you,
Boy.
but John McCain does not have the cleanest record when it comes to his
Yeah.
time in the Hanoi
So
Hilton.
he's a
I don't
right.
know.
So because
I don't care. People can
Okay.
have
well,
shitty
guess what?
opinions.
Oh, guess what? People
You
are
have them,
entitled
and
to
I
have-
still think you're an
people-
all right guy
people-
for
okay.
overall.
Hey, guess what? I'm not running for president of the United States. Okay. I'm not running for public office. Nobody's voting for me. The guy who's the commander in chief and the leader of the free world said he didn't respect somebody because they were captured. All of us should call that out, regardless
And
of what
over
your
70
personal
million
opinions are.
people still voted
regardless,
for him. So obviously, the people don't care either.
Okay. Well, actually, sir, I would disagree with that. There's a lot of people right now that do, and even people that once voted. There's a reason why his approval numbers are in the toilet right now, in the low 30s. And by the way, among independents, they're around 20%. Well, what did you fucking expect?
Yeah, what
from
is
this guy?
Congress approval rate? What is the Congress approval rate with
Oh,
Democrats?
the approval rating from Congress is terrible too. But
It's
if we're talking
lower
about
than
the
Trump,
president,
right?
okay, Donald Trump right now has the lowest approval numbers of any president in American history.
Ever.
Go ahead and give me another one.
Hey, but Brian, there's a lot of people who voted for Trump and don't stand with him now. So you have to allow people to change their opinions in real time. That's what
It's not about.
And they are.
It's not about changing your opinion as far as I don't support him now. I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
The
there's a
point that
lot.
I'm trying to make is these are comments that he made years ago about John McCain. This is a guy who dodged the draft. I think those things are important. Now, I guess people vote differently than me in some cases.
Yeah, I see what you mean. But Jason said that Clinton and a lot of them other did, and he also said that
I wouldn't vote for Bill Clinton. I don't defend Bill
Clinton.
Clinton.
That was
I
his
think
favorite president. So obviously, even before Trump was even in the picture, he was consistent with his.
Yeah. So
his
here's
view on that.
here's my. If you want my opinions on Bill Clinton, here's what I would say to that. If Bill Clinton ran for office right now, I would not vote for him unless he was up against Donald Trump. Like Donald Trump, I think Bill Clinton's a bad guy who did some horrible things to kids. It would not surprise me one bit. I think he's done some horrible things to women. Now, as far as policy-wise, he's the last president that left us in a surplus. And from a fiscal responsible standpoint, he was a very good president. But I think he's a really bad guy. It's part of the reason why I didn't vote for Hillary. And I made a mistake. But I'm not a Clinton fan. I never have been. I'm not a fan of Hillary. I'm not a fan of Bill Clinton. If people do and say the things that Bill Clinton has done, in my opinion, or the things that Donald Trump has done, I don't want them to be the leader of the free world. And I don't curl myself into a pretzel making excuses for things they've done.
But you know,
have a
Clinton
legitimate
left us in a
question.
surplus because he opened everything up to China, which is part of our problem now. In
Well,
many ways.
no.
Yes, he
Let's
did.
be honest. Nixon actually started that snowball. But one last question for you,
Started
Brian,
the
and then I'm
snowball and did
going.
the majority of the actual money change is different.
in
Do you
the-
like your boots plain or do you lick your boots with cream and
No,
sugar?
please, come on, dude, come on. For the 2028 presidential election, who do you like and why?
That's actually a good question. I'm so used to asking people that question.
I'm going for Jon Stewart.
That'd be great. I wish Michelle Obama ran, but speaking of Kamala, real quickly,
You're joking or serious?
Oh my! Some of you guys think that all I do is vote to the left, or I'm a liberal.
Are you joking or serious? I can't tell if you're joking.
Hold on. Let me be serious for a moment. I spoke with Kamala Harris 2 weeks ago in Las Vegas, and after I left that event she had in Las Vegas, I did a video that went viral, and I said this verbatim. I said if Kamala Harris is the answer in 2028, we're all fucked. And I was called a racist, and I was called a lot of things from people on the left. The reason why I said that is because I don't think she's a good candidate. I think there are better candidates out there. I like Wes Moore. I wish Michelle Obama would run. I do think Josh Shapiro would be a good candidate. Unfortunately, I think a lot of people wouldn't vote for him because he's Jewish. I like Pete Buttigieg. I think a lot of people wouldn't vote for him because he's gay. It's really a sad state of affairs, but I do think that there are a lot of candidates out there that I certainly would support. I think Gavin Newsom has his personal issues. I don't think he's the greatest guy in the world. Right now, it would probably be Gavin Newsom versus J.D. Vance. Yeah, I'd vote for Gavin Newsom. It'd be an anti-J.D. Vance vote. But
wait, why is J.D. Vance a worse person than Gavin Newsom?
Can I tell you? Can I tell you why?
Worst president. I'll answer that.
No, you said you shouldn't vote to someone that's a bad person, but you said you would vote for Gavin Newsom over JD.
Right. Well, you guys always talk about the lesser of two evils, and let me tell you something.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm going to answer your question. Back in 2006.
Sorry.
Bless
you.
you.
Sorry.
Bless you.
I didn't hit the mute button in time.
That's okay. Back in 2016, I did not vote for Trump or Hillary. The reason why I didn't is because I didn't like either of them. And I made a mistake. Even though I'm not a Hillary Clinton fan, I should have voted for her. If we're talking about bad people, I said Gavin Newsom has a lot of personal issues in his life. I don't think he's a great guy. I didn't say he was a horrible guy. J.D. Vance, I'll give you an example of why I wouldn't vote for J.D. Vance if we're talking about horrible people. So as you know, J.D. Vance's wife comes from Indian descent, right? Mm-hmm. You remember that whole big balls controversy where you had that imbecile go on social media. He said a lot of racist things, and he said some racist things about people who are Indian. J.D. Vance was one of the first people who defended big balls and said he deserves another chance. J.D. Vance was the guy who made up the lie they're eating the cats and eating the dogs. J.D. Vance is the guy who said Donald Trump could be the next American Adolf Hitler. Not only is he a phony, he's a liar, and he doesn't defend his own wife.
And that's not his name.
So he's a bad person? He's worse than what Gavin has done because of those three things?
I would say, I can give you more examples policy-wise, but I would say I don't want Gavin Newsom to win. I don't want J.D. Vance to win. I'm only giving you the scenario. If it was Gavin Newsom versus J.D. Vance, I would vote for J.D. Vance. I wouldn't be happy about it. I'm sorry, Gavin Newsom I'd vote for. I wouldn't be happy. I misspoke. I wouldn't be happy about it. I want somebody else in there.
Well, so who do you want? That's really the question. Not the polling.
My dream ticket.
Who does Brian Shapiro want right now?
If the elections were tomorrow, somebody that I think can win, or somebody that I think probably won't win, but I would want to see them as president.
No. Who you want, sir? So it's not. Sure. I'm not probability of winning. Brian Shapiro's dream ticket.
I would probably want Josh Shapiro and Wes Moore. Josh Shapiro as president, Wes Moore as vice president. There are a lot of Republicans.
Even with all the controversies that Josh Shapiro has had in the state of Pennsylvania, all the controversies, the cover-ups, the rape cover-up that he did for the high school
and
everything. Yeah.
So as far as that cover-up is concerned, that's never been proven. I would also tell you that his polling is extremely high, and the polling is even good among Republicans in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, in Pennsylvania, he's very well liked. Yes, definitely.
Yeah, he's a good governor, so he knows how to govern. He's very well liked. I believe Josh Shapiro would be a really good president, and I really like Wes Moore. If I thought Wes Moore had a chance, I would run to the voter booth. I think he's an extremely intelligent, well-spoken guy, a good governor. So those would probably be my top two. I wish Michelle Obama would run. I think she's a very intelligent lady, and I think she'd be a great president, but she's not going to run. So that's the best.
Why do you think she'd be a great president? Just out of curiosity.
Why do I think Michelle Obama would be president?
It's your question.
Well, Well, for a lot of different reasons. First of all, extremely intelligent. I think off the charts intelligent. I also believe that she aligns with policies that I agree with. I remember when she was the first lady, she spoke a lot. And I think that Michelle Obama would be very similar, at least in my opinion, to like a Wes Moore type of candidate. But it's not going to happen. It's a wet dream because it's not going to happen. She's not going to run.
She's not interested. She don't want that anymore, right?
Right.
So,
And I can respect that. But if you ask me the two people that my ticket, it would probably be either Wes Moore for president with Josh Shapiro as vice president. I thought Kamala did a horrible pick, by the way, with Tim Walz. I don't think Tim Walz is a bad guy. I thought he did terrible in that debate, and I don't think he was the right candidate. Josh Shapiro did not want to be the VP. He chose not to. They didn't not pick him. I know this for a fact. Josh Shapiro did not want to be VP.
I don't think Kamala Harris really got to pick. She was kind of put in there. I mean, she's an actor in general. She was raised in Canada.
I blame Joe Biden.
I don't want anyone.
Didn't Biden say he was picking a black woman?
Allow me to interrupt for just a moment, gentlemen, if you don't mind. B Sharp, also known as Kraut, sent this in earlier, and I do apologize. It was supposed to be a boot, and I didn't realize it at the moment. But he wants a little more time with Mr. Shapiro to see if he holds everyone to the same standards. And Shaman, he chose you to boot to the back for his seat back. Salute.
I'm going to go. So to spare Shaman, Brian, thank you for your time.
Thank
Sarah,
you. Good conversation.
For bringing me on. Y'all have a wonderful night, and as always, God bless.
Thank you, Jason. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it.
See you, Jason.
Well, that only spares Shaman if the other guy's next in line.
By the way, just for the record, I would say Joe Biden absolutely screwed this country and he ruined his legacy. He should have stepped down much sooner. We should have had a primary. And I think there would have been a different outcome and we would have had a different president if Joe Biden had said he was going to be a one-term president and a year before stepped down. I will always be pissed off at Joe Biden for doing that. I don't blame it all on Kamala. I don't think she was a great candidate, but she only had 3 months to campaign.
I blame it on the party.
Wait,
You mentioned the cackle, right? It is important because it's too annoying to listen to. Like you could listen to Obama talk all day. You could listen to Bill Clinton talk all day. But that cackle is annoying, and it hurt her.
It's not the cackle itself; it's her being fake. Shapiro,
like it wasn't a factor. It is a factor. She's like, it's like nails on a chalkboard.
She's fake. Like
Shapiro.
She's raised in Canada. This like fake persona. She's like the biggest. It's outrageous.
All she wanted to talk about was her grass and how nice her trees and her middle class lifestyle and all this other bullshit. That's all she wanted to talk about. She had no real policy. She was the border czar. She opened the border with the auto fucking pen and caused the problems in this country today.
Question from Mr. Tom Carpenter. He can't go to bed yet. He's been trying. He's been telling us all night that, okay, I'm out. Good night. Okay, I'm out. Good night. He keeps coming back for more. Question from bed for Brian. If Condi Rice ran rep against Hillary, would you vote Condi?
Republican.
Maybe. I'd have to think about that. Maybe. That'd be a tough decision for me. I'd have to think about that. By the way, Mayorkas was the border czar. It was never Kamala Harris. The vice president is a policymaker. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Brian.
Okay, so I've been pretty quiet. So I got a question. Why in the fuck would you ever think that Gavin Newsom would ever become the president of the United States? What, do you want the whole United States to be this Green New Deal? Billions and billions of more dollars disappear like he's doing in California?
What was your question? I'm sorry.
Why would you ever say or want, if you did, right? If you did want Gavin Newsom as the president of the United States instead of J.D. Vance? Answer that.
Sure. First of all, I believe in the woman's right to choose. I believe that we need to
fuck your woman's right to choose.
Okay. Well, either you're going to let me answer your question. Either you're going to let me answer your question and shut the fuck up, or I'm not going to answer. Then shut the fuck up and don't interrupt me. How about that?
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
Speed gates.
No.
Okay. I'm giving you
No.
policies where I agree with Gavin Newsom. Okay, so be quiet. I will start over again. I believe in the woman's right to choose. I believe if J.D. Vance is reelected, the entire country, abortion will be illegal. I believe in not giving the biggest tax breaks to the top 1%, which is what the Trump administration did, and J.D. Vance has backed it 100%. I do believe Gavin Newsom would give tax breaks to middle class and people that are struggling living paycheck to paycheck. I also am getting tired of people attacking brown people and people throwing away our Constitution. J.D. Vance is totally okay with not giving undocumented immigrants in this country due process. In our Constitution, it says any person, not any citizen. I will give Gavin Newsom credit for that. He's been very consistent on that issue in helping people that are struggling. I believe if J.D. Vance is president, I don't think he would be as extreme as Donald Trump is, but J.D. Vance has backed Donald Trump even on this $1.7 billion slush fund, which is insane. It's corruption at the highest level. So I believe J.D. Vance, as far as being fiscally responsible, he would not. Every Republican gets us deeper into the deficit. Donald Trump got us $8.2 trillion deep first go around. It's going to be worse this go around with the war. So I don't believe Gavin Newsom would get us into another ill-advised war. As much as you might dislike Gavin Newsom, I don't believe he'd get us into a war. J.D. Vance seems to be all in with this war in Iran.
Why don't we call him James
of
Bowman, his real name, not his third name he changed it to?
That's
He's a
also
fraud.
true. I'm not a
Okay,
big
and
Gavin
the second
Newsom fan.
question, and the second question I have: what is your problem with Ron DeSantis?
It's DeSantis. It's DeSantis. So let's
What
try
I
to
said.
pronounce his name
Answer
right.
the question.
Okay, I am, but just try to pronounce his name right. So what is my issue with Ron DeSantis? Well,
Yeah, what's your fucking problem?
He takes credit. First of all, he takes credit for Joe Biden policy. I can give you a number of policies where America did much better with some of Joe Biden's policies, and DeSantis voted against that, number one. I think Ron DeSantis, and I think Republican poll numbers prove this, he's not a very likable guy. It's the reason why Donald Trump didn't even hire him and put him in the administration. And I believe the scandal that he is in or was in with his wife is the reason why his wife isn't going to be the governor. She would have been the governor. She would have been the front runner. And they stole money from the healthcare coverages that they had in that state. And Ron DeSantis knew exactly what he was doing. One day he's pro Donald Trump. The next day he's anti Donald Trump. When he was running for president, when he was running for office, I should say, it was Ron DeSantis that was attacking Donald Trump every day, just like the Ted Cruzes of the world and the Marco Rubios of the world. They are phony. Ron DeSantis is a phony blowhard. It's why he's polling so bad with Republicans. He would have no chance to win the presidency, and I don't think he will ever be even close to becoming the president of the United States. I think he's a bad dude. I think he's a guy, while I respect his service to the country, it's about the only thing I respect about him, and I think he's done a terrible job.
And before anybody responds, hold on
correctly-
just a second. If Ayotin wanted to use this credit as a boot, she wants to get for the win out of here, and she wants to bring up our darling Clay. He gave up his seat earlier so kindly to allow other people to come up, and he's been patiently waiting backstage. Clay, I thank you so much. That was incredibly generous of you. And Ayotin couldn't live without Clay on screen. Ayotin says, I live in California. We've done poorly enough that a lot of Democrats are starting to look at Steve Hilton like, any thoughts on that?
Yeah. Steve Hilton is a guy just like a Pete Hegseth who had his weekend show on Fox News. See, here's my problem with Steve Hilton. And again, and I would use the term Trump mushroom gobbler when it comes to Steve Hilton. These people, they talk about fraud. I've had a conversation with Steve Hilton. He talks about fraud 24/7. And then when I bring up fraud and the people who Donald Trump has pardoned, he doesn't want to talk about it. And here's a guy, let me be very clear on this. I will never vote for anybody who will not admit that Joe Biden won a free and fair election, okay? Because he's a Trump mushroom gobbler. He needed the Trump endorsement. I don't think he's going to win California. But I will say this. There's a lot of people on the left that are really bad candidates as well. I don't understand why Kamala didn't run for governor of California. I think that would have been a wise decision on her part. I don't understand what she's doing traveling the country. If she thinks she has a chance to win, she has no chance. I think she should have run for governor of California. I think she would have beaten somebody like a Hilton. So I don't know if I think Tom Steyer's probably the favorite. Obviously, he has boatloads of money. Again, when I use the term Trump mushroom gobbler, it means anybody that can't criticize Trump for literally anything. Steve Hilton was asked 7 times on MSNBC a few weeks ago, who won the 2020 election? He wouldn't answer the question. He's an imbecile, and I hope he loses because I think California is going to be in deeper trouble if he wins.
They're already in deep trouble. Answer me this. Do you know where all this money went that was supposed to fund this railroad or whatever the fuck it was? Where did that money go?
That was the high-speed rail.
The high-speed rail. Thank you.
The high-speed rail didn't pass the last phase. It's my understanding. So if it didn't pass, I don't know. I wish
it passed the first phase. Where's the money?
It did, but it had to pass. There was more phases that it needed to pass in order for it to be a done deal. My understanding is it didn't pass the next phase. You're right. It did pass that first phase, but it ran into obstacles, and I have no idea. I don't live in California. I don't cover local politics in California, but
no, I understand, but I'm giving you example. I'm giving you an example that Newsom is a part of that first phase, all that money.
I've made it clear. Gavin Newsom wouldn't be a top 10 pick for me, but I'm just giving you the reality because you asked me. If the elections were held if the elections were held tomorrow, right? I'm not saying this would be my choice, but if the elections were held tomorrow, it would probably most likely be Gavin Newsom versus either Marco Rubio or JD Vance. Right now, listen, there's a lot that can change.
We are all fucked.
Listen, I agree. We need better candidates, but listen, the elections are 2.5 years out, right? A lot can change between now and then. I'm just giving you the reality of where we're at right now. I'm not saying I want that to happen. I gave you other candidates that I think are much better candidates than Gavin Newsom. But
okay, so I understand your stance on Newsom. I understand your stance on Newsom. So then we could agree that if Newsom, as we speak right now, were to become the president of the United States, would you concede or would you say that within the first year or two, the United States would be California in its entirety?
No, because the reason why I would say no is because you look at California and how many people live in that state. There are very different standards of your job when you're the governor of California than when you're the president of the United States. So I would not make that assertion that because, for example, we could talk about the homeless issue, right? We could talk about per capita, what people in California are facing and the high prices when it comes to gas, even before the war. There are different things that you have to deal with as a governor of a huge state like California than being the president of the United States. So I wouldn't make that assumption that Gavin Newsom would be a horrible president. I wouldn't concede that. I'm not saying that he's my first, second, or third pick, but there are different challenges in running in the state of California than there would be being the president.
Challenges that he caused.
Allow me to interrupt for just a moment, folks. To those on my end, you know the drill on that dono goal. You've got 17 minutes left to figure it the fuck out. Okay, I did not get out of bed to sit here and look pretty. All right.
But you do.
So naturally. Brian.
Delphil also says, hey, Brian, what are the 3 laws of logic and how do you ground your ethics? That's a good question, actually. That's a very common one here.
Yeah. So I get my...
Got muted.
Oh, yeah, you must have hit the button.
Rookie
must
mistake.
be George Soros.
×2. Second time.
I did that on Pierce Morgan, too. It was embarrassing. By the way, I'm in a new place that I just moved into, so I'm testing. So you're kind of like my guinea pigs here. So thank you. I'm trying to remember what the question was now. Oh, the
laws of logic.
On the screen.
Yeah. So I'm not a philosophical debater. I never have been. And that's a question that if you're asking me where I get my ethics from or where I get my worldviews from, I'm not a religious person. I get it from my parents, the way I was raised. Everybody uses that worldview. Where do you get and a lot of them use their religion. And I don't care where people get their worldviews from. I remember I was in a debate with Jay Dyer, right? This was like maybe 3 or 4 months ago. And I just tried to get him to admit that murder is bad. And I said, probably billions of people have died because of religion. Why? Because they think their religion is superior to others. And I just said, can we agree that murder is bad? And then he got into his philosophical thing about, well, that's just subjective. That's your opinion. I'm like, dude, it's not worth a conversation. I'm not a philosophical debater. My job is to talk about the news of the day and the news of the week. So if you want to know where my worldview comes from, it's very simple. It comes from my parents. I don't hide behind religion, and I don't hide behind a book. I look up to my parents because they're wonderful people. It's the way they've raised me. My mom is a New Yorker who tells it like it is in your face. My dad's got a great sense of humor. And if I take a little bit of that, and my dad is a wonderful man, my parents have never been in trouble with the law before. They're great people. They're hardworking people. My dad was a chemist for decades. My mom was a physical education teacher. So that's where I get my worldview from. If you want to talk about logic, it's probably the same guy who thinks the 2020 election was stolen. So
I would like to talk to you about something that you said, Brian. I'm surprised nobody called you out for it. I got two questions to ask you, and then I kind of want to see if you hold everybody to the same standards. The first thing, correct me if I'm wrong, you said Donald Trump called, was it John McCain a loser because he was a POW?
His direct quote is, I tend not to respect people. John McCain was captured. I tend not to respect people who were captured. That's the direct quote.
He said I like winners.
That's actually wrong. You can look it up. He said he didn't respect him because he lost the election. Now, he did make a comment about him being a POW. He said
correct.
He's trying to. It wasn't that he was a loser, though. You lied about that, or you're missing.
He did.
No.
No. Let me finish.
But I didn't
He
use the
said
term
about
loser.
him being a POW that he didn't respect him for being a POW.
Correct.
He didn't
Correct.
call him. He didn't call him a loser.
No, I didn't say he called John McCain a loser. I said suckers and losers.
I just asked you.
You
That's what
said
you
it
said.
again.
Yeah.
No, you guys got to pay attention.
No.
Oh, because you
comment
said
that I was-
suckers too. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
You got to let me explain.
There's two different incidents, you dumbasses.
Right. Exactly. They don't understand. Thank
Shut
you,
up,
sir.
Fatty.
So no, hold on a second.
No
man.
fucking
He's
clue,
right.
bro. At least know what you're fucking
gotta let
talking
me-
about.
All right,
before
go
you
ahead,
take it.
Shapiro, because I got one more question
Brian.
for you.
Go ahead, Brian.
So this is really important because
Retarded.
that gentleman is correct. So the term suckers and losers, I was referring to General Kelly, who's a 4-star general, who claimed that Donald Trump called all men and women who've served this country suckers and losers. The separate incident with John McCain was I was referring to him saying he didn't respect John McCain as somebody who was captured. Those are two completely different topics, and that gentleman is correct. I've been very clear on that. I've talked about this for
All
years.
right.
For people that weren't.
So I got one more thing for you.
I pulled up the quote just real
I got
quick.
one more
In
thing for you.
2015, he said he's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured. But
Exactly.
in that
Exactly.
same exact night, he also called him a loser, and and most people say it was referring to that. So it was the same exact night.
No.
And then there was
Brian, I got another question for you, and then I kind of want to see if you hold everybody's same standards. You said Trump or JD Vance lied about people eating chickens and ducks and cats and dogs. Take your time, bro.
Muted again.
All right. It's muted.
Yeah.
He's in a
Yeah, I didn't. JD Vance said they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. And what it turned out to be was there was a woman who lost her cat. She called 911. She claimed that people ate her cat, and then she found her cat 2 weeks later. She did an interview. There has been no direct evidence other than JD Vance claiming that his constituents claimed that they saw minorities eating cats and dogs. The local police department said that they had no reports. The local mayor said it wasn't true, and the governor said it wasn't true. It was a fabricated story to get, unfortunately, people to believe that are ill-informed that minorities are stealing your pets and they're eating them in the park. There was one case of somebody, a white man, who I think last I checked was cooking up ducks in the park. One white dude who did it. They weren't undocumented immigrants that were doing it. And a woman started this whole thing by claiming that her cat was eaten by somebody, and then her cat was found 2 weeks later. So that was a lie.
Now,
it was a made-up lie.
I'll give you that Trump said cats and dogs. One of the things I hate about Trump, he doesn't know how to articulate what he thinks. That's why I loved it when JD Vance won against Waltz. He clarified, and there's witnesses that lived in what was it, Ohio or Idaho, wherever the hell it was. The mayor, the governor, the police, they aren't going to admit people are eating the ducks. but there are witnesses living in that said the Haitian immigrants are literally rounding up the animals, mainly ducks, and using them as sacrificial.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Let's talk about that.
Well, they're doing that in Miami
Hold
with
on.
chickens.
Hold on. Let's talk about that. So your evidence for the vice president, or at the time wannabe vice president, and Donald Trump saying that they're all eating the cats and the dogs. The only evidence that you can provide is there are several people that made claims. No police report, no video evidence, nobody arrested, nobody cited. So your entire evidence that you're defending Donald Trump and J.D. Vance spreading this story is that several people claimed it. Do you realize how ridiculous?
I wasn't defending Trump. I even said Trump needs to articulate.
Your suckers and losers comment was from one.
I'm never gonna get that song out of my head. Anytime somebody says they're eating the cats or dogs, they're eating the cats. They're eating that Trump remake.
He said it like it was an emergency,
that shit
remember?
was hot.
He was
like when they
everyone was like, oh my God.
I listened to that shit on repeat. I was jamming.
By the
out.
way, that is a great
Genius
song.
move.
I know this. By the way, when J.D. Vance was asked about it multiple times, the only evidence he provided was, well, some of my constituents called in and claimed it. That's not evidence. By the way, if you're doing that, it's illegal. The cops are called out. Cops aren't covering up for people, dude. Okay, not in this situation.
And you're saying Trump called Marines suckers and losers based on one witness testimony with no evidence.
Yeah.
General. Okay,
so you're gonna be consistent or no?
Yeah. Sure. So we have a So I think there's a difference between a 4-star general who worked for Donald Trump in the Oval Office, who made that claim, okay, and random people who call into J.D. Vance's office that are probably racist.
Yeah, but Brian, everyone else who was in that meeting,
they were on the news. They weren't random.
Racist. Only one man made that claim, and all the other people, no one confirmed it. That's the problem with.
Well,
that.
guess what? Guess what? Here's why. Okay, so there's a history. Here's why I believe General Kelly. Okay, you can say, "Oh my God," or you could actually take the MAGA wax out of yours and try to listen. I'm very consistent. 4-star
general statements against groups of people.
Hold on. So here's the term. Here's the reason why I believe General Kelly. We were just talking about the statements that he made about John McCain, the statements he made about Colin Powell after Powell died, the statements he made about a Purple Heart recipient in Robert Mueller, who said, quote, "I'm happy he's dead," the day after. Donald Trump has a history of being jealous of real heroes. And as I've said before, and I say again, if you serve this country honorably, you are a hero. He has some weird jealousy fetish, and he has a history. When you have random people, and that's what it was, by the way, J.D. Vance admitted it, random people, his constituents, who left voicemails with no evidence other than they're eating the cats and dogs. That's different than a 4-star general who served this country honorably, who risked his life, who worked under Donald Trump as a hero.
Brian, you're lying again.
Brian, remember when Biden claimed that there were 50 former intelligence agents that all confirmed Russiagate? They all people in high positions make claims across the board. You remember?
When did I defend that? Did I defend that?
I'm not saying you.
Did I defend that?
You could trust them.
I'm bringing
you
up
want
a
consistency,
point.
right?
I'm bringing.
You should trust
I'm
those
not
people.
talking about you. I said, remember when that Biden in that 2020 debate said that over 50 intelligence agents confirmed the authenticity.
Because there was. Because there was. Do you know that there was Russian interference, or do you not understand that?
Well, I don't consider. I'm very familiar with the evidence that in the.
Was there
claim.
Russian interference? Yes or no?
I don't think there was remotely close to what they presented it.
Hold on. Let's talk about.
And again, I told you
that was about.
I wasn't a supporter.
That was about Hunter Biden's laptop.
Let me respond. Let me respond about that. What I'm about to say has nothing to do with Hunter Biden's laptop.
No,
yeah,
no.
Hold on.
Let me respond.
Go ahead, Brian. At least for the clarification.
Hold on. You just talked about Russian interference. Let me respond to it.
We do got to give Brian a chance to talk. It is like 6 heads versus 10.
I'm not playing whataboutism, Brian. I'm saying.
Let me respond to what you just said.
Okay.
The claim of Russian interference was proven. Now, do I think it overturned the outcome? No, I don't. But it was proven that they hacked on Facebook and they did interfere. Now, again, am I saying that it overturned? Or am I an election denier? No, I'm not. I think it had very little outcome over that election.
It was like 1.5 million.
That's not what it was about. You guys are confusing the case. This was about Hunter Biden's laptop story. The 51 CIA.
He just said Russian interference.
He got it wrong. Okay. It's about the Hunter Biden laptop story when those 51 people came out. That's no. It's,
Yeah, I
you're-
missed.
you're getting
Yeah, you're right. Sorry. I
Okay, well,
misframed
you
it,
said
investigate.
okay. Well, you
I
said
framed
you
it
said
wrong. You're
Russian
right.
interference,
Yeah,
so I
exactly.
wanted to
I know.
talk about that.
Yeah, so that's
So
why
if
it
we're
makes me
talking
feel
about
worse, because we know the
we're-
Hunter Biden
All right.
story, it was wrong. So you're saying that we
Okay,
should believe
so-
them because they're 4-star generals.
Wait,
and experts.
wait.
So
What did they say about the Hunter Biden laptop? I'm sorry.
that it wasn't real and it was
that was a
hacked
fraud.
Russian
So
disinformation.
what did we find? What would we find that was confirmed in a court of law that was in the Hunter Biden laptop?
No, was it real? Was the laptop real? That's what they said. It wasn't real.
No.
Hunter Biden
Okay,
said
that's
it
what
was
it
his
said.
laptop. No,
What
Hunter
they?
Biden.
What, no.
No. The agents that
Hunter
you're talking
Biden-
about said
Hunter
that
Biden
it wasn't
yes.
real.
Okay, so when they
Hunter-
said
was
it
before it
wasn't
was
real, I remember this story. There were people that claimed that Hunter Biden was with underage girls. There were people that claimed all this stuff about Hunter Biden that wasn't proven in the laptop. They were conspiracy theories. I had, who's the woman who just got out of jail? Tina Peters. She did my show and she said she had the Hunter Biden laptop. The point being, there were a lot of people out there that spread a lot of rumors about this supposed laptop, and it was never proven.
That's not
So
what the letter
it's not
said. That's not what the letter said. You're talking about something that the letter did not say.
What letter?
The letter from the 51 agents, the past
Former
experts
intelligence
that we're
agents.
talking about. Yes,
Yeah.
they came out and said everything that was being reported about the Hunter Biden laptop was fake, and it's all Russian
The whole
disinformation.
thing.
What
They
specifically?
The pictures
And
that were coming out.
what specifically were they referring to? What was
The
reported?
whole thing. They rebuked the whole thing. My only
there was
point was-
pictures that were coming
And what
out.
was proven?
point
And what
was
was proven?
everyone
What
lies
was
on
ever?
both sides.
What was ever proven?
It was proven that
in
the
Hunter
pictures
Biden
were
laptop?
actually from the Hunter Biden laptop.
Where?
So what?
Where
when they
was
said-
that
The only
proven?
thing that was proven
Where?
is that he had a
But
gun
it was
when he
proven
was
from the
supposed
FBI.
to.
They released
Correct.
it.
Correct. So here's let me explain to you what was proven, and that gentleman is correct. Here's what was proven. Hunter Biden had an unloaded gun illegally for 13 days. Hunter Biden lied on his taxes. Hunter Biden was prosecuted for that. That's the only thing that was proven. Do you know what Hunter Biden is doing right now? Do you know what he's doing right now with his life?
Doing interviews with
Talking
Tim
about
Jones,
this
selling
wasn't the point of
paintings for
bringing this up.
$500,000.
You're
Okay,
all
well,
talking.
nothing was proven in the Hunter Biden laptop in a court of law. What I'm trying to show you guys is that what you're making claims of something that you think was in there because you saw some pictures on the internet.
No.
That doesn't prove anything. So I don't even know why you're bringing up Hunter
No,
Biden.
Brian,
by the
I
way.
brought it up specifically
MTV
only to
showed
say
a
that we
big-ass
can't
box.
just
Did you see that thing?
believe people because they have specific titles because they lie on both sides. That's all I was saying. I'm not playing whataboutism.
Okay.
I don't like
Well,
Hunter Biden in order.
If it was just one comment that somebody alleged that Donald Trump made, then maybe I would have some reservations. Here's
The
why I
general,
believe
you were
Gen-
defending that this general,
Yeah,
four-star
but
general. and I
here's
was
why.
like, yeah.
Here's why I'm defending him, because Donald Trump has a history that we've talked about on this show tonight. A
Sure.
history of going after people who have served.
Agreed.
And at Arlington Cemetery, do you remember the spectacle that he did like a year ago? It was despicable.
No, that was
And he-
fabricated.
The fact that
He got
went to
permission from the
cemetery and
family, by the
filmed
way.
cemetery
By the
was
way, that's not
fabricated.
how it works. No, hold on. Whether you get permission,
You're fabricating
from a
controversy.
Hold on.
I don't
Whether
care.
you get okay, I know you don't care, but I'm still going to say what I'm going to say.
I know you are
You don't-
because you're a
just
fucking
because-
moron.
Fucking
Okay,
patriot,
okay.
right?
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
all right,
Okay,
all
let me
right, all
explain. Let me explain to the guy who's spurging out real quickly. It doesn't
Yes,
matter.
please
based
tell
on-
us more lies.
Please,
Go on.
if you can just be quiet. And by the way, if
I
you
could,
can
but
Nobody's
prove that I'm
working,
lying-
bro.
Hold on.
If
Go
you
ahead,
can
Ryan.
prove that I'm about to lie here, then I'll
I
pay
can
you
prove you
$100
already
for it,
lied to us.
Okay, so why don't you shut the fuck up and let me talk?
No, I won't
okay?
shut the fuck up. How about you make me, Brian?
All right, then
Let
I'm
me
gonna leave.
let me
here
read
you
some
go.
money.
Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna
Leave.
read.
Leave.
I'm going to read money, and you can all shut the fuck up now, okay? Del Phil says a big five. Says thank you for not answering the question. Your worldview is hollow, and that was regarding the three laws of
Don't care.
logic, which I don't care either.
Don't care.
Because
Don't care.
Del Phil likes to send money just to say mean things or whatever. So, but thank you,
Yeah.
Del Phil. I appreciate it very much. So.
I want to just real quickly, if I can, talk about Arlington Cemetery because that was brought up. So there are rules at the cemetery. Just because a family gives somebody permission doesn't mean that it's allowed. The rules at Arlington Cemetery are laid out. You could look them up online, and that was a big part of this controversy. Just because a family says, oh, we'll allow the president to have this celebratory party, political party, whatever you'd like to call it. Okay, you can look up the Arlington Cemetery rules and the rules that were broken. They were broken there. Now, if anybody would like to make a wager with me, since the gentleman thinks I'm a liar, then I'll gladly make a wager with you, any amount of money, that the Arlington Cemetery rules do not, somebody's family that says, oh, it's okay, we can break the rules. That's not how it works,
Brian. He's the commander in chief, and the U.S. Army has that ground.
Fucking deal.
All the five-star generals. So you
under the executive branch.
No, they don't.
The president
Why
is
are
the
you all
supreme
talking?
executive
I can't.
Fallen
I'm
soldiers.
sorry.
They're all
I'm sorry.
spurting out.
Why are we all retarded tonight?
Because we have an idiot on panel.
I know. I
soldiers.
think
You guys can
everybody's
fuck
acting
less.
like idiots because there's a lot of you that disagree with Brian. So you are all on your same team, but yet you're all talking over each other, so nobody can actually be heard. Now I know my regular panelists know better. You know how to engage. You know how to have the questions and answers and back and forth. I expect better. Do better, please, and thank you. Remember, I got out of bed for this, and I'm happy to fucking do it, and I'm having a grand old time. But I'm not going to sit here and just listen to you all spurg out over each other either. All right.
Yeah, I just want to read something. I just want to read something really quickly because I know all these people are very upset, but I'm just going to read something directly which talks about this incident. August 2024 at Arlington National Cemetery. During the visit, a dispute occurred when Trump's team brought in a photographer and videographer for campaign-related content at the gravesite in Section 60, an area that is reserved for recently deceased soldiers. When cemetery officials told them that they were breaking the rules, 2 Trump staffers allegedly pushed, verbally abused the official. The Trump campaign denied wrongdoing. However, Arlington National Cemetery confirmed that not only did the incident happen, they cited federal laws prohibiting political activity on its grounds. It's a simple fucking Google search for all you people out there that can't spell the word fact.
So
And it's a
allegedly,
simple Google
right?
search to learn that the Arlington Cemetery is governed by the executive branch.
No,
The
the
president of the United
Talking over
States.
each other.
the Army.
You're still talking over each other. Do we want to do the round robin? I can do round robin. We can go one at a time if you want. You each get like 30 seconds for a response to something. If we want to do that, I'm happy to do that. Otherwise, you guys need to unfuck yourselves. Okay. Mr. Tom Carpenter says, I lived in Springfield, Ohio for nearly a decade. Crazy town. And those ducks in the city park are a nuisance. Okay. Going to sleep for real this time, for real. But also I want to let you guys know, Mr. Tom Carpenter did send the big dono for us to continue tonight. However, he gave me the caveat. I can choose whether I want to continue or not. Don't give me a reason to go the other way. Okay. All right. All right.
So I just want to, can I just read a few more things if that's okay?
Yeah, sure.
The visit wasn't to honor the dead, by the way. This was a private event where he blasted Democrat presidential candidate Kamala Harris, the female employee who tried to stop this from happening, was insulted and shoved aside, according to witnesses. The Trump campaign used footage from the event for a TikTok video featuring Trump's voice and music, again, against the rules. The employee who was shoved decided not to press charges. The Army issued a blunt rebuke of Trump's visit and defended the employee. And, you know, these are just, I understand that some of you guys are Trump supporters, but if Joe Biden did something like this, I would call him out as well. It is against the rules of the cemetery in that section. There is no gray area here. They broke the rules.
Doesn't matter. The president makes those rules. It's under the executive branch.
No,
yes,
he
does.
No, he
yes, he
doesn't.
does.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't.
The Arlington National Cemetery is overseen by the executive branch of the United States government.
No,
Who
it's by
rules
the Army.
executive branch?
It's by the Army, and he's
It's
the Army is under the executive branch, idiot.
This guy is unhinged. It's pretty simple.
Sarah, can you bring
I
up
laid it out
the
for you.
thing I've had presented for a while now? Thank you. Oh God, we cannot see that. I'm sorry. Let me zoom that in. I hope that, okay. So you're claiming you don't make blanket statements about anybody like MAGA supporters. Posted today by Brian Shapiro.
Oh,
He
we're
thinks
changing the
the
subject.
dumb MAGA supporters would believe Trump had zero to do with former personal attorney making a deal with Ghislaine Maxwell. Sadly, he is correct. Those who still support Donald Trump are the dumbest America has to offer, period. Don't fucking lie to me and say you don't make blanket statements
Not
about
lying at
people.
all.
You hypocritical lying piece of shit.
Are you gonna let me respond, or are you gonna spurg out? Wow, this guy's lost his mind. So first of all, it's interesting how you just pivoted.
Wait, where'd you go, Ant?
As I think that guy just had a heart attack. As I just gave you facts about Arlington Cemetery. Now, In regards to the statements I made that he is referring to, which it sounded like he was having an aneurysm. He sounds like he's got some anger issues there. Yes, I never made a blatant statement that everybody who voted for Donald Trump is this. I will make this statement now. I think if you still support Donald Trump at this point, and you think he's doing a great job, and in that tweet, you think a $1.7 billion slush fund for some people who beat police officers is a good thing, I think you're a fucking moron. So I hope I made that very clear, sir. And I think you're definitely in that category. And I hope you take your medication and go to sleep.
Oh, there you go.
So you think millions of people are the stupidest people
in
our country?
Sorry about
Millions of
that.
people.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's okay.
So his approval ratings are in the low 30s. So,
Straight up.
So
30% of 400 million.
Let me respond.
Yep.
Let me respond to that. Let me respond to that. Let me know if you want me to. So I'm just going to respond to that. I do believe that if you I still believe that if you are all in with Donald Trump and you're in the cult and you think he's doing a great job and you can't criticize him for anything and you think a $1.7 billion
now you're changing your statement.
Hold on, let him finish at least.
What I've said over and over again, and I'm repeating my statement. Well, if you don't care, then fucking get lost. Okay,
you get lost.
Okay, well, you're here to talk to me.
Hold on. Ant, you usually are.
We got some snowflakes, man.
Ant, you usually are one of my more grounded panelists. What's going on tonight?
This man's a liar. He lied about us. He lied about our faces earlier. I just showed you what you lied about, you fucking piece of shit.
Oh my god.
Fuck you.
Oh,
Ant.
Oh, boy.
It's amazing.
We got some.
Well, hold on. Let me allow me.
Here's a problem you have. You don't know who I am. You don't know my name. You don't know what I look like. But I know who you are.
Up.
Oh my God.
Ant, relax for a second, okay? Even if he's lying, it's nothing for you to get hell-bent over. Show me on the doll, Ant. Show me on the doll why this is upsetting you so much. I love you, Ant. You're always here. You're always grounded, and you're always one of my stronger ones.
He's one of the most calm people usually. I've never seen it.
I know.
I broke him. I broke him.
And here's the
honorary Trump mushroom gobbler of the day to that gentleman right there.
I don't even think
Ant's
whatever name.
That's the problem here, Brian. I think that Ant's pointing out is that you're thinking that everybody's for Trump. Do you realize that there's people up here that aren't for Trump?
I understand that. I never. Where did I say
because you're saying all you here on the panel. You said it about me at that point. Yeah.
You've said it to everybody who disagreed with you.
No, I didn't.
Did
I
just
say
assume because
everybody on the
somebody
panel?
Brian, it does kind of sound like that here and there.
Okay. All right. Stop.
Okay,
Everybody stop for a second. Okay. So my panels are full of all sorts of different people from different perspectives.
Yeah.
So like, for instance, Clay comes from our First Amender community. I don't even think he's pro-Trump or even, I don't even think he's left or right. He's kind of like somewhere off in his own world. Andrew isn't necessarily MAGA, but he's a right-leaning, probably in the conservative arena, but he wouldn't be MAGA. He wouldn't be necessarily.
I'll give Andrew some credit. He seems like the calm one tonight. So
I've been sitting here trying to wait so you would engage with me calmly.
Okay. You've earned that, Andrew.
Spin is definitely MAGA, pro-Trump, everything. Ant's like an atheist. I would say Ant usually says leftist talking points sometimes.
Host, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, host? Have I ever said that I think everybody on this panel is all in MAGA? Have I said that?
I don't know. I've been.
Where do they get this from? What I said
you
was
just said Ant is MAGA.
All you here,
you just said that right now.
All you here.
You're on the left,
I don't care. What I have said, and I'll repeat it again. If you're all in MAGA, I didn't say everybody on this panel was all in MAGA. I said, if you're all in MAGA and you think he's doing a great job and he's a great president, and today you still are all in with him, then yes, I categorize you as an imbecile. I'm not saying everybody on this panel is at that. Now, you can call me an imbecile. I'm not going to have an aneurysm and lose have a vein coming out of my neck and say, I know what you look like. I know where you are. I know what you look. I mean, it's a little insane.
Well, I'll say something here too, Brian.
Condescending,
essentially,
trying
like
to show us, tell us how insignificant we are to you. Looking down your nose at us. I'm telling you, fuck you in your goddamn ear, you piece of shit.
Hi, Ant. Brian, I'd like to.
Hold on. I'm just so shocked because Ant is usually our quietest, most grounded person here.
Can I just say if anything, but nobody else?
Can I just say one more thing? This is the first time anyone has ever said they want to fuck me in my ear. So I give that guy a lot of credit. It's not something that I want you to do to me.
Actually, I said, fuck you in the ear. I didn't say I would do the fucking.
All right. Well, for you to even, I've never heard anybody even use that term. It sounds to me
There's
like
a
you
lot
want
of
to
things
watch
you
it.
apparently haven't heard of. Apparently, like, unfalsifiable is something you've never heard before. Really?
I've never had a man. I've never had a man.
Yeah, I second that. Fuck your ear, Brian.
Really?
Yeah. I've never had a man.
Never had a man. Well, you haven't been to many of.
Here's what I think.
You haven't been to many places.
I think that very calm person who just made that statement, he sounds very stable, is probably having dreams watching another man fuck me in the ear. And if that's your thing, bro, I got no problem with it. If you like gingers bald gingers that hate Donald Trump getting fucked in the ear, and that's your fetish, then go for it, bro. I'm not going to judge you. I wish you luck, bro. I wish you luck.
Here's what I want to know, Ant. Why are you more worked up than Spin right now? Like, this is so switched up. I'm so shocked. Anyways,
because he came into our space and to start
I came into your space.
Shut up for a second.
Okay,
you shut up.
Let me
I will say, hold on, boys, put your dicks away. I will say, like, our regular panelists, Clay, LG's fairly new, but I foresee him coming to join a lot. Uncle Fatty comes here a lot. Kraut's still new, but I foresee him here probably every night. Shaman's been here every night. Ant's been here every night. Spin's been here every night. Andrew comes in probably at least once a week. Yeah, you're a regular. But yeah, this is their space. I will hand that to Ant. This is their space. But we also recognize, Ant, how we also are still overall respectful to our guests. But you feel insulted, so I give you that right to have the conversation if you need to.
Can I?
All I'm saying, listen.
Let him tell us. Let him tell us.
Go ahead, Ant.
All right.
Is he still?
I will be quick.
First of all, gentlemen, this is Sarah's space, not our space.
You are correct.
Yes.
This space belongs to Sarah. Yes, but you came into this space, and all of us regulars are here all the time. You're immediately condescending, trying to big show us, telling us all these shows you've been on, like that's relevant at all to any of the points being made. You know, where you've been, who you've talked to. Like, it's tiresome. Like, we can't have a discussion about the points. We just have to listen to your bibliography. We don't want to leave.
Okay.
You leave.
Well, guess what?
Like
then if the tomato doesn't want me on anymore, then
we want you here.
She has the right.
Yeah, you want to hear? Just show some fucking respect.
No. The guy who just wait, hold on.
Can I say something?
Can I
Number one, none of you, hold on. None of you put me in the middle of this. You are all welcome to my platform. Let's make that clear. Go ahead,
Brian. The guy who just said he wants to watch somebody fuck me in the ears talking to me about respecting people. I find that very ironic.
Around here.
Yeah, you're
Brian, can I point something out? Can I? Because
why are you kink shaming him? I thought you were
really haven't had.
Right? I don't kink shame. I'll kink ask why, but I don't kink shame.
Brian, can I just say real quick, because what Ant's saying, what Sarah's saying, yeah, we come here regularly, and no, we don't want you to go. We like you being here. You know, you do bring your audience, which is wonderful. But you know, probably more of the people who come up here tend to be conservative, but we get all walks of life. Me personally, I lean right, but I'll tell you one thing, I am center, right? So I wanted to ask you something more specific.
Can I just respond real quickly? Real quickly to what you just said. I don't know if any of you have ever watched my show. And by the way, to that other guy who said I was trying to big time people, no, I don't do that. But the reason why I said, have you ever watched my show before, is that I rarely ever have people that I agree with. Once in a while I do. Like tomorrow I have once in a while I like to debate people that I disagree with. I don't like having a love fest and having people on my show that are very anti-Trump. Now tomorrow's an exception. I have Destiny on once in a while, but anybody who watches my show knows I get the furthest people to the right on my show almost on a daily basis.
Why don't you ask, Brian? Why don't you have Spin City News to your side? He is as far right as it can get.
Goodness. Yes,
if you want to really test the waters, that would be great.
You know who I was texting today? I was just texting Jake Lang today. I'm trying to get him on my show. I mean,
Spin City is on a different level.
You know why I do that? You know why I do that? I'll tell you why. First of all, I think it's more entertaining. While we all talk about serious topics, right? We all care. I imagine we are all passionate people,
absolutely,
and that's great. But in my business, right, you have to give people a reason to listen, other than just maybe stimulating talk. I try not to take anything too seriously, but I will be lying if I say I don't mention on the air tomorrow that I was in a debate with somebody and they mentioned an act of somebody with a male piece of work doing something to my ear. I mean, if I don't bring that up tomorrow, I feel like I'm lying to my listeners.
For years.
I feel like, and I'm not,
I love
and I'm
you
not
so
trying to
much.
be, I'm not trying to be condescending. I think it's
I didn't
actually very
invent the
funny.
figure of speech. I didn't invent that expression.
Every
I
time
think
I've
it's
ever
very
heard.
funny.
And in all fairness, I did warn Brian when before we kicked off. I said, "Look, the beginning's going to be pretty good. We'll have a good conversation, back and forth, whatever." I said, "But as the evening goes, once we get over that midnight marker, at least midnight for me, it's the witching hour. It gets more degenerate, right? So you're watching it in live time how it happens." I just want to say hello to Del Phil. Brian, do you feel used, sir? Do you feel like you are keeping my dead channel afloat?
Only with the she's been very nice to me. I only feel used with some of the women I've dated recently, but other than that,
you feel like the rest of us.
And shout out to Dixon gifting out 5 memberships over on Dragon Fist side. Lots of love coming over there on that end. I love that. And actually, I want to hand it over to Andrew because he has been waiting patiently, and he was invited as well. So Andrew,
I was a little hard. I was a little hard on Andrew. Andrew, I apologize as well. I might have been a little hard on you earlier, so I apologize for that.
No problem. I appreciate that, sir.
I apologize, Andrew. I have to step away to use the ladies' room, and I'm going to go make some more coffee. Clay, would you mind taking over for me, sir, and just making sure everybody minds their manners? You know the drill, and you all will be respectful to Clay when he says "shut the fuck up." You do so. Thank you. I'll be right back.
If you're going to the restroom, make sure to clean your ears. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Andrew.
Few tips involved.
Well, no, I wasn't. What I was going to mention to you earlier, it's been a while now, so it's like hard to go all the way back to those points. You had asked a question about Trump. I think I wrote it down, actually. Oh, yeah, it was about the Epstein files and the Iran war. And you were saying, can anyone tell me, like, why he left, why Ghislaine Maxwell is still in that prison, in the cushy prison? And I said, I can give you the reason. And I can also give you the reason why the Iran war is completely logical. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Are you familiar with the National Strategic Defense Plan? It's posted online.
Well, let's go one thing at a time.
Let's start Iran war.
Let's start with Maxwell. Let's try to do one thing at a time. Go ahead.
Sure. Well, it would feel nice to us if we thought the job of the president was to make us happy. But that is, of course, not the job of the president. And our feelings really don't, other than getting them elected, really aren't part of the equation. What the president does want to do is keep, and this isn't, I'm not saying this is right or wrong. I'm saying just objectively, is keep the wealth in America. He wants to keep the wealth here. That is part of his job, and grow that wealth. So if 99% of it is in the Epstein files, guess what, bro? You're not getting it. And that's just, and if Ghislaine Maxwell, and I'm not saying I like that, I hate it.
Okay, but Andrew,
it's just objectively true. And if Ghislaine Maxwell has information on these people, she's getting
Andrew.
That's the reason.
Andrew, here's why I disagree. 5 months ago, Maxwell was sitting with her lawyer in a deposition. Maxwell said, quote, "I'm not giving up any information or any names unless I get a full pardon." At that moment, if Donald Trump and his former personal attorney, Todd Blanche, had sent her back to the other prison, I probably would be inclined to agree with you. But they didn't do that. And I also find it ironic that Blanche, when he spoke to Maxwell, several days later, she was sent into this Club Med facility with a dog, with preferential treatment, with food delivered to her own cell. She's allowed visitors and internet, unprecedented treatment for somebody who is one of the biggest sex traffickers. So Andrew, let me ask you again.
I'm not defending it. I'm just telling you the reason.
Yeah, but that's not a logical reason, because 5 months ago, she literally just said she wasn't giving up any information unless she got a full pardon. So when you hear somebody say that and you're the president of the United States, wouldn't you say, well, screw her, she's not giving up any information? He hasn't, number one, he hasn't even ruled out a pardon. This is one of the biggest sex traffickers on the planet. And if he at least said, no, she's not getting a pardon, at least I'll have a little respect for him. He won't rule out a pardon. Do you know why, Andrew? I'll tell you why.
I just told you why.
It's either one of two things. Either Donald Trump is protecting his pedo friends and or he's protecting himself. It's one of the two. It's the only logical explanation.
Wasn't Epstein charged under the Trump administration in like 2018 when no one else would?
So so give me a reason then. If you think I'm wrong,
well, I'm just
why is
it your reason?
Okay, well,
I would say what's the point of have like, is there any like some crazy like
the charge was in Florida
for having a car? No, I'm not talking about the Florida charges. In 2018 there were other charges under Trump. Yeah, her having a dog somehow completely changed the fact that she's in prison. Like I just don't understand.
Yes. Yeah, so it's more than just it's more than just having a dog, as I mentioned before, and I'll mention again. It's VIP treatment of allowing her to have the internet when guests come, giving them free food. She has food delivered to her room. She's allowed yoga. She's allowed to play tennis. She's allowed in the middle of the night to go out and exercise and do whatever she wants to do. No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't. Wait. And the point that I'm trying to make, if you're a non-violent criminal or you're not a sex trafficker, that would be one thing. But add it all together, my friend. After she said she's not giving up any information, they kept her there. That's
but she said she's not giving up information to them. She didn't say, I'm not threatening information I have on you. Like, that's a totally different thing.
She said,
obviously, if you're in jail, anybody, if you're in prison, but just hear me out reasonably. If you're in prison and you have information that can make your life easier, who's not going to use that information? And she clearly has it. And she's clearly getting an easier life. And about the internet thing, your boy Newsom is giving tablets to all the prisoners and they're fucking jerking off all day.
Which I disagree with. So going back to Ghislaine Maxwell, again, 5 months ago, she said, quote, I'm not giving up any names or information unless I get a full pardon. That's a pretty blatant statement that she made.
That's not the same as I'm not blackmailing you. I'm not. She didn't say I'm not blackmailing anyone.
Do you think? Let me ask you guys a question. Do you think Todd Blanche went over there?
It's a blackmail operation.
Do you really think?
Why wouldn't you blackmail them?
Okay, let me ask you guys a question. Do you really think Todd Blanche went over there to interview her because they care about the victims? Because Todd Blanche has already said there's no new investigations. They're not even looking into anything. Why do you think Todd Blanche went over there?
Parties protecting their own. 100%.
Well, I agree. I agree. I think we all agree.
I think we all agree.
One side there's a little bit more, maybe.
There are prominent people on both sides of the aisle that are in the Epstein files. But here's what I will say: Joe Biden or a Democrat didn't put Maxwell in a Club Med facility. Okay, I believe if you asked Joe Biden if he was president today, which I'm glad he's not, but if he was. If they asked Joe Biden, hey, Joe, will you rule out a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell? Immediately, he would say yes.
Yeah, but they probably pulled Epstein out alive anyway. They took him out of there.
You can't presume these things, Brian, but I understand.
Pardon his son.
They are covering up on both parties.
I'm not saying it's right, Brian. I'm not defending the position. I'm just telling you why they're doing it.
Andrew.
Yeah.
Let me just ask Andrew.
Is the Epstein operation working at the highest level? Epstein getting out of jail and Ghislaine getting a cushy cell is the operation itself working.
Can it just be possible, Andrew, that you would agree with me that most likely the reason why Todd Blanche interviewed her, the reason why they put her in a Club Med facility, the reason why they call people like us, all of us, Donald Trump called all of us stupid if we even talk about the Epstein files, is because maybe Donald Trump has a lot to hide. Can't that be possible?
Oh, he wants
Even
to
if it's
protect
for
the
others.
money. That's what I was
Even if it's
explaining
for
to you,
others.
which logically he should do. Same thing with Iran. There's a national strategic defense plan that the Democrats follow and the Republicans follow. And that's how people were able to predict that this was going to happen before it happened. That's exactly how they predicted it. So that's what I'm saying is like, you may not agree, and I may not agree with the Ghislaine thing or the Iran thing, but there is a logic behind it. That's what I'm trying
Well,
to
yeah,
say.
I think it's the definition of corruption, just like the $1.7 billion slush fund. This is corruption at the highest level. Donald Trump makes Richard Nixon look like a saint. It is corruption at the highest level. Trump has made over $3 billion since he took office. And people want to brag about how he doesn't take a salary, his $400,000 a year, which he donates so the White House can be plated in gold. They have a UFC fight in Washington, D.C. in a couple weeks. You had Pete Hegseth on Monday, who was campaigning. He's the Secretary of Defense, and he was campaigning in Kentucky. Meanwhile, we're in war in Iran, and we're deploying more troops over there. Meanwhile, while he's campaigning, the level of corruption in this administration, if you added every single president, and you could look this up, every single president and the money they made that they were in office, combine all of them in American history, Trump has made more money in office than anybody. The guy sells
Not in
Bibles.
proportion.
Not defending. I said I'm not defending the
But
position.
in the first one, he was the first one to lose money, though. And
Yeah, he didn't
lost.
he didn't
And
increase
he's-
that
he's
worth
made double
by
his
more than
wealth.
every other presidents. He didn't.
He's made over $3 billion.
He told
Yeah,
you
this time he
That would
had,
only
yes,
be
and
like
his
3
son-
times in his net worth. Like other presidents
How
have
much money?
100 times their net worth.
How much money has Donald Trump made since he took public office?
This
Yeah, but they all do that. AOC's worth
No,
30
they don't.
million. Pelosi's worth
not
120 million.
billion.
They all have $100,000 they're worth millions of dollars. It's our money.
All right, I can't hear anything.
$1 billion, dude. $3.5 billion.
So wait,
You-
you
you're
just
gonna
said
make
AOC.
more money.
Everything's
You're gonna
good.
make
These
more
people
money.
go
when
broke.
you're a
Hold on,
millionaire.
hold on,
These
hold on,
people
hold
are
on, hold on,
broke.
hold on. Well, we can go around the room. We can go around the room. Clay, did you have any thought to add to that?
Me personally, I don't really give a damn about the money.
That's a stack of $1 bills. Dude.
Hold on.
What
We're
way
gonna
to
go one at a
fucking
time,
goddamn
Fatty. We're gonna go, Fatty. We're gonna go one at a time.
Can I just respond to Andrew real quick, because Andrew said something that is
Yeah.
completely factually not true.
Sure.
He just said that AOC is worth $30 million. AOC's net worth is around $200,000. I don't know what you're talking about, Andrew, and where you got that information
fact
from.
you believe
It's
that's
just not true.
crazy, bro.
Okay, so what is AOC
All right.
worth? What is AOC worth? Tell me. Where'd you get that from?
All the time, and he has to know it is even crazier.
Okay, the guy that's wearing the headphones that said the fact that you believe that is crazy. So show me evidence that AOC is worth $30 million.
Well, I never made the claim of 30
I
million.
actually don't know if it's 30
She
million.
doesn't. She's not worth 200,000.
She's not.
What is she worth? What is she worth?
Like her house. I mean, her house is worth more than that.
Her net
Yeah,
worth
how
is
is-
$200,000.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
makes
yeah,
Because now they know we're on to them. Same thing with Ilhan Omar that magically just fixed her documents. She
Well, but you
fixed
just
it.
made a claim. You just
Kinda
made a
like
claim about
Melania's,
AOC. That's not true. It's not
Kinda like
true.
the
Okay, so I retract my claim about AOC, but I don't retract it about Ilhan Omar or Nancy Pelosi. I'd have to fact check myself
All
on
of
AOC.
them.
Fair enough. But it's all of them. Dude, that's what I'm saying.
But
It's
there
not
are
good.
levels. Okay,
They
I
all
listen,
do it,
I
and it's
believe-
all money.
I believe that Nancy Pelosi probably conducted insider trading. I am not a Nancy Pelosi fan. However, this is unprecedented. We're not talking about millions. It's all bad. I get it. We're talking about billions, a multi-billion-dollar crypto scheme where Donald Trump has enriched his family billions of dollars, a $5.5 billion resort given by terrorists, a $400 million jet. We're talking about selling Bibles and selling gold sneakers and selling a bunch of garbage. The guy made, how much money did he make on these Trump phones?
Well, he's allowed to sell things.
He's
I
not.
didn't say
It's the
he
fucking
wasn't-
emoluments clause, dipshit. You're not allowed to make money off of fucking anything when you're in office being the president. Because you have the
But
influence.
he
to influence
also,
that
there's
fucking
also a
amount of
Trump
money.
organization that his family runs
How
that
much
doesn't
has
have to
any
stop
other president
operating.
Ever fucking done this ever?
Let's talk about the Trump organization.
Oh my
You mean
God.
the organization?
Billionaire
How much?
president.
How much?
Why are you
Hold
so
on.
angry?
Ask me
let's-
how much fucking Joe
Go
Biden
ahead.
made. Sure.
Go ahead, Shaman. You see your hand
Oh,
raised.
thank God. Gentlemen, with all the mutual respect, you understand that all we're doing right now is whataboutism back and forth. And although it is entertaining, it also is a very bad habit that both sides have put us against each other on different issues over and over and year after year, election cycle after election cycle. So what we should consider doing is remembering that at all times, and that in fact we all seem to agree that the Epstein files is the most horrendous shit we've seen in a long time in America, and it's being covered up by both parties of the elite, of which none of us, we're all peasants too. And perhaps we should recognize that we all have some certain fundamental issues that we all agree upon, and we should consider talking about some solutions on that, because I don't see a very good solutions right now.
With that
Fair enough.
I got
I agree with you.
Well, we should,
and
I'm
Fatty,
not
you
my
don't know
statement,
the
we all
emoluments
agree. That's my
clauses,
point.
bro. I'm sorry.
Just pointing out what we all agree on.
Yeah,
I just
I
want to
don't think
remind.
it's controversial at all.
Emoluments clause has nothing to do with selling things to
Hold on.
individuals.
Go ahead, Spin. You've been quiet. Go ahead, Spin. I see your hand.
So, Ben, let me ask this question. Have you seen or have you reviewed any of the Epstein files?
Yes, I have. And by the way, it's Brian. Ben is the worst insult.
I'm sorry.
By the way,
I'm
no,
sorry.
no, it's okay. You can say, no, I'm making a joke. But
I
I'm saying
apologize.
people-
Spin City News.
It's okay. Someone can
Hold
say
on.
that they want to see me get fucked in the ear, and that's not as bad as calling me Ben Shapiro.
Amen.
Ben Shapiro does suck.
Fuck that
Yo,
guy.
that radio voice.
I have to say I appreciate how much you have a good sense of humor, Brian, and you're able to roll with the punches.
Hey man, I don't take myself too seriously, man. I mean, the Wilsons make cartoons about me, you know. So
I'll
you can't
start a
take yourself-
YouTube the day that Ben Shapiro cries on the camera. I'm going to start a YouTube channel just to mock that motherfucker. I
That's
can't
actually-
stand that guy.
That's actually very funny.
I gotta.
Hold on, Angry Patriot, Spin City. We interrupted you, man. Let him hit it.
We did. I apologize,
Sorry,
Spin.
Spin.
So we have established that you have looked at some or most of the Epstein files, right?
I never said most. No, I didn't say that. But I have looked at some of the files. Sure, absolutely.
Okay. So in the Epstein files, other than Donald Trump's name,
Sure.
would you agree or disagree that you have or have not found any evidence that you could show me that he has done anything wrong?
So the FBI thought that there was credible enough evidence that they actually interviewed a girl at the time that was 12 years old. As far as getting an explanation as to why they didn't further the investigation, they didn't provide any. I would also say that there are still 3 million files that nobody has seen in the general public.
I agree.
Why? Because the Trump administration has broken the law and they haven't released the files. And Todd Blanche says they don't plan on releasing those files. So think about this. In the evidence or the files that they have released, they've shown stories of a limo driver that overheard claims that he allegedly overheard Donald Trump talking about raping a young girl,
Claim.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So this
But
is the stuff that,
unsubstantiated.
okay. But the FBI thought
I'm
that
asking. It was it wasn't substantiated, correct?
We don't know that. We don't know why the FBI
Neither
didn't
do you.
continue to investigate. No, here's what we do know. The FBI thought it was credible enough to interview her. And then we have a story of a girl that apparently allegedly committed suicide. And there are police officers on the record that said it didn't look like a suicide, yet nobody was charged. They didn't continue the investigation. So my opinion is that, yes, there is some credible evidence in there that we've seen, and there's still 3 million files that we haven't seen. Donald Trump isn't the only guy in there. There's other Bill Gates and David Copperfield and Howard Lutnick, by the way, who lied. He told us 6 months ago he was never on Epstein Island. And then when some of the files were released, we saw pictures that he was on Epstein Island. Then he said, I was there with my kids. And then in those pictures, we didn't see any pictures of his kids. There are so many people, both on the left and the right, that I think did horrible things. And unfortunately, to this day, they have not been prosecuted and there hasn't been justice. Let me ask you a question now. To this day, there's only been 2 people that have been held to account. I know that there was an arrest in Great Britain. I get that.
Yeah.
Those people are Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Can we at least agree that there are more people than just 2 people that have committed horrible crimes? I didn't even say Donald Trump, but can we agree that there are more than 2 people that should be held to account? Can we agree on that?
I would concede to say that, yes, there are other people that may or may not, because it hasn't been done, correct? Or like charges or whatever filed against
Yeah, but I'm
them.
asking, Right, I understand, but I'm asking you your opinion, okay? An educated guess. To this day, Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell are the only two people that have been held to account. Do you think it's probably true that more people should have been charged with crimes and should have been held to account? More people probably did some really bad things, and they're being protected. Is that fair?
On the basis of only assumption, yes.
Okay, and that's the point. Now, I'm not just talking about Donald Trump. Like I said, I think Bill Clinton probably did some bad things too. The thing about Trump that is so unique about this situation, not only is he named in there close to 40,000 times, we still have 3 million files that are not being released. I don't care whether you're on the left or the right.
Brian, I am by no...
Go ahead, Spin.
I am by no means dismissing or remissing the fact that over 3 million or whatever the count is. I know there's different, opinions on that, right?
Yeah.
But would you say in all logic, without the rest of the files being released, without them, could one still make the assumption that it may or may not be true?
So here's what I'll say to that, and I'll give you two options here, and you can tell me what you think. To me, it's one of two things. Either Donald Trump is protecting some of his pedo friends.
Hold on, Sarah. There's an echo.
It killed itself.
Oh,
I don't know. I still have it, but okay. I apologize, Brian.
I don't think it's me. Either Donald Trump is protecting some of his pedo friends, and according to Marjorie Taylor Greene, that's exactly what he told her. One of the last conversations that Marjorie Taylor Greene claimed she had with Trump in the Oval Office, he told her to stop with the Epstein stuff because he didn't want to hurt his friends. I believe her. So it's either that, he's either protecting his pedo friends and or also protecting himself. It's got to be one or the other based on his behavior.
Or there's not enough evidence.
Well, or there's a pattern of behavior.
Okay, but
don't forget, guys, the entire Epstein file was under lock and key during both Republican and Democratic.
Can I please finish having a conversation?
Nope.
Go ahead, Brian. Go ahead, Brian. You said you gave me two options.
Yeah,
please.
Yeah.
I apologize. I have a one-track mind, so if you will go back and repeat it.
It's okay. I'll land my plane and I'll just say this. Okay. I think we probably agree on this. I don't care whether you're on the left or the right. If Joe Biden at any point in his administration could have released the files and he didn't, I think that's awful. I would say the same thing about Barack Obama. But one thing I will tell you, Obama's not in the Epstein files and Joe Biden's not in the Epstein files. I want accountability whether you're
Wait a minute. I have to give you a little bit of pushback on that statement. You just alluded, and we know for a fact, I'm sure everybody here can agree that there are still 3 million more files to be
the files
released.
that were released. To the files that were released. Joe
to
Biden
those files, yes,
correct.
Those two specific people are not in there.
Yeah,
so
and I will. Yeah, and I will also just.
So how could you legitimately say or allude the fact that they could be there? That's the pushback.
Yeah, because in the files that have been released, Joe Biden and Barack Obama aren't in there once. I would also say that Donald Trump was his best friend for 10 years. I haven't seen any pictures of Joe Biden with.
I have not either. I have not either.
Let's go to the first lady real quickly, Melania Trump.
Sure.
In the Epstein files that were released,
movie star.
In the files that were released, Melania Trump was seen, and we saw the emails back and forth with Maxwell. She tried to separate herself. She did this, as I'm sure you saw last month, a really weird, bizarre press conference that even Donald Trump didn't even know, according to people around him, that she was going to do, because I think there's more information to come out. But
I think I streamed that one. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But listen, if you know somebody that doesn't necessarily, just because you know somebody doesn't necessarily mean that you were involved in something. But when you're best friends with somebody for 10 years, that brings you a little bit closer than a former president that has never been seen, or, as far as we know, with Epstein. Listen, I think where there's smoke, there's fire. Again, I'll repeat it. It's either he's protecting some of his pedo friends and or he's protecting himself, maybe both. I think that's based on his behavior. The fact that he doesn't want us talking about this, The fact that he calls us stupid. Remember his own supporters with binders, the Jack Posobics of the world and others that were with Pam Bondi. We haven't even talked about her, but they had phase 1. He made those people look like morons. Where was phase 2? Where was phase 3? You know,
okay,
again,
but here's another thing on what you said. Donald Trump, to this date, and I'm sure you can agree, has not been convicted, but accused by unimportant people of being a PDF file.
I don't think a 12-year-old girl is unimportant.
I am not saying any. I'm talking about adults. I am not saying. I'm not remissing the fact that a minor under the age of 18 can make that claim. Okay.
What about all the women? What about all the women that have accused him of sexual assault?
Justify and minimalize as much as you want to. You know he's a fucking rapist.
I can't have a fucking conversation.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Let me interrupt with a couple super chats. Uncle Fatty, thank you, Uncle Fatty, with the 666. Oh, I love the evil. Don't mind the bootlicking mushroom gobblers, Brian. Really, they're really not all cult members. Yeah, they are. But Roy Cohn is haunting their dreams. Shout out to you. Thank you, Fatty.
The guy doesn't know what the annihilation clause is.
Calvin sends in the big 5. Bill and Hillary testified before Congress. Who on this panel thinks Trump shouldn't have to face the exact same congressional scrutiny?
That's a really good question, by the way. Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton did testify under oath. Don't you think we should get Melania Trump and Donald Trump to testify under oath? See, they set the precedent. What's up?
They all should. Yeah, everyone.
Wife. She was at the fucking island with their kids.
Agree.
Where was she?
Agree.
Because we have seen pictures of them out on the lighthouse pole.
Yep.
Right.
We've all agreed they should all be held accountable.
We all agree.
Why is it that Hillary Clinton, I'm going to defend her here, eight investigations into Benghazi led by Republicans, they found nothing. Why is it that these MAGA Republicans don't want to testify under oath? When Kash Patel was asked not that long ago, did you tell Pam Bondi that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files? He wouldn't answer the question. You know why? Those are Trump mushroom gobblers. They're covering for Donald Trump. They can't answer a question honestly. He knew that Donald Trump was all over the Epstein files. Remember when Elon Musk tweeted that out? Remember when they had their little riff? Everybody in the administration knew that Trump was all over the Epstein files, but under oath, they wouldn't answer the question because they're only answering to one person.
It's Trump and
the orange turd.
Hey, but Brian,
our Democratic New Yorkers, man. And
Brian, but if you remember, Bill and Hillary Clinton threw each other under the bus.
I don't defend the Clintons when it comes to that. All I'm simply saying is
I understand, but you said you're going to defend Hillary for a second. The irony of the situation, like me being the calm one and Ant being the tyrant right tonight, is this. They both threw each other under the bus. They both completely destroyed each other's deposition. Did you watch the depositions?
So I watched them both, and I will answer you by saying they both testified under oath, something that Trump has refused to do.
So what?
I don't. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Completely shut down the fucking Congress because they want to have people testify under oath, right? And they don't want to fucking let them testify under oath. Why would that be? Possibly that they don't want people to testify under oath.
They didn't even want Jack Smith's testimony out there in public.
No, absolutely not. It's just claims. It's just claims from random people that don't really matter. Unimportant people, right?
Okay, but if a large portion of the American wealth is in there, is he supposed to let it go up in flames? What is he supposed to do? If it's a significant portion of American wealth, he doesn't care about you, Fatty. He cares about American wealth and preserving it. So you're not answering that point.
You fucking.
He doesn't care about you. He cares about American.
He's the shit. All right, you start talking over each other. I talk money. You start talking over each other. I talk money. Fatty, please, Fatty. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hold on. I'm not done. No.
Men hold each other fucking accountable.
Hold on, Fatty.
Real men hold each other accountable.
Hey, the host is talking. Shut up.
Fatty, you know better. Hold tight, okay? Dixon with the big 2. Does Brian know he kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago? Yes or no?
Yeah, that was after I believe there was sex trafficking going on, and Jeff Epstein took an underage girl to Mar-a-Lago. So yeah, I'm not going to give Donald Trump credit
he
for
was
that.
hiring his
One of the
waitresses.
employees, an
He
underage
hired a
employee.
waitress.
Well, let me
It
just
was
say this to
Virginia
Andrew
Guthrie,
real
bro.
quickly.
It was
Hang
Virginia
on.
Guthrie. You know,
Wait, hold on,
Yes.
Fatty. I want to hear this.
Right? To just
Hold
kill
on,
their-
hold on.
I want to hear this.
whole thing.
Andrew, real quickly, and by the way, the Savannah, the Guthrie, Andrew, here's the deal, right? The Republicans, the MAGA Republicans, including Donald Trump, have set the precedent. They decided to subpoena Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton. So now let me tell you something. Since they've set that precedent, as soon as Donald Trump is out of office and if the Democrats have control, they immediately need to subpoena everybody.
They already did that to him. They already hit him with 90-something charges before he was elected.
No. Hold on. I'm not talking to you about charges. Listen to what I'm saying.
Subpoena?
Donald Trump, Melania Trump need to testify under oath about Jeffrey Epstein. I guarantee you they will do everything in their power not to do
Can
that.
I ask
By the way,
one pushback question? One question.
Yeah.
Because my question was this. I'm not defending it. I'm giving you the logic like before. If a large portion of the American GDP, of American money, of American treasure is going to be destroyed by putting at, let's say it's 40%, 30%, because the top 1% own a large portion of the wealth. Should he expose that and destroy the country, hurt the country, or should he do what he's doing for the good of the country? That's what I'm asking.
So let me get this right.
Isn't that a third option? Because you said there's only two options. He's
All right,
either
so hold on.
he's either protecting himself. Or,
So first of all, there's no evidence that for the people that are in the Epstein files that he is allegedly covering up for, that's 30% of the wealth in the country. I completely disagree with you there. That's number one. Number two.
If it's a large portion.
I'm giving you an answer. I'll give you a direct answer. I don't, and pardon my French, I don't give a fuck how much money these people have. If you molest a child, I don't care how much money you have. You could be Elon Musk for all I care. You need to be held to account.
Burn them alive in the city.
Yes,
I agree.
absolutely, 100%. So that's my answer.
But the president is supposed to grow the GDP of the country.
So
That's
you
what he
grow the
cares
G-
about.
So wait,
But I'm just telling you from his perspective what he cares about. He doesn't care about what we think. He cares about is that number getting
If that was
bigger?
the case, he would
And he's
just
not
allow
gonna
a bunch
cut
of
it in
people
half.
over the border.
He's not going to cut it in half.
He would just allow a bunch of immigrants to be trying to
All
go.
right, allow me, because hold on, stop for a second. Out of respect, because Dragon Fist just got a big raid over from Cool V1C, and I do want to call that out for you. It's coming in, so I want you to acknowledge and be able to say thank you or whatever you want to say to them.
Thank you so much. Who's that? Cool VC?
Yeah, Cool V1C sent in a big raid. He said ghetto raid. So I'll work with you tomorrow on how to turn your raids on. That way they can actually do a full raid over to you. But he sent a ghetto raid, which means he dropped the link and told his chat to come over and drop in on yours.
Awesome.
But yes, he says, great job debating Brian Shapiro. And then this is Cool V1C. I believe they've been stalk watching us all night, by the way.
I do know this. I don't know who that is, but I do know this. There's like 20 or 30 different podcasts that just are obsessed with what I do. So I guess
congratulations.
I find it whether people are making cartoons about me, or like a guy like Jake Rattlesnake is making like videos about me every day, or it's funny. I was talking to him the other day.
It's not.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think I'm actually flattered by it that people are so obsessed that they have podcasts dedicated to my podcast. I think it's a little weird, but I'm getting used to it, and I've learned to embrace it.
They're most loyal, that's for sure.
That sounds fun.
Always.
Let me get through the rest of these really fast because there's a few I want to get to. At least Andrew is able to benefit off of this, so off of our stalkers. So I take that as a win because we love promoting Andrew and trying to get him out there and network, and it's working. So fuck yes. Adele Dell says Christ is God with the 777. That's a shot back at you, Uncle Fatty, with the 666. How long, Nate? He's a good person to have in your chat, so I'm glad he's over there on your end, Andrew. He's very supportive and loyal. He says, way to hold Brian to, I'm guessing he meant to the fire tonight.
Thank you. I'm a fire.
Brian is a fire.
Here, if you ask me, bro.
Big Bad Mama sends in 5, says Bannon, Musk, and Lutnick each exchanged friendly emails with Epstein for years after his initial arrest and conviction. Investigate them.
Very true.
Any
Very
quick
true.
thoughts to that? Anyone have a
Investigate them all, please.
Investigate them all.
Brian
All right.
is fire. I like that one, by the way. The guy
There
who
you
said
go.
Brian is
Here, let me
fire.
put it on. Here, let's do this. You could do
Brian
this.
is
and then,
fire. Brian
Here
is
you go.
fire. Yes. I'm
Maybe
fire.
it was a double entendre.
You're
He's talking
A
about your red
fire.
hair.
You're A fire.
Oh my God, is that Brian Shapiro?
And not quite dead. I believe this is over on Andrew's end. Says good job tonight with Shapiro. It's been a great exchange. If you guys want to do a one-on-one debate at another date, I'm more than happy to piece that together.
No ear
fucking tonight.
Now would be a good time to promote my pushing the limits.
There we
mugs and
go.
glasses and shirts. I feel like Candace Owens. I feel like a grifter.
Oh, nice. We're all grifters in this space, according to
I would
everyone.
actually agree with
Wait.
Brian on that.
Wait, hold on a second. Does anybody know who this bobblehead is?
Ronald Reagan?
No. If anybody
Mark
can
Twain.
guess it, I'm going to be very impressed. Think 90s.
Alec,
Think
the guy from Different
90s.
Strokes? Alec?
No, think
Richard
it's
Nixon?
a 90s iconic movie.
Oh, that's the guy from Office Space.
Yes.
Bill.
Yes.
Bill. I
Bill
got it.
Lundberg.
I win. Do I win
Trick for the
one?
win.
You have
You
to
We're gonna fuck his ear.
Now you have to send one.
I thought Office Space was somewhere in the 2000s, not 90s.
I thought it was late 90s. I could
I
be
thought it
wrong
was a
on that.
dude from
Maybe in the 2000s.
Because it started in Britain, started in the UK, and then they brought it over here.
No,
Yeah.
not the
Did
Office.
you guys see my stapler?
Not The Office.
Oh,
It's
you're
a
right. You're
totally
right. I'm
different-
getting them mixed up.
Office Space.
The movie.
Office Space. Yeah, I've seen both. I was getting them conflated.
But this
for
is
some
the
reason.
Bill
This is-
Lumbar. That's the name.
Bill
Bill
Lundberg. This is-
Lumbar.
I need better decorations. This is literally
Right.
the first.
It's
Yeah.
sorted out eventually. I'm happy you got a new studio and you got to try it out tonight with us. Calvin says with the big two. Brian said after Trump leaves the office, not
Trump-
during.
You're an undercover Trump fan. Look at that.
Trump chocolate. I give this to
Wait.
my Trump. I give this to my Trump mushroom gobbler friends. After I debate them, I give them a Donald Trump chocolate bar.
Look, you eat
And
that
then
for breakfast.
Oh my God.
And then I hope they have diarrhea afterwards.
Melted
Oh
all
my
over their boots.
God.
Lick it off.
You should make it
Slow.
mushroom
Do you put like a
chocolate.
laxative in it or something?
You got it from the
It's
airport.
my Trump puncher.
You're a fan. Even Spin doesn't have that.
You have a little Trump.
Good God, man.
Wait, any other toys up there?
Well, other toys that I can't talk about.
Anything to fuck ears up there?
Wait, are you talking about the cactus? Because now I'm uncomfortable.
No, this is fake. This is fake. It's fake. It's a fake cactus. It's fake.
Del Phil says you are, well, it's a grammatical error here. You are the cartoon, Brian. You've always been the cartoon. I guess that works then. If they make cartoons of you and you're already a cartoon, then it works, right?
You know what, man? This is what a lot of these people don't understand is that the more they talk about me and the more they mock me and the more they attack me on social media, the more money I make from it. You know,
I think that's fair game.
I mean, you know, I broke Andrew Wilson to the point where he made multiple cartoons about me. I would imagine he paid a pretty good amount of money to do it. And, you know, I'm flattered by it, really.
Are they good in business now, too?
What did they say?
I mean, I got them so upset that they actually paid me to travel across the country to debate on a topic that I told them I knew little to nothing about. And they just wanted me to be a villain because they knew they would make money off me. And I said, you know what? I'll take a 3-day vacation and go to South Carolina and hang out on the beach with my manager. And I had a good old time. And I said, fine. If you hate me that much that you're willing to pay me a good amount of money to go out there to be a punching bag for 90 minutes, I'm game.
What did you
do?
You didn't accept Jesus as God?
No, I didn't. I I definitely
the
didn't.
Orthodox
I would,
Church supports child molestation. What would you say?
It's so funny, like if you guys wanted to, if you only debated on one topic, let's just say hypothetically, you guys were experts on one topic, wouldn't you want to debate somebody that was also an expert? Like, I don't understand that way of thinking. Like for me, as I've told you guys, my expertise or what I do is I talk about the news of the day, right? The news of the week. That's what I do. I literally have never talked about feminism in my entire life. I believe in equality, sure, but I told them that and they didn't care. I think there are some people that are afraid to debate experts in a specific topic. They're like afraid to, right? How do you respect people like that?
Why did
right?
you
If you're
debate feminism?
Because I got paid. Because I got paid.
Okay, I'll debate. Yeah, sure. Why not?
They took care of my. They took care of my
yourself
flight.
as an expert. It's kind of crazy.
I'm not an expert at all. I never
Yeah,
said I
exactly.
was.
So why are you
with
mad that they
you
didn't
fooled me with
they
that,
didn't debate you on
voting
something
for,
you're an expert in? You're not an expert in anything. You're not an expert
I'll
in
answer
anything.
that.
I don't think
I'm
he's
not-
saying he's
So I
mad.
can't
I
debate
think
you in anything.
I think. Go ahead.
I'm not saying I'm mad at all. I'm
quite happy about it.
It's
reverse.
I am.
You're kind of
Thank
insulting me
you.
about it.
It doesn't work.
No, I'm actually happy.
I have a question when you're done reading the money, Sarah.
Thank you.
was
Cool
just- yeah, go
V1C.
ahead.
Oh, sorry. It's Cool V1C also sends in some love over on Andrew's end. Shout out to LG, Jason, and others too for actually holding Brian Shapiro accountable for his hypocrisy. I was rooting for you guys the whole time. But see, Cool V1C, the panel has been open all night. And instead of actually coming on here and putting your opinions on the show and talking to Brian yourself, you bitched out and you stalked the show and you throw your opinions on a totally separate
That's
screen
somebody.
instead of
somebody
bringing
has-
your fat ass up here and actually talking to him. Sorry,
That
Brian,
guy
go
has
ahead.
that guy has Brian Shapiro fellatio syndrome or derangement syndrome.
It happens.
Oh my God.
Yeah, major Brian Shapiro derangement syndrome right there.
And more love over for Andrew. I love this, Andrew. I don't know if you're sitting at your
I don't
spot
think
right now.
those are coming in on mine.
Yeah, they are.
They are.
Yeah.
All right.
Mhm.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I'm pretty sure it's either yours or because it has the chain link on it, which means it's not on my end. So it's either and they rated you. So, but he says law cows are made to be exposed. Congratulations.
I think
Go ahead.
Hall wants to milk me. I think he wants to milk me. That's what I think.
And LJK says entertainment fulfilled. And speaking of entertainment, ladies and gentlemen, you have a dono goal that you have not been hitting over on my end. And I'm the one that shuts this shit down if I'm not happy. So you've got 6.5 minutes to unfuck yourselves or everybody goes night-night and all of our fun is gone. You've got 10 donos to get in. Let's actually take a quick grift break, actually. Clay, would you like to show everyone how we do it? Let them know what they need to do.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys know that Sarah's absolutely the 100% best moderator out here in these YouTube spaces, probably the world, actually probably the universe. You know, the universe may have actually been created just so that we could be entertained through the channel, The Raging Tomato. You're very fortunate to be here. I'm very fortunate to be here. Brian, you're very fortunate to be here. We're all so lucky. And yeah, the only way to continue the show is to put 10 by 10 donos down, or I'm sure that Sarah probably would love her favorite color, red.
Yes, I love my favorite color, red. There's over 300 watching between all of the channels, so there's no excuse. Spin, you're pretty good at this. Show them how it's done.
Well, you know, tonight I was on the cool, calm, and collected side, although my blood was boiling pretty badly. An ant just did my job for me, you know. But now the job is for you to donate to keep this shit alive. You know, channels do not run on no dollars. So make her holla.
There you go. And holler I will if I need to. Shaman, show them how it's done, sir.
Why don't you stop being a far leftist bitch or a far right MAGA ear fucker and send in a donation? Any donation less than $5, and you're one of those two. If you'd like to keep this conversation going, we can have more talk, more conversation. Send in some information and questions you like. If you're too chicken to get up here and ask someone direct, then send $5. What the fuck? Save your stripper money for next week and spend it tonight to watch this ear fucking that's going on live.
Lots of ear fucking. I like the ear fucking jokes and how they run. Uncle Fatty, show him how it's done, sir.
There's my fan. It's my fan.
I couldn't hear you. I got something in my ear.
Pull that dick out of your ear.
Oh, something in there.
Is it a rubber cock?
There's little
Oh
baby.
my.
There's a little baby tomato. We gotta watch out for the baby tomatoes.
Baby tomatoes. Yes. My baby tomatoes are sleeping. Andrew, you're getting some love shown. How's it done, sir?
Yeah, she was right. Thank you guys. I was in the vertical chat. I didn't see you, so thank you for that raid and thank you so much. I do appreciate it. And Sarah did get up because she called me. I was watching the Knicks game. I know Brian was watching the Knicks game. We all got up after that to come do this for you. So make sure you show her some love as well as she's up here just to entertain you guys.
Thank you, Andrew. And I love how everyone heeds the call. I'm like, yo, what are you doing right now? LG.
Oh yeah, by the way, Sarah, I got like 4 messages that this was going on. I'm like, all right, I'll push the panic button.
Yes, I already knew you were, because I saw you already hit the chat early on, so I already knew you were here. LG, tell them what to do, sir.
Yeah, only Sarah provides bald gingers that we can all pile up on at the same time. Only Sarah can provide this type of entertainment. Therefore, you should reward her. Just throw her a few bucks the way, at least like a $10 super chat here or there. I actually just put one in the chat, so you can join me. Say what you want. Talk crap to us. Talk crap to Brian.
Is that really Jake Gyllenhaal?
Yes, I mean I could see it though. I can see it.
He looks like a younger me.
No, Jake Gyllenhaal's not a Trump mushroom gobbler.
Oh my goodness. All right, Ant, you've had some spice tonight, sir. And I'm actually pretty proud of you because you usually sit pretty grounded and quiet on the panels and you don't really go crazy. But tonight you felt something and you were determined to express it. So get this chat going and tell them because you're not done.
Hey, chat, I got a deal to make with you. Tell you what, if you guys can meet the goal, before the end of the show, I will have a custom avatar made portraying me and Brian Shapiro having a boxing match, and you guys can decide who wins.
Fair enough. All right, Crow, what do we got to tell them? And then you are going to kick this off when we finish our grift break. I know you've been patient.
Yeah, like everyone has been saying, so it's pretty cool. Second time in a row I was on their panel. Give up your money, man. You paid those dollars for those XXX videos. This is much more entertaining. Put the money up.
Easy piece.
And why did I think you were about to say you were going to make a meme of you fucking Brian in the ear?
Oh my God.
I don't do that.
Like, please
you gotta buy me dinner before I talk like
that.
I'm just surprised you hadn't heard that before.
Is that, by the way, is that a thing? Do people actually do that?
It's just
people make AI porn. Yeah.
Do men cut off their dicks and call themselves women? Answer that question to yourself.
That's fair.
They're absolutely. They're called Nancy Mace.
And Andrew, the more I talk shit, the more they're going to send you money. So I'm going to keep talking shit. Fuck you, Vic. Hawks, keep sending Andrew all the money in the world. I love to see this. I've been supporting and hoping that Andrew fucking makes his way to the top 10 tier debaters, and he's on his way up. But yes, nobody's upset. He can just suck a dick. All right. And of course, our darling Jake Gyllenhaal says Fatty didn't know what the
annulments.
Oh my God.
Emoluments clause?
I like totally fucked that one up. Emoluments clause was and tried to play it off, but we don't forget. All right.
Do I get a Happy Meal out of this or something? No, you want me to?
There is somebody in the
Done.
chat that is already making the ant in the ear fucking happen,
give-
and I will get it up on the screen.
Brian,
here in a
add your
second.
address and he'll send you.
Yeah, no,
DoorDash.
say it out loud,
What?
Brian. I'll send you
You have the
DoorDash
right
right now.
Sorry, what's that, Omar?
What's
You
your
don't have the right
address?
to a Happy Meal.
No, I
right.
just want.
I didn't hear
want
you. I'm
some-
sorry.
I just want some of you guys to call into my show tomorrow. That's all. we
Dude,
can have
bring
some
on
fun.
the angry American. Trust me.
Hmm.
Destiny's.
I do have-
sounds kind of fun.
Destiny.
What did you say, you camel jockey fuck? I
fucking
have been very reserved.
You're racist. I'm
What
trying
did you
to get
say?
you on his show. I'm trying to. Get
Where
you
is
on
the
his
show,
as a
Brian?
guest.
Yeah, where is this, Brian?
Where
Where
do
is
we
the
watch
show?
it? I'll call in.
Well, I
You
mean,
don't have to
I'm
call
not
me a
gonna.
camel jockey.
I'm
I've
not
told you
gonna.
a million times. Afghanistan
gonna-
doesn't have fucking deserts, buddy. Those
I'm
are
not going to
Arab.
give you the. I'm not going to give you the exact address because I don't want to be sexually assaulted in the ear. But I will tell you that I am on YouTube at PTL Radio Show Live. I'm on Facebook, the Facebook fan page Pushing the Limits. I'm on X. Those are probably. I'm on an FM AM station, but that's in Vegas. But it's 12 to 2 Pacific Standard Time, Monday through Friday. So
Where do
yeah,
you want
so
people to
Destiny-
call in?
I give out the number when I open up the phone lines. So I'll give it. So after Destiny comes on, I think he's coming on at noon. And then I'm probably going to play some clips and I have a guest. So I'll probably start taking calls around 12:30, 12:45. I usually take about, Fatty, you listen to my show, right? Mr.
Yeah,
Fatty?
an hour at least, yeah.
An hour, right? Yeah, I take about an hour of calls a day from all over the country, right? MAGA callers, half of them are MAGA callers, right?
Primarily, I'd say 90%.
Yeah, I get a lot of MAGA callers that call in, and we have a lot of fun, I think, right, Fatty? So
it's all right. It's a good show.
Are you accepting calls for Destiny? I have a few questions for that fucking jabroni.
What did you want? What would you ask him? What would be your number one question?
I don't know. I'd come up with something right off the top. What's his,
How's the court case going?
No, well, I wouldn't.
Well, I mean, it's
you can't talk about it. Probably.
That's Jake Gyllenhaal's fucking evil.
Yeah,
twin.
so
He's ruthless.
that's probably why you're not a radio host.
No,
Brian, I got a question before Ant goes off unhinged.
What?
Okay.
I have a question for Brian before Ant comes unglued again.
Go ahead.
Would you say, or would you agree that you have TDS?
No, I would say that
goodness.
if you ask a question like that, you probably have TFS, Trump fellatio syndrome.
Oh,
No, I'm not
Both of you
deranged.
guys have the problem.
It's an honest question.
And I'm giving you an honest answer. Donald Trump is the president of the United States. It's my job to cover the news and talk about him every day. You're not deranged when you call out Donald Trump for his behaviors, the things he says, the things he's done. Actually, I think it's deranged to not do that, to be a Mark Levin and to kiss his ass every day. Those are the people that are
But in
deranged.
this podcast, sir, you said, and I quote, "I hate Donald Trump." I'll roll it back and I will play it.
Yep. So first of all, I never denied that. Here's why I hate somebody like Donald Trump. Anybody who shits on our military, anybody who is a liable sexual abuser, anybody
Please
who
give me one example how he shit on the military.
We already went over
I
that.
think we went over that. I think you got to get.
Were you here?
I kind of want to get into something with Brian.
You got to for that gentleman who just said, "Name me one thing." I think you got to get the MAGA wax out of your ears because we've been doing it for 3 hours. We've been doing it for 3 hours. Am I deranged by calling out and separating fact from fiction? Absolutely not. Do you have Trump fellatio syndrome? I'll ask you.
No.
Okay. Well, good. So we both say no. Now we can move on. Great question.
And speaking of moving on, since you didn't hit the dono goal, we're down to one fat red dono or we quit. All right. So, and because you guys have actually been so kind and generous tonight, and I'm actually having a really fun time, I gave you, instead of 15 minutes, 30 minutes. It's hit it or quit it mode. Okay. But I do want to hand it over to Kraut, because Kraut did sit there patiently with his hand up and he waited so kindly. So, Kraut, if you wanted to jump in there, feel free to do so.
Yeah, Brian, I'll leave it up to you. We can either change the subject to when do you believe the country became divided, or we can keep this going about liability with, SA charges and everything.
We could talk about divided. We could talk about the divided part. So I think that's a good topic. So you can tell me if you disagree with me or not. I believe 10 years ago, even 20 years ago, while Republicans and Democrats didn't always get along, we were able to have more conversations. I remember when John McCain took the microphone from that crazy lady when she called him Barack Hussein Obama, a Muslim, and all this other stuff. And John McCain took the microphone away and he said, "No, ma'am. Barack Obama's a decent family man, and he's a decent person. We just disagree on policy." I believe that was the best moment in politics in my lifetime. And that was the moment that I said to myself, John McCain's not perfect. I couldn't stand Sarah Palin, but I believe John McCain could be a decent president. And I can't imagine Donald Trump or most people, sadly, doing that. John McCain was a decent man. I didn't always agree with him. We've lost that in society. We are more divided now politically than I think we've ever been in my lifetime. I'm 46 years old. I think we're probably more divided racially. Do I put all of that on Donald Trump? No. But I certainly put a lot of it on
because
Donald
all the stats show it was Obama.
Hold up.
It goes back much further than.
I gotta go to bed soon, so I just want like maybe 5 or 10 minutes, kind of uninterrupted. But I know that's not going to happen because it's an open panel. Yeah. But when do you think it started?
What's that?
Fucking Obama brought back racism.
When do you think it started?
Fucking dipshit.
When do I think? Wait, what? Somebody said dipshit. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm calling homeboy over here. Dipshit.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. So I think in the history.
What about the Imani? Do you want to go off on that?
Yeah, you were wrong about it. You said something. You don't know.
Can I say good night? Can I say good night?
Hold on. Let Brian and Kraut have the conversation, please.
Yeah.
I gave the floor to them.
Obviously, in the history of this country, we've always had some bit of division, right? I'd be lying if I said that wasn't the case. All I'm simply saying is over the course of the last 10 years, it's gotten a lot worse. It's gotten a lot worse. And I could think of one big reason. It's very sad. I wish that wasn't the case. I wish Democrats and Republicans could come together and work out a lot of the issues that this country's facing right now. We're extremely divided. I don't want that to happen. Yes, I put a lot of that responsibility on Donald Trump. He's a very divisive individual. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. And you know, when you attack half the country at Charlie Kirk's memorial service and you say you hate half the country, I don't think he's capable of bringing people together. Listen, there are a lot of Democrats out there that are very divisive as well, but the buck stops with the president of the United States. I think the reason why we are so divided today, I put a lot of that on Donald Trump. I mean, like I said, we were able to have civil conversations 10 years ago.
All right. So I'll give you my answer. I'll ask you one more similar question, then I'll give you my answer. It's not all on Donald Trump. Who else would you put it on?
I think at times you can blame Democrats as well. If I'm just going to sit here and just blame one side of the aisle, I think that would be extremely unfair. The reason why I bring up Donald Trump's name is because, you know, Joe Biden didn't threaten to execute 6 elected officials on the right. Joe Biden didn't blame a Republican for every issue we had in this country. Joe Biden didn't claim that Republicans rig every election. When you make statements like that, it's very harmful. It's very harmful for the country. And I'm going to say this, and a lot of you might disagree, and that's okay. It wouldn't be the first time in this conversation. Obviously, I blame Tyler Robinson ultimately for what happened to Charlie Kirk, and it was horrible. And I wish that didn't happen. I know people that were there. But I truly believe, and this is just my opinion, if Donald Trump wasn't reelected, I think Charlie Kirk is still alive today. If Donald Trump wasn't elected, Ashley Babbitt is still alive today. If Donald Trump wasn't elected, January 6th doesn't happen.
Wait,
yeah,
that was
it doesn't happen.
January 6th.
All right. So I'll give you my answer, but real quick to what you just said, and sorry about my hair being in it. My earbud just died. I don't feel like getting my other one. Real quick, you can't blame Charlie Kirk's death because Trump got elected. That, you know, that's kind of crazy. But if you want to get back on that, we will. But I'll give you my answer to the question I gave you. The first time I ever voted was for Obama, and I voted for Obama. That was the first time I ever voted. I seriously regret that vote because I believe the division started happening with Obama, and there's a lot of data to back that up.
There is?
Hold on. There is.
Who's the guy who started with the birther? Hold on. Who's the guy who started with the birther issue for 5 years?
With the what?
The birther issue. Who's the guy who said Barack Obama wasn't born in the country? Who's the guy who did that for 5 years?
Well, is that really dividing the country?
I can tell you.
Yes, it is. When you say, hold on, let me answer that. When you say with zero evidence that a man named Barack Obama wasn't born in the United States because of the color of his skin, which is really the only reason why Trump did that for 5 years, and then Obama shows his birth certificate. Yes, that is very divisive. I think it has racist connotations. And I'm sorry, if you're going to compare the two, that really divided the country because it made people think, because a lot of people are very gullible in this country, and that made them think that Barack Obama wasn't born here, which was a complete fabrication and lie. And Donald Trump never apologized. So, I mean, come on, way before Trump was president, way before, right, exactly. He's never apologized. Way before Donald Trump ever even got into office, he was spreading conspiracy theories and lies about Barack Obama.
But you're both wrong. He's right about the dates. It was during the Obama presidency, but so was the first smartphone, and it was really that started to spark the division.
You can actually object.
It was the
racist
phone.
white dudes.
It was the social media.
There's a very objective
came
way.
out around
Look,
2008.
There's a very
in
There's
today's
a lot of
politics, all you hear from the left is white man bad, white man devil, fuck white man. And after
Who said that?
Obama, we got the BLM movement, we got Antifa and all that other bull crap, which I think the BLM was started by a couple of lesbians, but I'm probably mistaken about that.
What's your problem with lesbians? What's your problem with lesbians?
And
Why is that a
before you
problem?
answer the issue with lesbians, Mr. Omar would like to make his exit. He's going to head out for the evening.
Yeah, speaking of lesbians.
It's that beautiful hair you have.
Thank you. Speaking of lesbians,
you muted yourself.
I have no issue with lesbians. Like I don't condone their actions, but a couple of white lesbians started a movement like that.
Hold on. Omar, you
sorry.
muted yourself. You
Lesbian having a rookie move.
You got to use your finger. You Omar, we didn't hear anything you said. You muted yourself.
I said, as the only real lesbian on this panel.
We didn't hear anything you said.
It's not even believable. Okay. Anyway, I want to say good night. Thank you so much, Sarah, Brian. Nice meeting you, man. I guess in a way you jumped into the fire, kind of, but there's fire.
This is nothing new to me.
Yeah. But I mean, it's good, man. The only way we move conversation is forward. But I don't think I think we found common grounds. Everyone, we're gonna burn pedophiles.
Yeah, we all
alive.
like lesbians. We all like lesbians.
And we love lesbians,
lesbians for the
especially
win.
the beautiful ones. The other ones, Spin. Great conversation tonight. God's favorite aunt. Wow.
Good night.
That was amazing. Kraut Mick, nice meeting you, Uncle Fatty. Jake Gyllenhaal, you look like a 19-year-old me, bro. Keep it up. Andrew, I'll bring a picture next time. Clay, as always, Sarah.
Thank you, Omar. We appreciate you.
Everybody.
Sarah, may I add a little bit of comedy to this for just a second?
Sure, quickly, and then I want to hand it back to Kraut.
Okay, I'm going to share. I told you I would make this happen.
Oh, no, not another video.
It's 7 seconds long.
It's not a dick in his ear, right?
No, it's nothing that bad.
Okay, because we can't have that on the screen. Oh.
Oh, that's amazing. Fantastic.
All right.
Yes.
It's amazing
That's
what AI.
funny.
It's amazing what AI can do. You wouldn't believe how creative people are. And I say to myself, how do you have that much time on your hands to put all this stuff together, man? You should see some of the shit that people put about me on like social media with like the videos and stuff. It's wild, dude. It's
I have
wild.
to give I have to give a shout out because yes, I may or may not have contributed to that. Shout out to STN Security. He does a lot more with the AI. He knows a lot more how to do prompts and stuff, but shout out to him for that.
He's really good.
And speaking of time, don't forget you do have a timer on that dono goal. You have about 15 minutes left. One big red dono, and you can be our panel superhero of the evening. That's all we need to continue. But if not, we'll shut down in 15 minutes. So it's up to you, chat. You want to be a superhero or not? All right, Kraut, I'll hand it back to you, sir.
All right. So, assuming I'm right about that statement, am I correct? A couple of white lesbians came up with that movement, Brian?
No, I'm not aware of that. I can tell you that of the Black Lives Matter movement, and I hate this argument. There were about 7 or 8 people that took advantage of the situation, but you had tens of millions of people who were not violent. I was one of them that protested peacefully around the country because we wanted equality and we were upset with what happened to George Floyd and police brutality. Yes, there were some people that did some violent things and some bad things that I certainly don't condone. But just because 7 or 8 people who created Black Lives Matter might have done some bad things and made a lot of money doesn't mean that the majority of the people that were a part of the movement weren't in it for the right reasons. So when people attack the Black Lives Matter movement, that's what I always talk about. A small handful of people took advantage of the situation, but most of the people that marched were there for the right reasons. And that's
Okay.
what I say to that.
All right, so I'll get on
but
to what you feel.
As I just said to Jake Gyllenhaal, who didn't just listen to me, I said, yeah, if you did some bad things and violent things, I don't condone that. Did you not just listen to what I just said? The overwhelming majority of the people that marched, and there were tens of millions of people, did not burn things down. That doesn't mean I'm condoning anybody that did. Just like January 6th, there were 50,000 people there. Most of those people didn't do violent things, but you also need to call out the people that did. Are you willing to call out the people that did bad things on January 6th? Or are you going to make more fucking excuses and blame the FBI? I'm consistent, guys. If you did bad things,
Are you talking to LG or me? Because you seem a little hyped to be talking to me.
No, it's just like Jake Gyllenhaal. He doesn't listen.
I didn't say anything, bro.
How about all the people? How about all the people that
wasn't me.
things down?
That wasn't me.
I just said
That wasn't him. In all due respect, Brian, that was not him.
Then I
All
apologize
right.
to you.
Well, Brian, how about Antifa? Do you think Antifa is a good movement?
Fuck yeah.
So, first of all, I would have to learn who's running Antifa, who's funding Antifa, because when the Donald Trump's own administration testified under oath, they couldn't name who was funding it. They couldn't name a leader. They couldn't name anybody in the Antifa movement. So let me be very clear. It doesn't matter whether you're left-wing or right-wing and you're part of a group that endorses hate, whoever that group might be. I don't condone any group or people that do bad, violent things. But if you're going to label Antifa, which really means anti-fascist, which I don't think there's anything wrong with being anti-fascist.
That doesn't mean anything.
Okay,
I mean,
so
titles mean jack.
That's the name of the fucking group is anti-fascism.
So tell me,
where
are they being funded?
I can call myself the good guy.
And MAGA's named is Make America Great Again. Does that mean they make America great again?
Exactly. That's why titles don't mean nothing.
If you're not anti-fascist, you're pro-fascism, you dumb
that's
fuck.
not true.
That's not true. That's
How
not
is it
true
not
at all.
fucking true?
You could still be neutral on it.
If you're neutral, then you are complicit.
Learn some logic, buddy.
Complicity is fucking
By the way,
condoning. Condoning
fair-
is supporting.
fair,
This
hold
is
on,
not
hold on. To
fucking
be-
hard.
To be
It's
fair,
not hard.
it was
You're either
never made.
anti-fascism or you're pro-fascism.
Do you want to save the
isn't
whales?
binary.
Fatty?
What are you?
Uncle Fatty, do you want to save the
You've
whales?
already chosen. You've already
Uncle
fucking
Fatty,
chosen.
do you want to save the whales?
I look forward to carving Big M and all you.
Do you want to save the whales?
I'll tell you that straight up.
Do you
You
want
want to
to
save
save
the
Straight
whales or
up.
the shrimp?
Straight up.
Weren't the Nazis the National
Fucking
Socialist
mega
Party?
fuck.
Does that mean they're
Look at
socialists?
this
All
fucking-
right, let me
He's fucking down
let
Donald
me
Trump.
Hold on.
hold on a second. Let me hand it
Wiping his
over.
fucking balls.
Hitler was
Fucking
socialist.
diarrhea
How does that
Hold
off
on.
the man's balls.
All right. Toasty, Toasty so kindly gave up his seat earlier so that I could bring somebody else up who was invited. So I wanted to give Toasty some time to because I believe he had some questions for Brian. Toasty, go ahead, darling.
Well, hey, Sarah, I'm going to dip. So I just want to say 10 seconds. Thanks for having me on. And Brian, I want to kind of debate you a little bit more, man. But other than that, everybody have a good night.
Call into my show. You're welcome to
Yeah.
call in anytime. Please do.
Call in.
All right, man. I'll do that. And off the rip, my bad for getting aggressive and assuming shit. That's my fault.
Oh,
But-
thank you. We appreciate
Yeah, man. Hey,
you,
man.
Crow.
You know,
You're good.
you know,
You're good. You're good.
I admit when I'm wrong, you know. But all right, take it easy.
Nothing
Good
wrong with
night,
having a little bit
Crow.
of. Nothing wrong with being passionate. I don't take it personal. Well, it's really hard for me to really take something personal. Once in a while, it does happen. I think it happened once tonight. So,
Yeah, when
you know.
Andrew had like a thumbnail, you got like super personal with him for some reason.
Well, yeah, when it comes to my family, and I don't know if you have any sisters or, you know, when it comes to family members, and I don't believe Andrew meant it that way, but I think any reasonable person would understand when it's something about your family or, you know, your sister my sister passed away at a very young age. Yeah, I do take that personal. So I think most people would understand that.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Toasty.
All right. So, can everybody hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, I just wanted to ask you, Brian, are you aware that Congress has already forced action? In November of 2025, Congress passed the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which President Trump signed into law.
Yes, I am.
Okay. So then why would you insist on pushing a narrative that Trump is protecting his pedophile friends?
Sure, I'll answer your question. So first of all, just because he passed it doesn't mean that he's not protecting people. I just want to be very clear on that. And I'll answer your question on why I think he's protecting people. First of all, they're breaking the law. The 3 million files that were supposed to be released were not released. That's number one. Number two, every single time a reporter asks Donald Trump about Epstein, he attacks and he says anybody, including his own supporters who talk about Epstein, he calls them stupid. He gets extremely uncomfortable anytime anybody talks about it. Number three, it just so happens he's in the files close to 40,000 times, the files that have already been released. Number four, everybody in the administration, when they asked, is Donald Trump in the files, they covered and they lied and they kept it from everybody. That's number four. So there's a lot of different reasons why. And I actually do believe Marjorie Taylor Greene, when she said one of the last conversations she had with him, he literally told her, I don't want to hurt my friends. So what that means is I don't want to hold people to account, even if they did some horrible things to children, because they're my friends. I believe Marjorie Taylor Greene when she said that. Now I could list you 100 more reasons why I believe Donald Trump did some very bad things and he's probably protecting pedos. And he also won't rule out a pardon for Maxwell. And we went into the whole Club Med facility. So again, I'm looking at his history. I'm looking at his behaviors. I'm looking at the things he says. And there's a lot of things that add up to why I think Donald Trump. And by the way, if Donald Trump didn't pass that in 2025, there were Republicans that voted against it. Most of the Republicans, from what I remember, voted for it. I mean, you couldn't even imagine how bad that would have looked for Donald Trump. That's something that he had to do because Congress, voted for it. So just because Congress passed it doesn't mean that Donald Trump. I mean,
didn't he get the ball rolling? Get the ball rolling to get that?
Yeah, he got the ball rolling. He got the ball rolling. When
Okay,
Jeffrey
so
Epstein,
he doesn't seem to be making very much fucking effort to protect his pedophile friends.
Yeah,
he's leaving Ghislaine Maxwell where she belongs in fucking jail. The FBI, the CIA, everybody else. I'll find out the fucking name she doesn't want to give.
Whoa. You think Ghislaine Maxwell belongs in a Club Med facility with all the VIP treatment that she's given? You think one of the biggest sex traffickers in the history of the world? Don't answer a question with a question.
She's still in prison. She's not. It's not like she's fucking getting spa treatment.
So
and
you're
she's fucking sitting there just chucking it up with the high life.
Actually, she is.
Where do you get that idea?
From the Democrat Party and the Democrats who actually investigated and they released a public
report. You mean the people who have an incentive to fucking lie to you?
Oh, so she's not getting the treatment that publicly everybody, even TMZ did a story on this. So you're saying the jail is lying? Is that what you're saying?
It's a whistleblower that's saying that.
These guys don't watch the news, Brian. Remember,
jail.
these guys don't watch the news. Okay,
If they obviously don't. They obviously don't.
Points, right?
Okay, great point.
Yeah.
All right. Wait, Toasty. The way better argument is why, if Trump was trying to protect Maxwell or Epstein, why did no other president besides him actually his DOJ is the one that arrested Epstein and charged him.
True.
His DOJ is the one that arrested Maxwell. No, he didn't have to do that. Nobody else had to do that. And then why, if Maxwell had all this information on Trump, don't you think the Biden DOJ would offer her whatever she wanted,
That's
full pardon
true.
for information on Donald Trump if she had it? Like, this doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. These are
I'm
spot on.
I realized that might have been a better approach, but I kind of felt like that was a dead horse, so I wanted to try something new.
Well, the whole thing, and to expand on that for a second.
I just want to respond to what that guy just said.
I'm
curious. Go ahead, and if I can, then I'll expand on it.
Yeah. So first of all, it's not that Donald Trump is protecting Maxwell. I never made that claim. I believe Donald Trump is protecting himself and his friends. That's number one. Number two, under the Trump administration, we were told that Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. But it is very interesting, isn't it, that they released a 3.5-minute video. But in that video, there's 1.5 minutes that just disappeared. Also, in the autopsy, they said that it was consistent, not with someone that took their own life. I do find that very interesting as well. As far as Joe Biden goes, under Joe Biden, Maxwell was under investigation. They were sealed. There was a trial.
No, she was under investigation.
She was under investigation. Yes, she was.
No, she was arrested. She was already arrested. The investigation was done while Trump was in office.
Okay.
First
of all, when did that happen?
That happened like July 2021. So like a few months into Biden's administration, not enough time to have a.
So under when somebody is investigated and then there's a trial, what happens to those files?
What do you mean? What happens to them?
When somebody is under, I'm gonna hold on. Don't help him. When somebody is under investigation, and then there is a trial, and then after the trial they want another trial and they appeal. What happens to those files?
Stay with the DOJ. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay,
there's plenty of things that can happen.
I don't really understand the kind of questioning either.
Chill out. Let him.
I will tell you what happens to those files, which obviously you are ill-informed on. You see, sir, when somebody's under investigation and there's a trial and then there's an appeal, they are under something called a seal, meaning even if you're the president of the United States, you can't release those files. Are you aware that happened under the Biden administration? Because it doesn't sound like you are.
I said nothing about Biden releasing the files. I said if Maxwell had information on Trump, you think information what during the investigation that you're talking about has nothing to do with the files. Don't you think they would offer her a pardon? No, it has nothing to do with files. You don't have to have any files for her to offer a pardon for information on Trump.
And a quick pause right here. You have 2 minutes to hit it or quit it. Hit that one big fat red don't go, or we're all going to go home. Actually, what we're all going to do is we're going to have this party backstage, and none of you will be able to see it because we'll just end the show, and we'll still be back here, and you won't. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. So to end that quick conversation, he's trying to make the assessment that, well, because Joe Biden didn't out Donald Trump when he was president, it must not be true. As I've said before, and I've said before, and I'll say again, I believe there are prominent people on both sides of the aisle. If in fact there was any president on the left that covered up anything in the Epstein files, I think it is awful and wrong, and I hope that comes out. The only thing we know for sure is that Joe.
This has nothing to do with
hold on.
Why would Biden cover up for Trump? Like, this makes no sense. I'm asking.
I didn't say that.
Information
You're not
on
even
Trump?
Following. Oh my God, you're not even
if
following
Maxwell
what I'm
had
saying.
information on Trump, why would the Biden DOJ not offer a pardon for that information? You're not getting it.
You're totally. Oh no, you don't get it. Totally.
No, what you just said was, if Biden was covering up, then we should definitely look into that. It has nothing to do with what I said. I thought you would understand what I just said. So let me try to give you a little more detail.
What I was trying to say was not Joe Biden covering up for Trump. If you could actually pay attention to what I'm saying, I'm trying to be consistent. What I'm saying is if Joe Biden was covering up for some of his friends that are pedophiles, if Donald Trump was covering up for people in the Epstein files, then I think that is equally as wrong. If you're making the case, well, why didn't Joe Biden call out Donald Trump?
Okay, but cover up for your friends. Cover up for your friends, but throw the dude that you really don't fucking like under the bus.
Yeah, what?
Joe Biden could single target. Joe Biden
at all.
Joe Biden
What
could
did you
single
say?
target it to focus on Trump. He could still protect all of his friends. So why didn't Joe Biden make it fucking single target Trump?
So here's the way
Well,
I'll
you get
answer
what
it.
I'm saying.
You can offer a pardon to Maxwell just for turning on Trump. Like that would be enough for a pardon.
Ryan,
So
just real quick, when these files are released, these other 3 million, what do you foresee happening in the country? Like you just said, like both on the left and the right, we're going to have people that are prominent go down and everything.
Yeah.
And I think there's going to be a lot of
great.
chaos that's going to ensue from it. So my argument is that, well, why release them now? Whereas you can release them when the Republican Party, with Trump and MAGA and everything, is going to be in a more well place where all.
Here's what I would say to that. Here's what I would say to that. Tell that to the hundreds and hundreds of human beings that were molested when they were children, and try to make it political to them.
And it's still happening.
Where are those hundreds of human beings?
It didn't just stop and start with Epstein.
I'll say it again.
Trafficking
I want justice for anybody that
I
has
agree.
done horrible things to kids. Guess what? I don't care what people think might happen to the economy, which, by the way, I'm not buying. I don't care what happens to either party. I want justice for the victims. And Pam Bondi wouldn't even turn around and look at the victims. Donald Trump calls us stupid for even having this conversation. I want justice.
Well, I question some of those victims personally, of the Epstein victims that have come forward where they became the groomers themselves too. So that's kind of a false pretense in itself as well. So
you're questioning the victims in the Epstein files. Do you question Donald Trump?
No, I'm talking about these women that have come forward specifically in front of all the cameras. And I think that's coming away to be able to bring other people that hopefully there are other real victims that they're looking for. That's
Hold
Hold
on. Let's do a last thought from Brian, and then I'm going to get to the super chats. Nobody hit that dono goal, which I mean, it's 3:00 in the morning. I don't expect it, but if somebody saves the show in the meantime of reading the super chats, then we can continue on. Otherwise, Brian, your last thought on the where you were at.
There are a ton of people that reported sexual misconduct when they were kids. I do not believe that those human beings, when they were kids, had any motives to lie other than to come forward and report. There are also a plethora of women in this country who have been sexually abused and molested that are afraid to come forward for a number of different reasons. They could be afraid. It could be a powerful person. They could be ashamed, embarrassment, you name it. So I tend to believe most victims. There are always going to be exceptions, but I tend to believe most. Listen, I believed Jussie Smollett. I understand that wasn't sexual misconduct, but I believed him. And then when I found out that he was a douchebag and he lied, I want that scumbag to go to jail. But unless you could provide me evidence of a reason why they lied, why you don't think they're credible, guess what? I believe everybody. And these people that are in the Epstein files that you said a charade press conference, what the hell have they gotten from it? You think they want to be in front of a camera? They haven't gotten any money. They haven't written any books.
I think they're just simply being used by the Democrat Party.
So they just decided to. That's ridiculous. First of all,
it's because you guys want chaos. That's really all it is.
Stop giving them more content.
Hold on.
Oh, so you believe Tara Reid?
The Democrats want chaos.
That's the only play you have left. That's it.
All right. The only play we have left is $100. Stop going for the win. I just said this to let Brian finish, and then we move to the super chats.
The only play that Democrats have is chaos. So I guess they can't play on the fact that Donald Trump got us into a war. I guess they can't play on the fact that Donald Trump rose the price of inflation, rose the price of all the products in the supermarket. I guess they can't use the fact that he said he would end the war in 24 hours and that there would be peace in the Middle East. I guess they can't use the economy or gas prices or any of that stuff. So I guess the Democrats will declare victory if they only talk about the Epstein files. It's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. Have you seen his poll numbers right now? Guess what? It's not just because of the Epstein files, pal. It's because where this country is at economically right now. We're headed towards a recession. We're in an ill-advised war where we're spending $2 billion fucking dollars a day while people are struggling right now and they can't keep their job. So don't give me this bullshit that Democrats, the only card they have, the only play they have is talking about the Epstein files. By the way, there's a lot of Republicans behind closed doors that are very pissed off about this too. And they want accountability. They're just cowards and they don't show it because they don't have a backbone. Okay. This isn't just about Epstein. It's about the economy. It's about the false promises he made. He said on day one, all the prices would drop. No, Democrats have a lot to run on. And that's why you guys are going to have a fucking bloodbath when it comes to the midterms.
The Democrats have a 19% approval rating in Congress. The 19%.
We're done with the back and forth. We're going to move on to super chats, and then we're all going to say our final thoughts, and we're going to get the fuck out of here. If anyone wants to be a superhero, they can do it with $100 dono, one big fat red dono on my screen. Otherwise, we're getting the fuck out. Taking notes of the big five says insurrection, PDFs. Oh, God. Why didn't they just fucking... Okay. Embezzlement, Trump 2024, it's what we voted for.
Wow.
Any thoughts to that, Brian?
That's what we voted for? Well, it's interesting because there's a lot of people that supported Trump, that thought this was going to be America First agenda. Doesn't seem like this is America First when all the tech billionaires are making all the money and he's coddling up to two people like Benjamin Netanyahu and Vladimir Putin, the two people that have benefited the most from this war. It's not America. It's Benjamin Netanyahu and Vladimir Putin. That is the opposite of America First. The opposite.
Okay. Big Bad Mama says, Brian, what do you think about Trump's $1.8 billion IRS slush fund for his cronies and his taxpayer-funded ballroom hospital?
Yeah. So let's be clear. The IRS, he was never going to win that lawsuit, that $10 billion lawsuit. That's number one. Number two, now the IRS could never open the books on Donald Trump or any member of his family. That was part of the deal. That's number two, if you want to talk about corruption. Number three, I think it is absolutely fucking embarrassing and despicable that millionaires are going to, Rudy Giuliani's, the Steve Bannons, the Navarros, these are the kinds of people that are going to be millionaires. And guess what? We're never going to know the who, what, when, where, why, because they're making it all private. If you beat Enrique Tarrio is going to be a millionaire. That doofus is going to be a millionaire. People that beat cops are going to be millionaires. If anybody in this country, you know who I think should get that money? Real heroes, firefighters, police officers, people who save lives every day, people that are struggling, real Americans that are working 2 or 3 jobs. Those are the people that money should be divided to, not a bunch of imbeciles and criminals and white supremacists. It is a disaster. It's despicable, and we cannot let this story go away.
All right. I believe this came in over on Andrew's side. Not quite did. Says Brian takes everything personal. He's sensitive.
No,
the title of a video is enough to make him crash out. Ask Warren Smith.
I haven't taken anything in this conversation personal. The only thing that I took personal and the issue I took with Andrew and we talked it out is when it's about my family. If I took anything like this personal, I wouldn't be in this business. People can call me any name in the book. They can make cartoons about me. They can call me names. They can say whatever they want about me. That doesn't bother me at all. The reason why I get into it with Warren Smith is because it was entertaining radio and I thought it was funny. I was giving him a hard time with some of his titles. I think he said I got laughed off the stage or something like that. And was I really upset over that? No, I was fucking with him because Warren is a guy that's easy to fuck with. And I enjoyed, having him on and getting all riled up. And I thought it was entertaining. There's a part of me that's show Brian. And then there's a part of me that, if you talk about my family or anything involving my family, that's a line that I don't like that people cross. So as far as taking stuff personal, I mean, if I took stuff personal, I wouldn't be doing this. So
didn't you just say you're not going to have Warren Smith on your show anymore?
Yeah, the reason why I'm not going to have Warren Smith on my show anymore is because, well, you can laugh, but I could actually give you the real answer. I did a poll. You can laugh like a little girl.
Yeah, because you said, "Oh, I love this messing around with him."
I do.
It's
I
just
do.
all
I
fun,
do.
and then you kick him
I
off
do.
your show.
So
I'm never
we
having
voted
him on
his ass
anymore.
off the show,
know
bro.
what?
We
Okay, so
voted.
Your
hold on.
actions
Hold
don't
on.
line up with your
Hold
words.
on. Let's if
Okay,
you ask,
to,
at least let him give the reason.
Yeah, to the 18-year-old, I just want to respond. So obviously he didn't watch the show and he doesn't watch what I do. So what I did was
No one
a lot of
does.
the.
I'm sorry.
Well, oh really? Nobody does.
Yeah, I'm
really?
looking at your views on your YouTube right now.
Oh really? Nobody does. Well, guess what? Guess what? Who are you? Have you ever been paid to do a debate before? Have you ever done
Yes.
CNN, Fox
Yes,
News?
I actually have a bunch
Really?
of awards. Yeah, I've actually have a bunch
Oh,
of
you
awards
have
for
awards.
debating nationally.
What
yeah.
shows? Oh wow, national debate, a master debater. Oh, so what's your show?
Yeah,
Where
people
can we find
pay
you?
people pay me to go debate. Yeah.
Oh, so what was the last time you were paid to do a debate?
Clemson in February.
Oh, how much did they pay you?
I think it was like $5,000, something like that around there.
Oh, I would love to hear the organization and get some clarification on that. That people pay you $5,000 to debate.
But it was a debate tournament. Yeah.
Oh, it was a tournament. So they paid you
Yes.
$5,000 to enter a tournament?
No, they paid me to judge the tournament.
Oh, okay. So they paid you to judge. So
Yeah.
like you're trying to attack somebody, and you're saying I don't have any views, and I don't know. It's weird.
No, you brought it up. Actually. You're the
Okay.
one that
Well,
brought
no,
up your
you're making
and
the
you brought up
claim-
money and your views first. Actually.
Well, okay. I don't recall ever bringing up views. I don't know what you're talking about,
did.
but all right. So here's the bottom line, my friend. Okay, I've never
People-
heard of you before.
we do this.
I don't, hold on.
What you said.
I've never heard of you before. I don't know who you are. And the bottom line is, I do a show every day, and apparently you're a master debater judger. I don't know. Nobody knows who you are, bro. Okay, so
Does that
keep
matter?
down, keep quiet. Well,
Who
it does
wants to
matter
be in
because-
your field? You're
Who
trying
wants
to
to
be
be-
on the radio because you failed at everything else. That's fine. It's like those that can
Ryan,
do
you hit the mute button on your
succeed. Those that can't go to radio. You have a face.
What have
for
I
radio.
failed at? What have I failed at?
Yeah, trying to
What
be
have I
trying to
failed
be a correspondent on. Nobody will invite
Not
you
true.
back on Fox
Okay,
or
hold on.
CNN. You can't.
Okay, so
no one will invite you
first of
back.
all-
you have to go to
First
Pierce.
of all, okay, so first of all, I just did CNN last week. I just did OAN last week. So you're categorically false,
Wait.
and you have no idea what you're
You're
talking
talking
about.
about like the
Let me
30
finish.
seconds
Let me
that you had
finish.
on?
Let me finish.
Bro.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Okay, calm down, bro. I know you're jealous. Just calm down for a moment. You see, anybody who wakes up in the morning and that can make a living doing what they enjoy, I give anybody credit for that. So for me, I'm able to go up in the morning and not be a master debater judge, but actually do a talk show every day. And the reason why I get invited on national shows and you don't is because nobody knows who you are, bro.
Because I don't try to do it. What?
I'm sure
Are
that's
you
what it is.
stupid?
I'm sure it's,
you had to do
I'm
this
sure-
for 15 years before
I'm
you got
sure
anywhere.
that's what it
bro.
is.
You
Oh, really?
you only did
What
this
was
once
I
you got
doing?
old.
What was I doing?
You
5
had to
years
try
ago?
this for 15 years and you failed over and over and over again. Congrats that
so-
you have
so-
this much.
so when did I
this much
fail?
notoriety now. Like
When did I
congrats.
fail?
You're
When did I?
bragging
When
about
did
it
I?
now.
When did I fail? You
Yeah, the
just said I
10 years.
failed.
The 10 years when your show was nothing.
What was I doing? I wasn't doing a show 10 years ago. You have no fucking idea what you're
Exactly,
talking about.
exactly, because you were trying to. and
What
it
was I
failing.
doing? What was
Nobody
I
would
doing? No,
hire.
I wasn't trying to.
No one would actually pay for you to have a show. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. So
'Cause you're a
let's
failure.
review that. Okay, no problem.
Oh, you hit the mute button again, Brian.
Bro,
on your
he's
mic.
so nervous. He keeps hitting the
No,
mute
I'm not.
button.
I'm not nervous at all.
Yeah,
Those
sure, man.
those mic buttons are
Yeah.
very sensitive.
I'm
It
not-
happens
Yeah.
all the
To the-
time.
To the
You
to
haven't
the master,
you haven't done it this
to the-
whole
to-
time, but now
to
you're
the
doing
ma-
it like
to
4
the
times in a
master.
row.
Okay, bro, stop spurging out. Relax. I'm
That's
going to
not what
respond now.
spurging is.
So for the last 20 years, I've worked for national networks, including CBS, including Intercom. I've had a great career and I've had a lot of fun. The last 3. By the way, I don't think you've ever had a job in media.
Wait,
I would
in
imagine.
what
right?
capacity? In what capacity? What role did you
As a
play?
reporter? Yeah, I was a reporter
Yeah, exactly.
and an anchor.
You failed.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I didn't want to be a reporter. So let me just
Yeah,
give you a little bit of
exactly.
background. So let me just give this 16-year-old a little background because
Oh,
he's a
I'm
smug
getting
little-
younger. I'm getting
smug,
younger.
smug little 18-year-old puke. Let me just give him a little bit of background. So for the first 10 years of my career, I was doing reporting and a sports talk show. And then I said to myself, I want to be opinionated. I want to be able to do opinions on politics and on the news. And then I made the switch and I had the opportunity to do a 3-hour show in Las Vegas against Rush Limbaugh. It did extremely well. And then I decided to own my own media company and own my own content and do my own thing. So I'd like to know, what do you do?
No,
for
wait,
work?
wait. At the end of your 10 years as a radio or as a sports talk show, what station was that?
KDWN was one of the stations I worked for.
Exactly.
KXN.
So
I'm trying to.
You worked for 10 years at a
I'm
station
trying to.
that nobody heard of.
I'm trying to answer your question.
You are completely a nobody.
I actually,
trying to
I-
10 years.
If I may,
Congrats, after 25 years, you finally got your big break.
Fucking measuring sticks away
Sarah's
for a minute.
talking, guys.
Fucking shut up.
Tomato.
I don't know why. LG, I understand you're trying to like make a point here, but I don't know why like you would like attack somebody's career.
It's really weird.
Tell
That's
them,
okay. I don't mind.
Like, and
I don't
tell
mind.
them they failed. Like
His
there
claim
is
to
a.
fame.
He brought it up.
Hold on,
He
hold
literally
on.
said,
I'm not
"I
done
do
yet,
this.
gentlemen.
People watch
I'm
me
not.
do this."
I'm not done.
Yeah,
I'm
they
not
do.
done yet.
They
I'm
do.
not
Yeah,
done yet.
not for
I'm not
25
done
years.
yet. I'm not done yet. But what the fuck does it matter to anyone else on this panel or the show or any of the audience? Like, who the fuck cares? Brian is here right now having this conversation with all of
Jealousy.
us. Some people
Little
don't
jealousy.
even have shows. Some of these people just show up to hang out and have the conversation, and he's doing that. I think that's humbling. Okay. I think that's a big deal. And I'm glad that he could come participate in this. I don't give a fuck who Brian is, where the fuck he's been. The point is he wanted to come have the conversation tonight. We put the show together in 1 fucking hour. That's a
Let me
big
say something
fucking
nice.
deal.
This was
Let's
just a
just
reference.
appreciate.
Be
Let's
quiet,
just
Mr.
appreciate the fucking moment for what
Thank
it
you.
is. For fuck's
Let me
sake.
just say something in defense. Let me just say something really quickly about this young man over here. I wish my claim to fame was being a master debater judge. I'm sure they paid you $5,000. That makes a lot of sense. So I wish I was in your shoes, my friend. No, I know it's very impressive. You were a master debater judge. You were a master debate. You little moron.
When you
You're
win
a master
awards,
debater
when you actually have
looking
achievements,
down his
you
nose.
you don't have to work for 25 years.
Listen. It's after 3 a.m. Okay. I got out of bed for this one. All right. Let's move on so I can go back to bed.
Yeah,
All right.
I just want to be a master debater judge. That sounds like a great gig.
You're in the right
Yeah,
place.
Maybe in five more years, you'll have more than 500 views. On
Oh
YouTube.
my God.
I don't know.
Oh
Maybe.
my God. You guys killed
2
me.
years-
That
in 2
Maybe,
years,
I don't
I've
know.
got-
is
I mean, I don't know how
killing me.
much longer you have to live, actually. But
Do
you
we
know,
want to?
5
Okay.
years.
Do we want to like open?
Now
like,
he's a doctor. He's
Do
not
we
only
want
a
to?
master.
50. You look like
Do we
50.
want
Shut
to?
You look
Do
like
we
you're
want to
50.
bring
Like
our
you're
bank
12.
accounts up? Do we want to bring like our trophies to the table?
He said,
like, is
people
there
view
any
me.
more?
People watch me do this. So I'm
They
just
do.
countering
They
him.
do. This is what
Yeah,
I do
it
for a
took you
living.
25 years
Yeah.
to get 500 people to watch
You guys need to have a
Now you're
debate
bragging
right
about
here
it
on the
YouTube.
Raging Tomato about this. Okay, it's clear
This
that you
guy-
have some type
how
of
many-
topic
your
to
rollers.
talk about. This is a great debate right
I'm
here.
genuinely-
you can actually have the debate on another show right here on the Raging Tomato.
He's too scared.
It won't be with this guy. He's got
Yeah,
like
he's too
5
scared.
listeners. I'm too
Yeah,
scared for what?
I succeed at what I do. It took you
What do you
25
do?
years to,
What do you
to
do?
barely succeed.
What do you
at
do?
it.
What do you do?
Yeah,
Tell us what
Give
you
him a
do.
break. Give him
Yeah,
a break. This is
what do you-
sheer
I'm a
Denver nugget
debater and
trash
I'm
talk.
Appeal to authority is what this is.
You're a debater. Where do
I'm
you
a
debate?
debater.
Tell me.
I'm a debater.
Where do
I
you
do
debate?
mock trial, debate, and
Where
I'm
do you do
going to law
debate?
school
Where can
next
we
year.
where can we follow? I don't care
My
about law
LSAT
school.
is legit.
Where do you debate?
One of the highest in the entire country. I'm going to one of the best
Okay.
law schools in the entire country.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you
I
go to
succeeded at
college.
everything I
What do you do for a living? What do you, besides going to college?
Telecommunications. Telecommunications
so-
is about to be a lawyer.
So you're not a lawyer yet. You haven't passed the bar. You don't have a show. Apparently you got
Yeah, I don't have
paid
a show because I don't
$5,000.
try to have a show.
You don't. Apparently you don't.
It's just
try
like
to do
saying that.
anything.
Oh, you don't have an LSAT. What's your LSAT score? You never.
You guys
took it.
should like.
That's
What's
the
your
stupidest
LSAT
argument
score?
ever.
If either one of you
This
ever
guy-
heard of
It's
the
the
moose,
dumbest argument I've ever heard in my life.
Hey, I'm used to these 19, 20-year-old smug fucking
Bro,
morons like this
actually,
idiot.
Thanks for saying I look like I'm 18. I'm actually much older than you think. But
How old are you? You act like you're 12, bro.
no,
Tell
I
me.
just,
Tell
I
me.
just look
Tell
young
me.
because I actually take care
So
of
wait,
myself and
tell
exercise.
me.
When's the last
I
time
know
you
do.
exercised?
Yeah,
When's the
I
last
know
time you
do.
exercised?
I
Be honest.
I went to college for free on scholarship, pal.
Yeah,
So,
what
tell
like
me,
tennis
where can
or
we-
like water
Bro,
polo?
bro,
Like
what's
water
wrong with
polo?
tennis? What's
Yeah,
wrong with
water
tennis?
polo. No, just
What's wrong with tennis?
That doesn't.
Is that not a
it's very
sport?
athletic. Doesn't take that much.
Oh,
yeah, it's
yeah.
not very
Tell that
athletic.
to Novak Djokovic. You fucking.
Yeah, that
moron.
he's
Get this
athletic?
fucking idiot out of here.
Yeah,
Get this fucking
you
idiot
think
out
that
of
he
here.
would say
Go
that
ahead.
he's very athletic? What are you talking about? He's skillful,
I'm done with
not
this guy.
athletic.
This guy
Yeah,
is such a
yeah,
fucking
you
clown,
would, bro.
You're a
You-
fucking.
So
clown.
it was tennis.
You think that
it was tennis? That's why you're taking it
hold
so
on.
hard
I
because it
just
was
wanna-
tennis, bro.
I just want to get this right. You're saying that tennis isn't an athletic sport? You
No, I don't
fucking fucking
you have to be
imbecile?
athletic to play
All
tennis
right.
now.
Sarah,
I really
this
don't
guy's,
think you have to be
this
athletic
guy's
to
not
play
even
tennis.
worth my time anymore. He's a fucking idiot.
LG, LG, I have to agree with Brian on this one. Like
tennis isn't an athletic sport. You fucking douchebag.
You legit run like 5 feet to the left, 5 feet to the right.
You fucking.
Have you ever seen Novak? Have you ever seen Novak run a 40-yard dash? He's slow.
Oh my God.
Have you seen
Novak? Novak,
he's literally slow. Have you ever seen him run?
All right, we're gonna give everyone a moment of peace for just a second. Number one, LG, that was the dumbest thing I think I've ever heard you say here. That tennis isn't like a fucking sport. Like it's in the Olympics. It's a big deal. It's no joke. It takes a lot of agility. I'll say that, and their poor knees and elbows. It's called tennis elbow for a fucking reason. I don't play tennis, but my grandma did, and she could probably kick all your asses. And that lady went to town on that motherfucker. All right, holy shit! I cannot believe he just said that. All right, I'm gonna bring everybody up. I'm going to get through 2 more super chats. Everybody's going to shut the fuck up. Brian is going to respond to the last 2 super chats. Then we're going to get the fuck out of here. We're going to go raid Adonis Paul, and you all can go watch the TikTok craziness over there. Okay, here we go. My fucking goodness. Where did...
Just remember when I go do my show every day, he's going to be getting paid $5,000 to judge somebody in a debate. I'm sure he's telling the truth there. Yeah, you got $5,000, bro. Yeah.
Do you want to know how hard it is to find good actual judges? Good judges for debate.
He's a judge of debates. That's what he does. That's
because I won so many awards I won so many awards. I won so many awards.
Shove them up your ass.
I won so many awards that they actually have to offer me the money to go judge. If you knew anything about the debate scene, you would know how hard it is to find good judges in the debate scene. They'll actually offer you anything. Like
back up, everybody! I judge debates. Is that how you get laid?
No, I won award. And bro, do you take your hat off before you get laid? Like, what are you talking about? You're the last one. You're the last one. Yeah, and you brag about playing tennis in college. What are you talking about?
I didn't brag, bro. Yes, you just said tennis isn't athletic. That's like saying Donald Trump is athletic.
Athletic means that you're strong or fast. Like, it doesn't mean that you're skillful. Those are 2 different things.
Name me one professional tennis player that's not athletic. Name me one professional tennis player that's not athletic. Name me one. You fucking
Novak.
idiot.
Novak is slow. Novak is slow.
Oh, Novak isn't athletic. You might be the dumbest person.
No.
Yeah, I think
have you ever seen him try? Have you ever seen him do a bench press or run a 40-yard dash? He's slow and not strong. Those are like
all right, everybody. I didn't know this. Arguably the best tennis player of all time, who's still playing college tennis in his mid-40s, is not athletic. You must be the dumbest fucking person I've ever talked to.
No, he's not athletic. He's skillful.
You win.
He's skillful. There's 2 different things of skillful.
He's not athletic. Yeah, tennis isn't a physical sport.
Is NFL athletic? The kicker is athletic in NFL? You think the kicker is athletic in NFL?
Now I didn't talk about football. So the guy who gets paid, the guy who is a judge of debates is trying to talk about what's athletic and what's not, and he's saying tennis is an athletic sport. I played
varsity football, basketball, and baseball in high school.
Wow, you played high school sports. You
football, basketball, and baseball, not tennis. If you ever step foot on a basketball or football field, you would get injured.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at you, bro. You're fat. Stand up right now and do a twirl. Stand up right now and do a twirl. You couldn't run a mile if you wanted to. Stand up right now. Stand up right now. If you're not scared, stand up right now. I'll stand up.
You muted again, Brian. Holy.
Yeah, he's nervous. I'll stand up and show my 6-pack if you stand up and show yours. That's at the same time.
Brian, you're muted. Hit the button.
Brian, I know
the guy stand
up and show your 6-pack. We can do it at the same time.
Are you gonna shut up? Or are you just gonna keep rambling? The guy, hey Sarah, the guy that I'm talking to right now just wanted me. I feel like I'm talking to Roger Ailes. He just wanted me to get up, a 46-year-old man, to get up and twirl.
I thought you were athletic.
I will say that's pretty gay. That's pretty gay, LG.
Okay, so you know you're not athletic. Okay, at least you know that you're not athletic.
The guy is.
You can't, bro. You keep hitting. You're so nervous, bro. You're so nervous. You're so nervous.
He wants a 46-year-old guy to get up and twirl. I'm talking to Roger.
Bro, you're 46 years old and your voice is still cracking, bro. I don't know. Maybe you missed puberty. I'm not sure. But yeah, if you're gonna talk about my athleticism, I'm gonna talk about your athleticism. How are we gonna prove it?
Let's talk about that.
Who's in better shape, me or you?
Let's review. Okay, dude, shut the fuck up for 20 seconds. Just shut the fuck up. So I want to review. In the last 10 minutes, he's told me to take off articles of my clothing. He's told me to twirl, and he wants me to take my shirt off. Dude, I think you. I think you might be pleasuring yourself.
Are you scared to show yourself?
I'm scared that I think you want to fuck me in the ear. That's what I'm scared.
How else right now would we
you
show
wanna
who's
fuck
in
me
better
in the
shape?
ear.
How else would he show who's in better shape? Maybe you're fat.
Novak
content?
Djokovic is
your
you're in
fat
better shape than
content.
Novak
Are you
Djokovic.
stupid? Your fat content.
Good luck with your
you're fat. You're fat. We understand.
Good
bro.
luck.
Like, it's
Good luck
okay.
with your master
You're-
debating, judging.
Bud, I make more money than you right now doing telecommunications. It doesn't matter what I did 5 years ago.
Bro, this might be the funniest shit I've ever heard in my life.
You legit said that you're not even a
Congratulations.
debater. You're not even a debater. We asked you what the 3 laws of logic were, and you didn't even know. Like, what are you talking about? You have
Dude,
nothing to say about
I'm going to
bragging.
law school and I'm going to judge for debates.
What? Yeah. What? You go to debates. What is your argument? That's the dumbest argument I've ever heard in my life.
My argument is.
Didn't you just say that you debated a topic you knew nothing about because you
Here's
got
my
paid?
argument.
Why would
Yeah,
you would judge a
okay,
debate
I'll
if
be
you got
honest.
paid?
I'll be honest. Okay, I'll answer your question. I'll be honest.
Yeah, would you
I
judge a
was
debate
just-
if you got paid?
I was just, dude, you got to shut the fuck up. I'm answering your question. So I get paid boatloads of money, like large sums of money,
5K
to be a judge for debates.
No, did they pay you 5K to go? Did they pay you 5K to go debate?
No, they
Rachel
paid
Wilson?
me. They paid me
How much?
5K to twirl.
No.
They paid me
Be
5K to
honest. Be
twirl.
honest. Be honest. I know you don't want to be honest now because I'm trapped in a corner. But
They
did
paid
you
me
get
money
paid
to
5K?
twirl.
Did you get paid less than 5K to go debate Rachel Wilson?
I make more money on social
Can you
media in one
answer?
day than it
Can you
probably
answer?
cost you to go
Can
to
you
school,
answer?
bro.
Wait, why
Can
are
you
you scared to answer?
Can you answer?
Why-
Can you answer? Why are you scared?
Yeah, answer my
Why
question.
Why are you scared?
You ask me a
Why are you
question, I'll
scared?
answer it. I'll answer it.
Why are you scared? Why are you
I'm not
scared?
Look at me, then look
Why
at
are you
you.
scared?
Well, who
You
would
gonna
be
ask
scared,
me to?
bro? What are you talking
You
about?
gonna ask me to twirl? You gonna ask me to twirl again? So I'll tell you what.
Are you gonna be scared to
next
show
time-
how fat you are?
I'll tell you what. Next time
are
you
you
see
too
me,
scared to show how fat you are?
next time you see me on CNN or Fox News, just know if you work really
Why
hard,
would
you can get
anyone?
there
No one
someday.
watches CNN or
You can
Fox
get there
News. That's why
someday.
they have to bring you on. Nobody. Look at the ratings. What are you talking about? Look at the ratings of CNN. No one.
Sarah,
watches
this
that.
guy's been
That's
this
why
guy's
they
been
invite-
fun.
Did they
This
invite
guy's
you
been
on?
fun to
Wait.
fuck
Did
with.
they invite you
He's
on
been fun
15
to
years
fuck
ago? Wait. Did they invite you on 15 years ago when they were
What's
actually
that?
had good
I'm
ratings?
sorry, you asking me?
Did they invite you on 15 years ago? I know you're nervous. and
Fuck
yourself.
that button. That
Did
button.
they invite you? They didn't invite you on when
15
they had
years
good
ago.
ratings.
Yeah,
when they had
because
good
no.
ratings.
I'll answer that. So 15 years ago, I wasn't doing politics. You fucking dumbass.
You said you were. You're a liar. You said
When
that
did I
after.
say? Really? I
Yeah,
did?
you said after you worked in sports for 10 years, you did a show with Rush Limbaugh.
and how
You're
and
a
how
liar.
yeah. So
Yeah,
when
you're
I
a
did
liar.
a show, that was 8 years ago. That wasn't 15 years ago, bro.
That was
Would
your first
any
politics?
would
That was your
any
first
other
politics show?
gentleman here like to tell us how much bigger their dick is than anyone else on panel?
Novak's speed is 22.38 miles per hour, making him the fastest tennis player alive. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
tennis
I don't know,
player
man.
alive.
22.38 miles per hour is pretty fucking fast.
Bro, I think that's the speed of the
Not
ball
enough
that he
points,
hits, bro. You're getting
He's so
confused.
this
No,
this
that's
kid
not
is
the
so
speed of him
stupid.
running.
Recorded peak
That's not the speed of his running.
What's a sprint?
The ball goes a little faster than
What's a sprint?
20 miles an hour, guys.
What is a sprint?
Come on.
Wait, hold on.
LG, this is pure.
You're talking about a
hold on.
sprint going back and forth
Hold
on the
on.
court?
He thinks a
Sprint?
tennis
Oh,
ball-
oh, 30-yard dash, bro.
He thinks
That's
a-
not a 30-yard dash.
he thinks a
The
tennis ball
sprint
goes
of the
20
ball going back and forth. Sure.
hold
Yeah,
on.
you know
He
what?
thinks-
You're right.
hold on,
It's the sprint of
Hold
the
on,
ball
hold on.
going back and forth. He
No, I didn't
wins.
He thinks a
What?
tennis ball.
I didn't
He
say
thinks a
sprint,
tennis
bro.
ball goes 22 miles an hour. They serve at 140 miles an hour. You fucking.
I never said his serve, bro. What? I never said his serve, bro. What are you talking about? You're talking about
This dude's never gonna pass the bar.
You
never
got
gonna pass the bar.
the bar. You think the bar has anything to do with if tennis?
Novak Djokovic.
No
is
one
just
watches or plays tennis.
wrong.
No one watches or
Tennis
plays
is
tennis.
totally
It's
different.
the most unpopular sport for a
In
reason.
reality,
They put
you
the tennis
imagine like
ball
the
in
ball
the
coming at
basket.
you, right? Like they
What?
do normally. Like the balls are coming at you,
God.
like they are always coming at
Rub
you. The ball,
lotion
you're
on
holding
Ben
the shaft,
Shapiro's
right?
ear.
You gotta hit the balls with the
balls?
shaft,
How
right?
many balls?
So because of that,
Yeah.
right, they're coming very fast. So you got to be able to run very fast to go hit that ball with your shaft.
Bro, you take like,
Well, you're
you
gonna
take
be-
like 5
Kid,
steps.
Yeah, I don't know,
This is
Cheatown.
like
I don't know.
steps, bro.
I don't know what
Kid,
happened.
you're gonna be.
I don't
Kid,
know.
you're
You
gonna
take
be.
like
held-
5 steps. It's okay.
you're
It won't
gonna
take
be
me
held
25. It won't take me
one day.
25 years to
Holy
finally
shit.
get to brag about 500 views on YouTube. That's for
22
sure, bro.
miles
So-
an hour is pretty fucking fast. It's actually called the 22-mile-an-hour club.
What is the most important skill or most important trait for a tennis player? Like, what would you say is like the most important thing for a tennis?
I
player?
can't believe we're debating
the same as master debaters.
No, coordination, explosiveness. They're definitely athletic. They
Yeah,
need
that's
to be
not athletic.
coordinated. They need to have explosiveness.
I wasn't taking a
Up and down.
side.
Being skill is not athletic. Athletic would be things like strength, speed.
Explosiveness
Speed?
is athletic.
you mean
They
like
need to be able
22
to
miles
stop
an
and
hour
go
speed?
on.
Compared to NFL players?
No,
You mean
but
like
they-
22
Are you
miles an
dumb?
hour?
Yeah, 22 miles an
but
hour.
they
How
are
fast an
certainly
NFL
athletic.
player?
Male
Just because you're the
tennis players, even
fastest
if
tennis
they're-
player doesn't
they're
mean you're fast.
extremely
That's the
athletic,
dumbest argument I've heard.
You can come out of the rabbit hole now, bro. It's okay. We won't.
Oh my God, you might be the fucking dumbest idiot I've ever.
You don't have to stay in the
You
rabbit
don't
hole
know
all
what the
night.
3 laws of logic are, bro, but you're trying to debate people. Like you have.
I
no
wish I could. I wish I could be a judge in debates.
3
I wish
laws
that
of
could be my
logic.
claim to fame.
Yeah. Instead, you have to. Instead, you get destroyed on debates and feminism.
Hey,
you're so broke. You have to take 4K.
Hey, Sarah.
You're so
Sarah.
broke. You take like
Sarah,
3K to
I
get
wanna
paid
ask-
to go
shut
debate
the fuck up. I
feminism,
want to
bro.
ask Sarah a question. Shut the fuck up. Sarah, can I ask you an honest question? Is that okay?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be too personal. If going back to the days when you were in college, if a young man went up to you and said, "Hey, back up. I judge debate tournaments for a living," would that turn you on and get you hot?
And check out my abs while I feel.
Poor
Check out my
LG.
abs.
You think I'm
Poor-
trying? You think I said it to try to brag?
Hold
I
on,
mean,
hold
you're
on,
gonna.
hold on, LG. He asked me a question.
Let her
Don't
answer.
be rude.
Don't be so defensive, bro.
The best
Don't
part,
be so defensive.
the best part about this is actually I completed my master's in legal and ethical studies, which was pre-law. So debate is my world.
There you go. There you go.
But I also married a cop at that time, and I love hunky dory men, and I respect tennis because my grandma kicked ass in it. But no, I don't think I would find that attractive if a dude walked up and said, "I'm a debate bro."
Yeah, I wouldn't say that to try to get women. You
They
just have
paid
to
him
look at my
$5,000.
face, look at my
He
face, and
says
look
that-
at Brian's
he
face,
says
and that's all
that-
you would have
he
to make
says
a
that-
decision.
he says that
You
to
just look,
bald gingers.
just compare our
I-
faces, and if you're
I
talking
think-
about
I
women,
think-
just compare
I
Brian's
think
face and my face.
He
And
wants
that's all you have to do. It's
He
pretty
wants
much
to
over.
compare physical looks to a 46-year-old that's probably 20 years older than him.
What does that mean?
Athletes go
You want to talk
17
about?
to
I'm
19
not.
miles
You're not.
an hour.
You want to?
Novak's
talk
at
about
22.
Just
Usain
because you're
Bolt's
old
at
doesn't mean you
27.
have to be ugly and bald.
27's
That's
the
a
fastest
stupid
human.
argument.
That's Usain Bolt.
Yeah,
22
I'm
miles-
old,
okay,
so I have
Sarah,
to be ugly,
Sarah,
bald, and out of shape because
Sarah,
I'm old. I have
another
to be.
question for
Brett.
Sarah.
I have to be ugly,
Sarah,
bald, and
I
out of
gotta-
shape.
Go
I'm
ahead,
old.
Shut the
Brian.
fuck up. I'm
Hold
talking to
on,
Sarah. Shut the-
LG.
Master debater, shut the fuck up. I'm talking to Sarah. So, Sarah, I got to be honest with the panel, okay? I got to be honest with the panel. I'm going to be honest. When I wake up in the morning, my biggest concern in life is what a young 20-year-old something who gets paid to judge debates thinks about my physical appearance. I got to be honest with you. If he doesn't think I'm attractive, I don't know how I can.
Good, because you
I
hate
should leave
yourself
my
enough.
show tomorrow.
You hate yourself enough. When you look in the mirror, I'm sure you hate yourself enough. That's why you cover your bald head with the hat. You're insecure about it. You're insecure about your bald head, so you wear a hat indoors.
Hold on,
You're indoors wearing a hat right now.
LG,
at
calm
3 in the
yourself.
morning, bro.
He's
Stand by.
spurging out.
Stand by.
The master
Hold on.
debater is spurging
Would
out.
you-
I
would you
object,
shut
Your Honor.
up?
I
Wait,
object.
Brian, you're ableist?
Shut up, or I'm going to mute you or tuck you backstage. All right, listen. LG, number one, I want you to listen to me, okay? Number one, that was pretty fucking gay. All right.
Wait, what?
Number the
Calling
trying
someone
to
ugly?
like you have been talking about Brian's body and appearance for a very long time. Number
It's very
two,
odd.
If you're
Strange.
fat,
number
that's
two,
bad.
hold on,
What?
hold. I'm not done yet. I asked you to listen. Number two, for somebody who apparently judges debates, you're doing a pretty shitty job trying to have some kind of debate with Brian because you're going straight ad hom the
Is there a
entire
judge?
time.
That's not what
Hold
ad
on,
hom means.
Sarah.
You're misusing
Sarah.
ad hom. That's not ad
It
hom.
is exactly what it means.
No. What argument did he?
exactly
What
it.
argument?
What
What
are you
argument
talking
did he
about?
give that I didn't respond
Wait,
to? Ad hom
hold
is
on,
when
Sarah.
you respond
I
to
have
an
a
argument.
question.
You don't respond to
Sarah.
the argument with a personal
Will you
attack.
shut
It's
the
not
fuck
just
up?
a
I'm
personal
asking
attack.
No, you
Sarah
can
question.
give
don't know
an
what
ad
happened.
hom without
Making it
responding.
acting really gay.
You don't
bro.
have to
Sarah.
respond to do an ad
No,
hom.
an ad hom isn't just
Sarah,
an attack on
hold
somebody.
on.
It's when
All
you
right,
don't
don't
respond
spurg
to an
out.
argument.
Master
and
debater,
instead
stop
of,
talking.
yes,
No,
Google
wrong.
it right now,
Sarah,
bro. What are you talking
absolutely
about?
wrong.
Is there
You're wrong.
anybody? If there,
Hold
is
on.
there anybody
You're
on
wrong,
this
Clay.
panel? I have a
Hold
question.
on.
You're wrong, bro.
Hold on,
Is there
hold
any-
on, hold on. Ad hom occurs when someone attacks the character, motive, or personal traits of an opponent instead of engaging with the
Instead.
substance of their actual argument.
Exactly.
There
There was no
part
argument
part of
given for me to
what
respond
part?
to.
Shut up. Hold on, Brian. What part of the last 30 minutes have you not been attacking his personal traits or characters or whatever?
Last line. It's instead of responding to an argument. He never gave an argument.
What are you attacking right
exactly.
now?
There was no argument.
There's no argument. That's why it's not ad hoc.
Okay, so you're just
all right. Listen,
you don't know.
I have a question that can solve this
debate. You have your
have a-
masters in this?
Dude,
Don't know what ad hoc
just shut up for a second. I have a question for the whole panel. I will offer somebody $5,000 if they can judge this debate. What do you guys think about this debate?
I'll take $5,000.
Lick your boots.
Yes,
I think
Sarah can do that.
Okay, what is the we haven't yet to establish a prompt because we've gone through tennis, we've gone through my dick's bigger than yours, we've gone through I make more money than you, we've gone through
Do you
your
think
career
Brian
size.
is insecure about his
have a
bald head?
prompt.
The fact
I
that
have
he
a
wears a
prompt.
hat indoors?
There he goes again. There he
No,
goes
but
again
that
with
could be-
Tennis
physical
elbows
appearance.
and forearms
You
are
think
beneficial for
bald
society.
people are insecure when they wear hats indoors?
Thank you.
What is that, a fedora?
Guys,
Don't you, kid?
Good
listen,
Lord,
guys,
Uncle Fatty. What the hell?
You're insecure about it. It's fine.
right?
Just
Hold
talk
on,
about
hold
it.
on.
Put it back
You
on.
say you're
I've
not
learned-
insecure,
listen, guys.
but obviously
Guys, I like to learn things in debates, and I'll be honest with you. I've learned a few things in this debate tonight. Number one, apparently the best tennis player to ever live, who's still in his mid 40s or early 40s, that's one of the best tennis players in the world, is not in good physical condition, and he's not athletic. I've learned that. I've learned that they only hit the ball 23 miles per hour, which I never knew because I thought they served it like 140. So I never knew that. And I also learned that you could make $5,000 if you judge debates. I've never learned. That's really impressive. I never
At
knew
Clemson.
that.
At Clemson.
That's
look it
that's
up.
really
No,
it
was the national championship at Clemson. It was the
I think
national
that's-
championship. It was the last
that's-
one of the year at Clemson. You can look it up.
all right. Well,
You have
listen,
to look
I'm
it up,
very impressed, sir. I'm very impressed with your accolades.
I know you don't. I know you failed as a
Very
reporter,
impressed.
so you don't know how to look up sources, but you can look it up. You can
Oh my
actually-
God.
So let me. Here we go again. So I'll address
Yeah,
that
you
as
fact
well.
check it.
So when you say failed as a reporter, that would mean
Yeah.
that you didn't succeed. So
You failed.
let me just give you another little bit of background on what I did. I chose
Yeah,
that I wanted
justify
to
yourself.
do talk.
Justify yourself. Explain yourself to us.
You got to let me finish. You got to give me
explain
20
yourself to
seconds.
us.
Pretend like you're judging a debate and pay attention. Okay, I won't pay you $5,000. though.
Explain yourself to us. Yeah.
So well, if you can shut up, I will. So I decided that I wanted to be a talk show host. I wasn't fired. I didn't not succeed. So please, when you, I'm sure you're going to become a very successful attorney because I think you should represent tennis players. I think you do a very good job.
It took you 8 years to get 500 views on YouTube. So good job,
You
man.
keep saying, okay, so let me just answer to that as well.
Yeah, you seem
keep
very
saying-
insecure about
you
it.
gotta let me respond, bro. You just made another claim, so please give me another 20 seconds. I don't know where you keep getting 500 views,
I'm
but
looking
in
at it.
2.5 years, okay, be quiet and let me respond. I started regularly posting stuff on YouTube about 2 to 2.5 years ago. I have over 170,000 subs, and I'm the top 1% of YouTubers everywhere on YouTube. I'm in the top 1% of live viewers. I average over 1,000 people in YouTube. It's
taken into account inactive YouTube counts. No, it's taken into account inactive YouTube counts. Top 1%.
I'm not. If we're going to talk about in and active, that would probably be your sex life. But let's just continue the conversation, okay? Don't get me wrong.
Once
you
again,
get women
look
wet.
at me.
Hold on,
Look
no,
at
no, no,
me.
look
Then
at
look
me,
at you. Look
Don't
at me.
get
Then
me
look
wrong.
at you.
I'm sure being.
Like what?
I'm sure
It's
being.
like
I am. I'm
Well,
sure
yeah,
being a
look at me, then
master.
look at
I'm
you.
sure being a
That's
master
it.
debater judge gets all the women wet on campus. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah,
so let me
actually.
just finish. So other than being the
Being
top
intelligent
1%,
actually
other
helps.
than
Yes,
okay,
you don't
so
get
let
that.
the intelligent, put a gag in your mouth for 20 seconds, okay, sir?
Yeah, I'm sure you
so
like
in
that.
in 2.5 years, okay, in 2.5 years on YouTube regularly, not only do I have over 170,000 subs, I've only done Facebook for 6 months regularly. I've got over 120,000 subs, and I'm in the top 1%. I think you're in the top 1% of fucking idiots. Good luck passing the bar, bro.
Top 1%. Once again, top 1% is taking into account all YouTube accounts, not even people that post.
Correct.
That's a so if you actually count people that post, it's way you're like top 40%, bro. Like you're not what?
Top what? We're talking about subscribers. What the fuck?
Yes,
are you talking
subscribers,
about, bro?
compared to people that don't even post on YouTube. You're counting the subscribers of people that don't even make videos, that just watch stuff. That's the stupidest
I have
argument
no idea
I ever
what you're
heard.
talking about.
All I know is that it took you 25
you
years
guys-
to finally be mediocre, and now you're bragging like, oh, at 46 years old, I finally started YouTube because I failed at everything else. Like, why are you bragging about that?
Again,
I had more achievements in my life before I turned like 22
you've got a lot of
than
judge
you ever
trophies.
had in
I
your
know.
entire life.
You
bro.
got it.
Like,
You got a lot of judge trophies, bro. I'm glad you do. Where do you work, by the way? What do you do for work? Tell us where you work.
I own an independent.
What's the company?
An independent contracting firm for telecommunications.
What's it called? What's
I'm
it
not gonna
called?
tell you that, weirdo.
Why not? You seem to know so much about me. Why don't you share us?
I know nothing about you. I'm just looking at your YouTube.
What's your company? What's your company called?
I'm not going to tell you the name of my company. So
Why not?
When
What are
he
you
says
afraid
it,
of?
look, Brian, when he says independent contracting, what he's saying is that, you know, those people that you call that are like your service agents, right? So he sits at his house and gets those contracting. That's
not what
telecommunications
is. That's not telecommunications
exactly
is. Are you
what it is.
stupid? Google telecommunications if you don't know what that is, because you sound dumb.
Yeah.
He's a private master
I'm
debater,
I'm
judge
a
contractor.
telecom engineer. I work at the data centers. I do most of
people
my
how to get-
contracts. Most of my contracts are with like Verizon.
It is so
and with-
fucking gay.
No, I disagree.
Started.
I think he trains
Door-to-door
professional tennis players how to hit the ball 23 miles per hour.
You don't know what telecommunications.
Bill Lombard for this.
I'm sorry,
we need a
nobody
Bill
cool
Lombard
knows.
in
Nobody
here.
cool watches.
Does
tennis,
anyone
bro. I'm
else?
sorry.
Does
Nobody
anyone
cool
else
watches
feel
tennis.
like
You
almost
lost,
like
bro.
this
You
was?
lost.
Nobody
lost.
cool
JPL.
watches tennis.
Shut up!
You're trying to
both of
make
you.
fun of me for
Shut
my
up.
tennis
Shut
knowledge.
up! You
You're-
both
you're
have had
weird.
enough talking time tonight. Hold on. Does anyone else, my panelists who know, feel like this is the Hormaxer and Ben Thorpe all over again? Does anyone agree with that?
The
Shout
ball
out to
game.
Toasty for giving that idea.
Different types of
Holy
ball game.
fucking shit!
Wait, are one of
Oh
them
my
bald?
God.
Are one of them bald?
No,
Ben
they're
Thorpe?
just both embarrassing. That's what this is right now. It's a total crash out of embarrassment. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves up here, dick measuring.
I don't know. You don't know what ad hominem was, so I think that's.
Oh my God,
too.
no!
I'm not gonna lie.
No, if you're gonna make an argument, okay, on why he sucks at his career, sitting there just telling him he's ugly and fat is not the way to do it.
No, we started with him sucking at his career, then we moved to that.
So you
Oh
were
my
making
God.
a response about his career?
Thank you.
What?
Yeah.
No, he never gave an argument. What?
No,
Doesn't matter
his
if he's
argument
He
to
doesn't
you.
have
your,
to. You
your,
made the
your response was
claim.
about his.
Then it's
career.
not ad hominem if you're
It
not
was a
responding to
response
an
to him
argument.
Oh
talking
my
about his career.
God.
It was a
No,
response.
bro, an
to
ad
him
hominem.
talking about his career.
An ad hominem
him
has to be a
and his
response
bald
to an
head.
argument.
And
An ad
apparently
hominem
other
has to be a
things
response
that
to
are-
an
And your
argument.
response is
Men-
ad
no,
hominem has
because
to be a
all you're
response to
doing
an
is calling him
argument.
fat and ugly.
Yeah, because you never give an argument.
Oh my God.
They just
He-
traded
no,
insults.
hold on,
There was no
hold on.
argument.
Hold on,
Yeah, exactly.
hold
Who
on.
knows?
Brian sat here
Who's a
and he
ant?
went,
Who's a smart guy?
shut up, LG. Learn to fucking listen. God damn it, you've been agitating me all night. No, Brian started giving you his fucking resume, and your response was like, "You suck. Oh, you're fat. Who's gonna want you? Oh my God, your views suck. Oh wait, like that's your response the entire
There's
time.
no argument given, so
There-
I don't have
oh
to
my
give an
God.
argument back. I don't think you
Oh my
understand
God.
argumentation.
Please
Did
tell
you
me you're
take
not
a-
this retarded with the
No,
girls.
did you take a wait? Do you not really not know what ad hominem? Do you really not know what ad hominem means? No, Sarah, be honest. Do you really not know what ad hominem means?
Oh my God. If you're
Dude,
gonna
the
sit
ad hom
here,
on Jersey Shore, bro.
if you're
Even
you
Ant is the
listen
smart
to
one.
me.
He knows
Listen
that you're
to me.
wrong.
Listen to me, LG. You just sat here and fucking dick measured with another dude over who's
That's what
better,
happens.
right? And there's what, like a 20-year difference between the two of you. The man has already done his career. He's already done all of his stuff. You're just getting started. Do not insult a man and try to dick measure with somebody who's already ahead of you in life.
He's not.
What
That's the
the fuck
point.
are you-
That's
Oh
that
my
was
God.
my point. I'm younger than him and already.
LG, nobody even knows you here. Nobody knows who you are. Nobody's heard
does
of
that
you.
mean?
What are you,
all
bro?
I had to do was I made a few phone calls and I said, "Yo, I've got Brian Shapiro coming on in an hour. Do you want to join and debate him?" And they're like, "I'll fucking be there. Count me in. Count me in. Count me in." If I called anyone right now and said, "Yo, LG's coming on in an hour. Do you want to come debate
Because
him?"
I don't do this. It's the
They're all
stupidest
gonna-
argument ever.
That's the point. You're comparing fucking apples
No,
to
I'm not.
oranges, you retard.
We're comparing success in our respective fields.
Oh
I think
my
you're-
God.
Now I know why you don't debate, Sarah. You suck at debating.
Oh
I'm sorry.
my God. Is he
Donate now to
retarded?
save
I'm
us
sorry,
from
you're
cancer,
just really
folks.
bad at debating. Like you don't know what you're talking about.
You guys,
Oh
you're
my
not
God,
in for
do you-
the audience. You really should be donating. You cannot get this content anywhere else.
Yeah. For some reason, you.
Hey, I have a question for Brian Shapiro.
Hold on. I want you. Does everybody know what show they're on, LG? Do you know where you're at? Do you know who has the power here? Do you really want to start talking shit to me right now?
If it's anything I say
wrong? Do you want the ability to come back and debate other great, amazing people that apparently suck in your eyes?
Wait, Brian's
Do you
amazing?
know where the fuck you are right now?
You think Brian's amazing person?
Listen to me. Do you know where the fuck you are right now?
Please don't brag about your YouTube channel right now.
Hey, shut the fuck up!
Nobody's bragging about YouTube anything.
You literally are right now.
My question to you, hold on. Do you know where the fuck you are right now?
Yes, your YouTube
Do
channel.
you know whose channel you're on?
Yes, your YouTube channel.
Do you know who has the power to let you on this open panel and debate other people who come to this show and other different topics and all of these other things and the amount of opportunities that we provide for everyone? We've been streaming tonight for over 300 people live all night, and we are providing that platform for you. Do you know where the fuck you are?
Once again, you're bragging about your YouTube channel.
Why don't you shut the fuck up and answer a question, asshole?
Relax, bro. Go start a family, dude. Relax.
The point, LG, is if you're going to sit here and insult me, you might want to be mindful that I have the power to do this. Now you can get the fuck off my show. You can get the fuck out of here. You've been rude. You've been absolutely disrespectful. You've talked over me. You've talked over Brian, who's the guest of the evening. At least Ant had the ability to have the conversation, and he admitted when he was like, I'm worked up, right? But you're going to sit here and you're going to shit on me on my own fucking show that I allow you to be on here. It is a fucking privilege, not a right. Go think about that. When you're ready to apologize, you come back and let me know. Otherwise, fuck off. Okay.
I think... well said, Sarah. I think that we've all been a little bit passionate, right? And we've all raised our voice a little bit, but that was a waste of time. Maybe it was entertaining to some people, perhaps. I was actually enjoying that a little bit. But I think that comes down to, and you guys could tell me whether you disagree or not, but I think that just comes down to someone who's extremely insecure. I mean, he had to brag about him being a judge. Then he attacked your YouTube channel, and then he attacked multiple people on this panel, people that he might even agree with, but I thought it was interesting that I just find like people that attack other people for what they do for work are usually people that are a little bit insecure with themselves. Like,
you went too far at the end.
Yeah,
well, I think anybody.
It was in a song.
Here's the thing. If we're going to have fun, we're going to have fun. Okay.
Yep.
But
Yep.
the last thing you should ever want to do is try to insult the host of a show who has the power to kick you out and ban you forever.
I think because he was getting a little bit embarrassed there at the end, and I think he was lashing out. Here's what I'll say though about people in work. Like, I respect anybody. You get up in the morning and you enjoy what you do. I don't care if you make $20,000 a year. Like, I all the power to you. I don't care if you're a garbage man or you work in an office. Like, if you get up in the morning, even if you don't enjoy what you do, any hardworking American, but I've been very fortunate that it's been a very long time since I got up and I said, man, I really don't want to go to work today. That means more to me than money or fame or doing TV shows or any of that shit, and for most of my life, I enjoyed work. I enjoy what I do. And I'm sure there's people here on the panel that probably enjoy what they do too. And I have respect for that. Unfortunately, there are some people out there that I don't know if it's jealousy or envious or whatever it may be. But I will say this, though. You have a lot of viral clips in there. I did not know that the number one tennis player, probably the best tennis player to ever live, if he's not the best, he's certainly one of the best, is not athletic. That's a new one for me. I've heard some arguments, but I can't imagine that kid is a good debater. That was really weird. That's all I wanted to say there.
Well, and not only that, like I'll never shit on another channel for being small, not getting views or whatever, right? I am really big on hosting a platform that allows anyone we've had from someone who has no channel whatsoever and they were watching and they wanted to come say something to channels. It's Eli moved up and on. We started him off here, and he's doing great. I just saw he was over on Breakfast Tacos debating. Really awesome. Yeah, so proud of him.
You know what's weird?
We've hit up to over 800,000 subscriber channels who have come down to this platform.
That's awesome,
right? So
yeah, that's great.
But the point of it is we don't shit on anyone. The last thing I'll ever do is make fun of somebody for not getting views, for getting views, for this, for that, or not succeed, whatever. The point is, you want to come here, you want to debate, you want to have the conversation, fine, be here and fucking have some fun, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not going to shit on anyone's career. Everyone has their ups and downs, and some people do it, some people don't.
Yeah, and it's weird because like 3 or 4 years ago, because radio's a dying.
Uh-oh, did we lose him?
I fully agree with that.
Yeah, so 3 years ago, I was like, Brian, you should start a YouTube page. And I talked to some younger creators. Here's how you do it, Brian. You start a YouTube page, you start a Facebook page. I started that a couple of years ago. I'm making more money in the business. This isn't bragging. It's just showing that I've learned to adapt to what works and you know, what doesn't work. And I just started doing this a couple of years ago because of social media, because of YouTube and Facebook. It's given me opportunities that I never dreamed of, you know, and it's been great. Yeah, radio is certainly a dying breed. Quite frankly, I wish I started a YouTube page 10 years ago, you know, but it's given me incredible opportunities, you know. And
well, it's understanding the equipment, right? So if you go to flipping burgers, because that's your job, you don't just reach down there and grab the burger with your fucking fingers, right? So you have to understand the platform. You have to use the platform for what it is. And, you know, over the past, 3 years, I think I saw that you've been doing this on the YouTubes. You've obviously learned it. And over the past year, you've been doing pretty good.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I'll be honest, this is also a first. I've never been told to have somebody fuck me in the ear, but I've also nobody's ever asked me to twirl. Not even
Didn't you say you're like 48?
While
I'm
showing
46.
your abs, bro.
46, and not one time nobody's asked to fuck you in your ear?
I was
kind of
blown on that one too.
you got.
He's never been to prison.
Earmuffs.
That's true. Hiding in a cave or something.
I literally now know what it's like to be an attractive female who worked on Fox News when Roger Ailes said, "Please twirl for me." That's like really bizarre.
That was gay. That was so fucking gay.
That was really weird.
I'm sorry.
How many
but
times?
I can't.
How many times did he tell me to take off an article of clothing too? That was weird. I don't know. Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah.
Hey, it is
and
what
that's
it is.
what I'm saying. Like, what is he arguing at that point? It just doesn't make any sense to me.
I think he's going to be pleasuring himself to a Pushing the Limits poster of Brian Shapiro before he goes to sleep tonight. That's what I think. Hey man, that's what I think. By the way, if you want to find somebody who self-deprecates a lot, it's me. I make fun of myself every single day. I think the guy on the bottom there with the blue shirt knows what I'm talking about. I make fun of myself on the show all the time. Like, I self-deprecate. It's like, we can't take each other seriously. We certainly can't take someone. Does anybody think that guy legitimately got paid $5,000 to judge a debate? I don't know. I don't believe it.
Well, here's the point. It doesn't even matter, right? To me, YouTubers should not be competing with each other. They should be competing with themselves, right? And when you start competing with each other, that's when you start doing stupid shit. That's when
we should help each other.
Exactly.
We should help each other. Like
Exactly.
Destiny is one of the biggest live streamers in the world. And he puts me on his platform when he does my show. Adam Mockler, another one. Like, we should help each other. All I know is I am very proud of what I've been able to do in a couple of years on social media. And you know, and whether people agree or disagree, it's, you know, for somebody that's been in radio for 20 years, I had to adapt. You know, I had to adapt to the social media stuff. I mean, podcasting is where it's at right now. I use the radio station as a podcast studio. That's the way I approach it now. And it works, you know, it works.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Somebody has a show on in the background somewhere. Kraut, do you have something on in the background?
Yeah, that might be me. The TV's on. Hold up one sec.
Somebody on my YouTube page just said, Brian loves to argue with MAGA. That is true.
That part is true. I noticed that one.
Brian and Sarah are cooking. See, these are fans of my show. So, of course, you know, they're going to say some nice things. So that's cool. Some funny comments there. But, you know, I usually never go live on my platforms other than 12 to 2 Monday through Friday. So I have to.
You got to get Leonard to come over with you one day.
Leonard, yeah, he's doing my show tomorrow. So Leonard's a good dude. He co-hosts with me once a week. Actually, Adam Mockler's debate coach is actually coming in studio Thursday. His name is Micah. He's also a law student, but I tend to think that he's not going to be asking me to twirl during the show. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know, man. We'll see what.
Nice.
How's that, Sarah? Is that better?
Yes.
Damn,
Yes.
I can't believe
Thank
you
you.
picked up my TV. Yeah, I'm laying on my bed right now, so I know you all want to see that. That's why I got the camera on. I just gotta say real quick, LG was fucking tripping with that tennis thing. And it's crazy because it seems like me and him got a lot of the same views, but I'm not going to condone some fucking delusional, batshit crazy tennis players aren't fucking athletic. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. And then, yeah. I think Brian called it out. He started feeling insecure, so he started saying all that other belligerent shit like LG, man. Don't be too prideful, man. You'll fucking fail in life.
All right, so that's good advice. Now, if we were talking about golf, I also played golf in college. You could be overweight. You could be overweight and still be a really good golfer. But if you look at the top 10,
Kevin James, look how heavy he is. He's athletic.
Right. But if you look at the top 5 golfers in the world, they're all in phenomenal shape. Tiger Woods is the one that started that. You got the Brooks Koepkas and the Rory McIlroys, right? If you're one of the best golfers in the world, it's almost impossible not to be very athletic.
I mean,
golf
John
has changed.
Daly.
No,
Yeah,
Who
well,
is
yeah.
who is
He was
this?
top, one of the top in the world at one point in
He
time.
was.
Definitely.
But if you look at the last, I agree. But if you look at the last 10 to 15 years of golf, you have to be in good physical shape, in my opinion, to be one of the best golfers in the world. Tennis is one of the most, it's a very physical sport. These guys are on the court 3-4 hours in the US Open, and they're pounding a tennis ball. I can't even begin to tell you how physically demanding tennis is at a very high level. I think hockey is probably the most physical sport that I've ever played. But to say that,
for sure.
Yeah.
But the only person who's arguing that it wasn't a sport is no longer on the panel.
And look, LG may have tried out for a tennis play, and he fucking failed in ice water. No, maybe he's got some ill will to that sport. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry. I think he was specific. He wasn't saying it was a sport. He said it wasn't an athletic sport. Like
it is athletic. I played.
It's not a contact sport.
I still say it's a great debate that you guys should have.
Athletic. It's just not.
You should have it right here on Sarah the Raging Tomato.
I don't think LG would have to apologize to me before he can make his way back up.
Oh yeah,
here.
and that's another thing. So he started attacking you like, yo, you're on her fucking channel, and I'll be real, Sarah, I like you. You know, so far you're pretty cool, and I like that. You know, you put respect on your channel. Now, do I like when you told us to shut the fuck up? I mean, not really, but I respect it, and I'm gonna fucking listen because it's your fucking show.
I've done hundreds of podcasts, and there's very few that I come on more than once. And yeah, I think Sarah does a really good job. I treat people the way they treat me.
Yeah, nobody likes being told to shut the fuck up, but I'm gonna do it because it's her podcast and I respect her. Nobody likes being told to shut the fuck up, even if you're wrong.
Does that guy have his own channel? Like, does he have
I don't
any of his
know.
own?
He just showed up
He
like
came
what?
on and debated with us last night. He did the same thing. He started out okay, you know, not overly bright, but okay. And he was doing all of his shit off of AI. You could see he was looking everything up and just giving AI answers.
Right.
And then after an hour or two, he just turned into a total spurg out. But
he was getting on my nerves. That's why I left.
So
I
he
was also
doesn't
really fucking tired.
So he doesn't have like his own channel, or nobody knows who he is.
We don't know. We don't know who he is.
Nobody knows.
Yeah.
And that's why I gave him the point. That's why I said the point. Like, literally, once you and I agreed, like, you were like, let's do a show. And I'm like, yeah, fine, let's do a show. Fuck it. I made 3 phone calls, and then the word went outward that way. And I said, Brian's coming. He wants to debate. Figure it out. Get here. And we had a full panel and a full backstage all night. They all came here to debate you. Nobody knows who LG is, though.
Listen, I don't have an ego. I'm not Adam Mockler, who I think is great. I'm not Destiny, you know. But yeah, I mean, because I do some shows, people know who I am, and I think I'm humbled by that. I think that's great, you know. But I'm not like somebody that brags. Oh, look at me! Look at the shows I do. Look at this. Look at that. I like having debates with people. I like having conversations like this, even if it gets a little heated, you know. But yeah. But listen, go ahead.
Well, you can't talk fast and memorize Wikipedia.
You know what's weird? Maybe you guys think I'm wrong for doing this, but like I never really Google shit hardly ever. We had a caller that called in today and he said, Ivana Trump never said that Donald Trump raped her. And my producer Googled it and we literally Googled it and put it on the screen. But I'm not one of those people that Googles. Like, it's like, I don't really do that stuff. I don't think that's fair. It's either you know what you're talking about or you don't. And if I'm wrong, then okay, great. Tell me I'm wrong. But people
I think it's fair. I think it's fair. Like, okay, so during a debate, like it's a little bit of an unfair advantage, but even still, like, so if you're trying to get to the truth, right, and you need to look something up, I think that's a great tool. I use it all the time, but I think it's more fair on the panel than like on the panel, fine. But yeah, I do agree. Like in the debate itself, maybe some of those things.
I actually find it to be a disadvantage for them because if you've actually studied the subject, typically AI is a really bad overview.
I agree.
Well,
Sarah,
somebody last night, that kid was trying to argue with me from AI, and it was about Germanic history, and so I'm just chewing this guy apart because I actually know.
Well, it's only fair if you do like the actual research going into the links and stuff. So you can't just trust the AI. You have to actually go to the links, you have to go to the pages and actually read it, and then maybe you can give an answer.
You know who Googles? You know who Googles a lot in debates? I think Sarah will probably know this one. Andrew Wilson. I did a 5-hour debate with him. And the fucking guy, we did a debate on ICE and the Renee Good shooting and all that. The guy had no idea what he was talking about. And all he was doing was Googling and checking. And it was just like, bro,
point of order. I don't think it's not Google and that he actually has a number of people that are sending.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, it's probably more likely to be mystery and his little.
That could be true.
People sending him
things. That could be true. All I'm saying is he was looking at his laptop and typing while I was debating him about ICE. And I'm
had his hand up for a minute.
Go ahead, Azrun. You're always so patient. Go ahead, my doll.
I'm about to be out.
Sarah, can I ask Brian a question?
Go ahead, Azrun. Absolutely.
Brian, have you heard of a person called Dr. Steve Pachenik? He has his own YouTube channel, and he said that he was like a psychiatrist under George Bush's tenure. And he said that actually, Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad spy. It was Mossad that put him over there and used him to blackmail many important leaders all over the world. Using carnal pleasures as a bait. But how reliable is Dr. Steve Pachenik, Brian Shapiro?
I haven't heard of that, but obviously I've heard the rumors that Jeffrey Epstein was an Israel spy. I've heard a lot of conspiracy theories, and here's what I say to that. While it may or may not be true, I think we all should be more focused on the victims and the bad stuff that he did to children. You know, I'm not saying you're wrong, and I'm not saying this doctor's wrong. It wouldn't surprise me. He was an extremely wealthy man, and he had a lot of power. But I try to focus a little bit more on the victims and getting them justice. If that makes sense, that's what I try to do.
Oh, okay. That's noble of you.
Mm-hmm. I'm not the most noble man in the world, but sometimes I have my moments. Like when somebody tells me they want to fuck me in the ear, you know, sometimes I react to that.
Aunt, you're never going to live that one down.
Yeah.
I can't wait till Brian does this tomorrow and goes live and he talks about.
Here's the problem. Okay, let me ask you guys a question.
Confused right now.
Here's the problem. Okay, I'm on the radio, so there's FCC regulations. So I guess I'll have to say this guy told me he wanted to F me in the ear. I guess I could say that.
Doesn't hit as good.
It doesn't have to say that. You could say he wanted to penetrate me in my ear. I don't know. That doesn't
to the ear.
You want to do it. No, I got it.
It's a brave new world.
He wanted to assault me in the ear with his member.
There you go.
I could say that.
Well,
yeah, I could say that.
Nobody said I wouldn't get consent.
Hey, Sarah.
And now Brian has officially had
on Thursday, though.
Want to fuck his ear? Good for you, Brian. Happy 46.
Ear fucking. I label this show ear fucking. All right, let's do some super chats that we were supposed to get to. Let's see, this came in at 3:12. We were supposed to get to this 45 minutes ago. Taking note says, Epstein defenders unite. Lose your credibility and humanity doing what you love. Any thoughts to that, panel?
Well, I was trying to explain earlier with his earlier post. I think Brian took him as being somebody who might have been a Trump supporter, and I could tell right away we were misreading it, that this guy clearly was criticizing MAGA supporters and MAGA and Trump supporters, excuse me. And at least now the mask is off.
All right. And of course, Mr. Kraut sent in the big five earlier saying, have a good night, everyone. He left, but then he couldn't help himself but to come back up here. So Tom Carpenter was doing that earlier too. Steven with the big five says the college Brian played tennis at got discontinued because the program was so horrible when he was there. 100% true.
Yeah, so Central Connecticut State University, the reason why they did it is not because the program was so horrible. It's because they were adding more women's sports. This happened at colleges across the country where they would add a women's sport, take away a men's sport. You can actually look that up. That happened, I don't remember, maybe several years after I left. They did that with the golf team there too, by the way, at Central Connecticut State University. So that happened. I forgot what the rule was or what you call it. But that had to do with equality and adding women's sports. And that's why they got rid of men's sports. It had no idea. It had nothing to do with our win-loss record.
Is that some Title IX stuff?
Yes. That's what I was looking for. Title IX. Thank you, sir. That was Title IX stuff. So it had nothing to do with how, quote unquote, bad the program was. But even if people think the program was bad, I was able to go to college on a scholarship, man. So, I mean, I think that's cool. And even though tennis is a very unathletic sport, we've learned that today. How
about bowling? Is that athletic?
Dude,
Sarah,
I think bowling.
The big red dono just came in.
I saw it. We're going to get there.
Oh, okay.
I'm letting them finish.
I think
I'm
bowling is like you need eye-hand coordination, right? There are certain. I don't think you need to be in great physical shape to be a bowler, right? I don't think it's extremely physically demanding. It's kind of like, in my opinion, it's like playing a video game, right? But you have to have really good eye-hand coordination. It's kind of like in golf if you just had to putt, right? If you were a miniature golf professional, I see that as bowling. It takes a tremendous amount of eye-hand coordination and repetition and practice, but I don't think it takes a lot of athleticism to be a really good bowler. That's my opinion.
Yeah, my balls are pretty heavy, so I need to.
Somebody had to make the joke.
Calvin asked this question earlier. I thought it was a good one. Where can we see LG debate online? Gee, I don't fucking know. We don't even know what his fucking channel is. And then, of course, Kraut says, I like LG, but I think he believes he is too smart because he is studying law. Like I said, titles mean nothing. Well, yeah. And even at that,
he's
again.
Actually not. He's not studying law. Last night, you got to listen to his little brags. So last night he said he bounced back and forth. Next year he's going to be going to law school. He's not in law school yet.
Right. Like,
listen, guys. I found an attorney that might be worse than Alina Habba.
Is this Sarah lady?
That's impossible.
Who is this? I'm getting like blown up on Twitter by this Sarah Specter lady. Like,
oh yeah,
who is this?
That's a stalker. That's a stalker. Ugh. That's somebody that I actually, believe it or not, had to file a restraining order against. She's a lunatic.
Wow.
Yep. So she's violating the restraining order.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's still on actually, but unfortunately, in the last couple of years, I've met some people that are absolutely crazy lunatics and
bullshit.
Not somebody that I ever dated. Just a raging lunatic. And unfortunately, there are some people. It's not a good thing. There are some people that are crazy obsessed with me. I've been called online. I've been called a rapist. I've been called a sexual predator. I've been called a thief. I've been called pretty much every name in the book. And I guess that's part of the territory, but people are crazy out there. I'm happy to say that I've never been charged with a crime in my life, but I will admit I do have a problem with going over the speed limit when I drive. I have to do a better job of that.
Yes,
but I have gotten some speeding tickets, but yeah, Sarah, there's just some people that are obsessed with me, and they're lunatic crazy people.
Well, coincidentally, she said she's a lawyer too, so I thought that that was kind of funny. We got all these lawyers coming at you.
Unfortunately,
I'm just say idiot. That's
unfortunately, that specific individual made death threats to me, and I had to go in front of a judge and hire an attorney because I was scared.
Wow.
Sarah, can I tell you a funny story about these so-called lawyers? It's a real quick story. So years ago, back when actually me and my wife first started dating, she pulls out in the middle of the intersection to wait to turn. You know, you got to wait for the car to go straight, then you turn left. And I keep telling her, that's illegal. You can't do that. And then on Facebook, I made a post about it, and one of her friends that so-called studied law said the post I made is only a law of Washington, D.C. I had to tell this so-called lawyer, no, you fucking jackass. The law came from Washington, D.C., like all laws that are countrywide laws. It is absolutely illegal to wait in the middle of an intersection to turn left, and a fucking lawyer didn't know that.
Interesting. Objective Ethics with the big 20. I only have 3 subs and I'm ugly and stupid and etc. But I'll debate the master debater, Judge LG, as long as the topic is tennis. Shout out to Objective Ethics. I love you guys so much. Calvin says LG deserves an award for diplomatic achievement. He managed to completely unify Shapiro and Team MAGA.
I agree. Spin, what say you, Spin?
Yeah. Could you find some common ground with Brian on that one?
Diplomatic achievement. He managed to completely unify Shapiro.
You are the guy.
I would say
something
complete
funny.
unification. It's just an agreement that LG is being a dick.
I have something funny to share. Apparently, a person who is allegedly a lawyer is on social media claiming that I stole $35,000 from this person.
That bitch ain't no lawyer. He lives in his mommy's fucking basement.
If this person is an attorney, wouldn't that person file a civil suit against me? I'm just wondering, if somebody stole $35,000 from you and you're an attorney, wouldn't you figure out a way to get that money back legally? These people are so stupid.
Brian, that's the basement lawyers that they have no bar number, but they're keyboard warriors. I get threats of being sued and death threats daily. Probably
that's horrible.
I can't allude, but you might get the same. Maybe not on a daily basis.
I have.
Well,
Yeah.
I get it all the time.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, there's a lot of crazy people out there, right? And that's horrible. I'm sorry to hear that. All I know is if I was an attorney, even if I was an attorney, if I wasn't, and somebody stole any amount of money from me, I'd probably do something about it. I wouldn't. I mean, I don't know. I'd just call me crazy. I don't know. It's a little insane, but there are people out there that are crazy people.
It also says you've been extorting people for 30 years, which, given that you said you're 46, and I'm a mathematician on this.
Hey, Sarah, can you go back to that other super chat? I didn't get a chance to respond to it.
Fucking 16-year-old.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
The diplomatic.
Excuse me. Can you find common ground with Brian?
The diplomatic achievement award doesn't go to you, LG. It goes to the jailhouse lawyer that you're just like in your mommy's basement.
And a big shout out to Fourth Wiseman, who came to save all of the chat's asses tonight. Where have you been all night, Fourth Wiseman? The chat would drop the ball, but Brian and LG started getting into debating tennis and whether it was athletic or not. And I couldn't just shut down on that note, but LG also couldn't shut the fuck up either. So
Can we not call it tennis? Tennis is like a sophisticated game. Can we call it fucking ping pong? Like seriously,
I love ping pong. I love ping pong.
Table tennis isn't the same.
Hey,
as
I got
real
a funny.
tennis.
So here's something about me that nobody knows. Okay, and this is not something to brag about.
secret?
Okay, but it is kind of funny. I don't think I've ever said this publicly. I won gold medals in the Junior Olympics for table tennis.
Okay, let's take it down another notch. You know that
That's true. That's true.
Well, you know that drunk game that people play, tabletop football, where they take a piece of paper and they, click it. There you go. There it is.
Whoop, there it is.
Hey, during the global pandemic, we were making wagers on table tennis on television. That's actually a true story.
For real? Wow,
Yeah,
that's boredom at its finest.
We were betting on ping pong, like $5 a game, watching ping pong on TV on our apps. It was pretty
With
incredible.
them in their COVID masks and hazmat suits. But let me tell you something. Those fucking games can get violent. I mean,
somebody told me that they, this was like a few weeks ago, that they were actually watching my show at like a local dive bar on the TV. And they were taking shots every time someone said certain things, or they were making bets on what one of the panelists would or wouldn't say and how they were going to respond and stuff. So if they're betting on freaking tabletop tennis or whatever, or beer pong or football, whatever, now they're betting on and taking shots on a debate show at a dive bar. People have found like the bottom of boredness.
as many, if one of the buzzwords is fuck, I mean, that's a lot of fucking alcohol.
Or every time someone says, shh, or stop talking, or are you going to let me finish? Or
land the plane.
We land the plane.
At
yeah,
home.
we could definitely
Or
go
get
a
up
lot
and-
of different
or
directions.
get up and twirl for me.
If that happens, the dive bar wouldn't be a fucking dive bar anymore. They'd be wealthy motherfuckers.
That's
Or just says a word that you don't know.
Oh, I like these. This is what I like. I like when they get creative with their name. So Brian Baldpiro, at least they get creative, right?
That's great.
Says, why did Brian go on an X space and lie about serving in the military? Doesn't this make you a hypocrite, Brian, when you're upset about others? Like, Brian, did you lie?
That's
Wait, what
Balderson's
happened?
brother.
What happened? Brian Baldpiro?
Baldpiro.
Wow, these
Oh, you hit the button again.
You must be scared.
Hit the button. Hit the button.
All
Hit
night.
the button, Brian.
Rage quit.
Button.
Brian,
No,
hit the
Brian.
Brian.
He's a premature boomer.
why is it that keeps happening with my microphone? Why,
If
do I
they're
keep touching it?
sensitive, this happens. Anyone that has the push button microphones, they always end up muting themselves accidentally.
Why did they create it like that? Like, why is it right there? Like,
Just for people like you to look
Just for
silly
you.
when you're muted and
Is
then
it-
have to be told you're muted.
I'm going to go to the analytics side of it. Is it like if it doesn't sense like voice or anything, does it automatically shut off?
No, it's just sensitive.
Or like a
No, he's
timer, like an
talking.
internal
Yeah,
timer?
he's tapping it
Man,
occasionally, and
Every
every
time it
he
happens, I
taps
can actually
himself
see
off and he
the thing
starts
get
talking
bumped.
with his hands.
Every single
This-
time it gets bumped. Every
This
single time.
technology
Yeah,
is
when you
all
hit your-
very new. It's all very new to me. All this stuff. So I guess
yeah, you're
I
on
guess I'm
YouTube now, baby. You ain't in the radio business no more.
I'm a dinosaur, man. I'm a dinosaur. All this stuff is new to me. The microphone. People said I should be on Rumble, and I'm like, aren't there all like right-wing people on Rumble? But I guess I don't know.
No.
No?
There's
Okay.
there's both. I mean, you got like Blue Sky, which is
I don't even go on there. Like, I never go on there ever.
well. I mean, you got Rumble that is supposed to be more right leaning, and you got Blue Sky where like the coup news and everybody does their dumbass debauchery on and everything like that. So yes and no.
It leans
Pilled, Now,
It just
pilled,
leans right.
one you may or may not know of, that's completely conservative. That's just like you're deaf to America.
Yeah, I would have called Rumble basically the middle of the road, more conspiratorial and stuff. Like in 2020,
Yeah,
all
you're
the
right,
people
Ben.
that were getting shut down, they either went to Rockfin or Rumble.
Yes.
And Rockfin went defunct, so then everybody ended up at Rumble.
At Rumble.
And Kick.
Yeah.
Rumble's a terrible platform.
I've
Like,
heard it's
they're-
very hard to monetize.
No,
Very hard
it's
to
not.
No,
monetize.
you start
Actually,
off
it's not.
automatically monetized. Like
Yeah.
they can start sending you super chats immediately.
Yeah.
But the problem is like the dashboard's terrible. I don't like anything
Yes.
about it.
Yes.
The
If
benefit
you,
is you can use it as a storage unit. That's what I do. I'll stream there, and then
But any
it's
platform that allows anybody to say whatever they want, like the N-word and stuff. I've seen a couple
Killed.
shows on there, and it's like, come on, man. I mean, there's certain things that you shouldn't be allowed to say, and I'm all for free speech and all, but when you say things that are just so beyond racist and hateful, and they don't have a problem with it, I don't like that. You know,
Well,
I think
but
YouTube,
then you're not really for free speech. You
Really?
understand that. You could
well,
say
because
I'm for
because-
most speech. I'm
Well,
not for free speech.
Here's where I disagree with you. Free speech pertains to the government. For example, if you're on a public sidewalk, I think you should be able to say whatever you want. But keep in mind that these are private companies. And private companies can say
They can
you can't
dictate.
say this, you can't say that. I think YouTube does a really, really good job. Now I have the right not to go on Rumble, right?
They do a shitty job.
And I actually think YouTube does better than a lot of other platforms. And so I appreciate that. So free speech, if we're talking about free speech, we're not talking about social media, right? Because these are private companies. It's like going into a restaurant and if somebody says, "Hey,"
I agree with that. But when they're saying like, so in 2020, I 100% disagree with you about YouTube. YouTube arbitrarily decides what words are naughty words
Yeah,
today.
like pig.
I
You can't
actually,
say
I
pig.
actually want to make a new. Do you remember George Carlin and his dirty word skit?
Oh, yeah.
I want to make a new one, only it's about YouTube. And
I've
and-
never
and
had
have
issues
about
with
a
YouTube.
million. Well,
I get
that's
kicked off
because you're kind of new. In 2020, we had the great purges, and they went through and arbitrarily just shut down channels like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, but I think TikTok is worse. I think TikTok is the worst. You can't even say gun on TikTok.
I'm
The only real benefit to Rumble.
TikTok. I'm not 14. So
I mean, you got TikTok brain. There are people out there that have TikTok brain. We all know this, right? But the benefit to Rumble, Brian, is YouTube takes 30%. And Sarah, you can fact check me. I believe Rumble's like 22 or 24%. That's the only real, like, after you're fully monetized, right?
Again, unless you're wanting to, like Steve. Part of the reason my one of my co-hosts on my show, Steve, has so much trouble on YouTube is because he's used to streaming on Rumble or Rockfin, where they don't care. You can play music videos in your background. You can play clips of other things. You can say whatever you want. That's an entirely different type of thing. And when a fucking part of the reason that everybody went to those two places is because in 2020, when YouTube all of a sudden arbitrarily just started just murking channels, everybody went to those because they supposedly were free speech.
And they ain't done yet.
Was their claim.
Nope.
YouTube ain't done yet, by the way. They still doing
Sarah,
it.
I got about 5 minutes left in me because I'm an old man. So I got about 5 minutes.
Before, I really had one question for you when I came up. I wanted to know how you view, or what your view on higher power is, on the higher power, God, that sort of thing.
Religion. Yeah.
No, not religion. A higher power.
power.
What do you think, that there's something out there, or what?
I guess it's more of a hope. The real answer that I'll give you is I just don't know. I don't know if there's heaven or hell. I don't think we'll know if there's heaven or hell until we're dead. But the difference, I think, between, and I'm not an atheist, by the way, I have a faith and I have a hope that there is a higher power, right? But what I tell people that are religious, I say, here's the difference between you and me. You claim that you know, and you don't. You don't know any more than me. we all don't know if God exists. It might exist. We just don't know. So I take the approach of, I don't tell other people what to believe. You can have any religion you want. Just don't force it on other people. And I would never do that, right? And I hope, that's why I'm not an atheist. I'm probably somewhere in the middle. I have a faith, and I'd like to hope. I'd be lying if I said I never spoke to God before, right? But I don't know. I don't know if I'm just speaking to air. It's kind of like when you go to a gravesite and you're, you know, one of your parents or one of your family members. Sometimes you might talk to them, right? I'm thinking to myself while I'm doing that, there's probably a 1 in a billion chance maybe that you can hear me, but maybe there is. So I'm going to talk to you. You know, that's kind of how I feel about God. Maybe there's a God, maybe there's not. I just don't know, but I'd like to hope that there is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
A lot of people say that I'm Christian. I just say I'm a man, but I do have Christian faith. That's what I have. But I'm actually very close to what you are saying right now. It's actually about a hope. It's about a faith. It's about hoping. It's, I believe, yes, but it's more about that actual hope. I like that.
You know what? I'm glad you brought that up though, because quickly before I go, you know, I'm sure you guys heard about that mosque shooting in San Diego the other day, right?
Yes.
Where, you know, multiple people lost their life. It's a horrible tragedy. And listen, I'm not attacking you guys, right? I'm just saying the media on the right didn't cover the story. And I believe if that was a black kid that walked into a church and did the exact same thing, every right-wing entity would be talking about it. I don't like that. I just feel like if you attack somebody in a religious sanctuary, no matter what religion you are, it's equally horrible and it should get the equal amount of coverage. And that bothered me, right? Whether it's a synagogue or a mosque or a church, it's all bad. Sean Hannity on his show for 5 seconds mentioned it. Imagine if that was a church and that was a transgender that did that, right? That's my problem with religion in general. It's like
those kids, according to media, right? They were transgender.
They were not. That's not true. They're
okay. I wasn't sure. I heard it a couple places.
Yeah. So every single time there's a shooting, I feel like
things, right? It's always the first thing right wing starts pushing.
Right. Exactly. That's what I was just going to say. Every single time there's a shooting, it's almost like the right hopes that it was a transgender. When I had a debate about this on Pierce the other day, last week, a guy named Chris Rufo was saying all the trans people are doing all the shootings when it's not even 1%. Trans people represent 3% of society, and it's not even 1/10 of a percentage of 1% of mass shooters. So this is not a trans issue, right?
I get it. I was saying that there were reports that I did read factually that they were saying that this may or may not be the case because obviously it has not been completely confirmed.
Here's what I think is really the important conversation. Number one, why did they do this? Where were they radicalized? How did they get their hands on these weapons? How can we prevent something like this from happening again? But instead, the right-wing media focuses on, was it a transgender? Was it an undocumented immigrant? And I'm like, I just get so frustrated, man, because it's like we have so much violence in this country. This is not a trans issue. And I would also say, you know how people on the right say they're attacking Christianity, they're attacking us. And, okay, where do you think these kids got this ideology from when some people on the right call every Muslim a terrorist? Okay, this is coming from a Jewish person. Okay, they mount Laura Loomers of the world say that all Muslims should be deported. Lauren Boebert, does Ilhan Omar have a bomb on her? You know, when you can constantly attack. I know Muslims, okay? I have some Muslim friends of mine. They're really good people. They're not terrorists. They don't want innocent people to be hurt. And I think that sort of rhetoric is very, very dangerous. I wouldn't attack you because you're Christian. What I do is I attack people that are hypocrites. Example, they think being gay is a sin. They want the 10 commandments in every classroom, when many of these people that want the 10 commandments in every classroom can't abide by the commandments themselves. You know, it just... I find the extremely religious people at times very hypocritical. Very hypocritical.
Well, the Church of the Spaghetti Monster will welcome you and anybody would like to join us. We get to dress like pirates on Fridays.
Donald Trump said that his favorite book is the Bible. He couldn't recite one verse in the Bible, and then he sells it, made in China, for $1 for $70.
And how is it that these Christo-fascist freaking nationalists, right, can't quote a single red letter verse?
Yeah.
They
Listen, I'm not
to quote Jesus Christ out of the Bible.
And again, I want to be clear. I'm not anti-religion, right? I respect anybody that prays and do your thing, man. I'm all for it. Do your thing. Don't push it on other people. It makes me uncomfortable. If you don't want to be gay, then don't be gay. If you're against gay marriage, then don't marry the same sex. If you want to have 100 babies, have 100 babies. Don't tell other people what to do. I can't stand people that are so hypocritical.
I kind of figured you were in your position that you granted because you do have the family values which you presented earlier, and certainly, like, so with that said, when it comes to like the faith and what we believe here, okay, we're on the earth and we don't know. So really the only thing, in my opinion, that we can actually rely on heavily, not always, this isn't always the case, but it's family, right? So it's the original arrangement. It's like the most basic arrangement. And that's what I believe is the main crux of what would present the best society, is if people really treated their families properly, treated their families with respect, and promoted that idea.
But here's what I struggle with. Okay, I hear what you're saying. Here's what I struggle with. We hear people say, wow, that was a miracle. That was a miracle. Or we hear people say, God saved Donald Trump. Why didn't God save Charlie Kirk? Why does so many bad things happen to good people every day? I'm not saying definitively that God doesn't exist. Again, I'm not an atheist. But what I struggle with is, if there is a God out there, why does he allow so many bad things to happen to great people? Why are people in a church gunned down? Why are people in a synagogue gunned down? Why are people in a mosque gunned down? So it's a very difficult argument if I ask a rabbi or a priest, why does God allow a young child to be run over by a bus, right? And it's very difficult.
If we had the understanding to that question, we ourselves would be God, and we're not privileged the ability to know that answer, or the why, the rhyme, the reason, the method to the madness. So I think it's actually more beautiful in an instance to say that we're always questioning why and trying to understand, but we never will until we get there.
But I will say this though, on the other side, and I could talk about my own life. I feel like things have happened in my life where, when people say things happen for a reason, we've all had bad things happen to us in our life. Sometimes you could look at it and say it makes us stronger. Obviously, I wish my sister was still with me. I wish she was still here. If there's one good thing that came out of it, I became much closer to my parents. They moved out here to Las Vegas. Obviously, I wish she was still here, but I try to say, okay, maybe that was a way of my sister wanting me to get close to my parents. I don't know. But sometimes things do happen for a reason, right? I had a friend of mine 4 years ago, he always heard me complaining about the radio station I worked at. And he said, Brian, you got to do your own thing. He's one of my best friends. And, I ran into him, and because of him, I wouldn't be where I'm at, so things happen for a reason sometimes. Sometimes you can't explain why they happen. Sometimes you can.
I'll say too, for as much of the death and destruction that I see in the world, I also see the beauty. I also see the things that I can appreciate too. So, I could go down that dark hole and, focus on it. But, then there's also what would benefit me, which is to, focus on tomorrow. A lot of people do focus a lot on the past. And you know what? There was a lot of focusing on the past during this tonight, which, of course, it's very important to look at history and to take that into account. But then the question comes, okay, now what do I do?
Mm-hmm. Well, I could say this, things happen for a reason. If I didn't move into a new place, and if I didn't hit up Sarah, I would not be able to talk about somebody wanting to fuck me in the ear tomorrow on my show.
If you talk it up enough, it might happen now.
You didn't want to make it to 50 without that
the memes are already rolling in the Discord, by the way. If you're in the Discord, Toasty's meme section is already rolling with that, so go have some fun. He's knocking them out of the park. One more question or statement maybe from Fourth Wiseman says, Brian, there are many ways to redeem a loss, and most of them do not involve courts at all. Patience, planning, and strategy is key. And there's a reason why.
I do have one last question for Brian, if he has just a minute.
Yeah.
on in my purview, I cover a lot of protests. That's what I do, right? What is your thoughts or educated thoughts on the ever so prevalent protests? And I'm not saying just one type of protest, protests in general. The second part of the question is, do you think they have any relevance, or do you think they are actually doing something? I know it was one question, but there was 2 parts or 3 parts to it.
Well, I mean, look at Martin Luther King Jr. Look at the civil rights movement. If people didn't protest, I'm not so sure that black people would be able to sit in front of a bus or drink the same water fountain that we drink. So I would use that as an example. I think people should always have the right to peacefully protest. We could be talking about the No Kings rally, or we could be talking about the people that were peacefully protesting on January 6th that didn't commit violent acts. I do think the No Kings protests are really important. Because there's a lot of people that disagree with Trump, and that was their way of making friends and showing that, hey, we're uniting. And whether you agree or disagree with their politics, a lot of people out there. Nobody can say there wasn't a good turnout.
I don't disagree. I have done both No Kings here in Central Florida, and I will tell you from the first one. I think it went. When was it, Clay? Last year. Was it last year when they did the first one?
Yep.
And then No Kings 2.0. I saw a very big shift. And what I mean by shift was, instead of 2,000 people, I can honestly say in good faith, there was probably 4,000 to 5,000.
Yeah. I went to San Diego. I spoke at a San Diego No Kings protest a few months back, and the turnout, it went down the street 6-7 miles.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it was crazy.
I mean, that's why I think that the midterms are going to be bad for Republicans. I don't know what's going to happen in 2028. There's too much time between now and then. But the turnout's really good. I think that's one of the most precious rights that we have as Americans, is the right to peacefully protest. And I will always be for it. Listen, I might disagree with you. Obviously, I disagree with you. If you were there on January 6th protesting what you thought was a coup, or I'm sorry, what was a cheated election. But
a cheated election,
as long as you didn't break the law that day, then you have the right to do that.
I agree. Brian, I agree with you. I'm looking at Balderson.
Because we're both fucking bald. And I've got a real beard. He's got like a little
red hair. You got some red hair in there too, don't you?
My thing, and what I wanted just to boil it down and land the plane. Go have a shot, okay? What are your thoughts on the immigration, continuous immigration protests? And I'm going to go to the Northwest, in that little town called Portlandia. What is your thoughts on?
You're talking about the anti-ICE protest. Is that what you're talking about?
Where it just seems to be everybody's out there having a good old time and throwing whatever they want at a brick building. No pun intended.
Balls full of mace. Sweet.
I'm talking. Would you agree that is part of or a solution?
Well, there's a lot of different groups of people that are anti-ICE protests. There are groups of people that are, the large amounts of them, that are not violent, that are not throwing bricks at buildings or assaulting ICE officers. And then there are groups of people that just don't agree with what ICE is doing. There's people dressed up as frogs, and I don't find those people to be violent or a threat.
I call them blowies.
Yeah. Well, whatever they are, they're not breaking the law. And of course, there's going to be a small percentage of people that are always going to commit crimes, and I certainly don't support that. I certainly don't support what happened to Renee Good or Alex Preddy either. I don't support the ICE officers that are shooting rubber bullets into crowds that are not violent. So I think it goes both ways there. Would I follow an ICE agent around? No, I wouldn't. I don't think it's a smart thing to do. Would I scream and blow whistles in ICE agents' faces? No, I wouldn't. I don't think it's a smart thing to do. But, you know, it's your First Amendment right to say, fuck you guys, or chant stuff out to them. But here's why I wouldn't do it.
So then you wouldn't condone using a 3,000-pound missile to potentially use it as a weapon.
Who's doing that?
Good framing, bro.
Who's doing that?
Miss Good.
The car was a missile and she was driving it, bro.
So here's what I'll say about
Super
Miss
fast.
Good. Here's what I'll say about Renee Good, regardless of what your opinions are. The Trump administration.
It's a question.
Okay, I understand that, but I have a very detailed answer. There was not a full-on investigation. Not only was there not an independent investigation, but Kash Patel halted the investigation. They didn't do ballistics. They didn't do blood splatter. They didn't do an autopsy, and they didn't interview witnesses. Kristi Noem, hours after that shooting, called her a terrorist. So it was all handled poorly. I could also tell you that there are over 10 violations that Officer Jonathan Ross did. Now, do I wish Renee Good got out of the car immediately? Of course I do. But I would also tell you that Jonathan Ross had his cell phone in one hand and his camera in the other. He broke protocol by walking to the back of the vehicle, then to the front of the vehicle. The other officer, instead of saying, ma'am, we need to get you out of the car, went up to her vehicle screaming, get the fuck out, get the fuck out. That's not a de-escalation technique. I would imagine she was very scared. This is a woman who's never been arrested before. And then Jonathan Ross, after firing the first bullet, that wasn't enough. He then fired 2 more bullets at a minimum on the side of the vehicle after the car had already passed. Then after the shooting, he calls her a fucking bitch, walks over to her body. By the way, we know that her heart was still beating for up to 8 minutes, doesn't check her pulse, doesn't perform CPR, casually walks back to his vehicle with the weapon and drives away, also against protocol. Since then, he's become a millionaire. MAGA supporters have donated millions of dollars to him, and he's also back on the streets. Now, in the Alex Preddy case, there is a full investigation that's ongoing, which I can appreciate. Didn't happen in the Renee Good shooting. I wish Renee Good got out of the car. These people are supposed to be professionals. You're supposed to de-escalate. Renee Good's last words were, I'm not mad at you, bro. After she said that, that was an opportunity for any good officer to say, okay, listen, ma'am, here's what we're going to need you to do. We're going to need you to get out of the vehicle. If you don't get out of the vehicle, we're going to arrest you. Okay? They didn't do any of that stuff. So it's a very horrible situation. I feel horrible for the Good family. It's just awful. But the Trump administration failed Renee Good. The Trump administration failed her family and friends. There needed to be an independent investigation or even a full investigation, and there never was. There never was. No, I believe it was murder. However,
Renee Good failed Renee Good. Let's be serious.
Okay, well,
you don't
again,
charge at an officer with your fucking vehicle and expect to live.
At 3 miles an hour, bro.
So if you go back to the actual video that was analyzed and you look at it frame by frame, the way the New York Times did, you will notice
how did the New York Times actually do that? Because you know you can't just do it frame by frame. Like you have to synchronize things. There's a whole field of forensic video, and I really doubt the New York Times and avoid any of that.
So even if that's true, and even if you think, and I would disagree with you, and I could give you reasons why.
I don't care.
But even okay, well, I'm trying to have a respectful conversation with you. You can say you don't care. That's okay. But even if you disagree,
because your whole argument is, I just don't think you're right. Okay, so what?
Okay, so here's what I was going to say, which I'm trying to get you to understand. If there was a full investigation and they found that Jonathan Ross was in the right, I would accept that. The problem that I have is that there wasn't a full investigation. There wasn't. Blanche admitted it. He admitted it. The leader of the FBI told them to stop when they were investigating blood spatter and forensics. There needed to be a full investigation, as there should be with any officer involved shooting.
What do they need? What information do they need? They don't have.
I just told you. I'll repeat myself again. And I'll go slowly,
No, it was a rhetorical question. Like we know everything that happened. We know from start to finish. It's well documented.
So you know the ballistics. You know the ballistics. You know all the ballistics.
They
you know
have checked the ballistics.
No, they didn't.
No,
they
yeah,
did
they
not
did.
check the ballistics.
No, they did not.
didn't. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I think you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh,
but
really?
you're not going to
So
back
you
up
just-
anything you're going to say. So
Did they-
what's the
did they-
point
did
in
they-
really challenging me, right?
Did they
fucking
check?
research,
Did they check
bro?
Why are
Just
you
a
doing
little bit.
research,
A little
bro?
tiny fucking bit of research, and you would
Why
sound
did
a
you
lot
do a tiny
fucking
bit of
smarter, bro.
research? Come on.
Seriously.
So you're opposed. So let me get this right. If there's any officer involved shooting, you're opposed to a full investigation?
No.
You don't think there?
I just
Okay,
don't think it
that's-
has to be done every single fucking time.
Why
So,
not?
so only.
I think we need to do as much investigations as necessary to establish the facts of the
Hold on.
case.
So if somebody is dead and an officer in any situation kills somebody, do you think they should pick and choose which times there's an investigation and which times they're not? Do you realize how ridiculous you sound?
The purpose of the investigation is to collect evidence and find information. If you have
And did they
the
do
evidence
that?
and
Did they do
information
that?
that you need,
Did they
if you
do
have
that?
if you
Did they
would
do
let
that?
me talk, if they have the information that they need to make a verdict, they don't need to
There
continue
wasn't-
investigating
Okay,
ad nauseum.
so-
Like they don't
so
have to keep
first of
going
all-
and going just
okay.
because you're not
Yeah.
satisfied with the results.
So first of all, there wasn't a verdict. There wasn't a full investigation. Okay, that's number one. Number two, in an officer-involved shooting, you can ask any current or former officer. They do basic ballistics. The family wanted an autopsy. They didn't conduct an autopsy. They didn't. Do you know on my show I've had people on, multiple people that were literally 20 feet away from the shooting. They weren't even questioned by the FBI. No witnesses were actually questioned. So if you want to say you want to pick and choose which officer-involved shootings are investigated and which aren't, that's not the way our justice system should work, and that's not the way it does work. Even if the officer is 100% in the right, if there's a death, there is a full investigation, okay? There wasn't one. So I disagree with you, okay? There should be a full investigation. And if that full investigation found that Jonathan Ross was innocent and he didn't break the law, then guess what? I would live with that. Kyle Rittenhouse is a perfect example of what I was talking about. So I think Kyle Rittenhouse is a idiot, okay? But I haven't called him a murderer. Do you know why? Because he was found not guilty in a court of law. He had the opportunity to defend himself. Now, I don't think he should have been there. I think he's a moron, but he's not a murderer because they didn't find him guilty of murder.
Well,
Jonathan
that's
will never.
not even involved here. Kyle will tell you he shouldn't. In
there was
retrospect,
a
he shouldn't have
full-
been there.
There was a full investigation into the Kyle Rittenhouse shootings. That's the point that I'm trying to make. There wasn't
Kyle
a full
Rittenhouse.
investigation. There wasn't a full investigation in the Renee Good shooting. Just because you saw a few videos doesn't mean that you should come to a conclusion. Oh, there shouldn't be a full investigation.
You're
woman
coming
is
to that
dead.
conclusion from just a few videos yourself. So
No, not-
don't preach
no,
at
not.
me. I saw
No,
a
not.
video from the New York Times
not.
in
No, not.
frame by frame. That was your exact fucking claim.
Right.
You
So
saw a
here's
video from the
claim.
New York
Here's
Times
the
that was
claim.
frame by
Here's
frame,
the claim.
and that
Here's
you're
the
saying
claim.
you're better than
Here's
me
the
because
claim.
you did that.
No, I didn't say. I didn't say.
That's
I was
what you
better
just
than you.
fucking said a
Okay,
minute ago.
Okay, so I
You
don't know why you're
liar.
swearing. And
You're a fucking liar.
We're gonna get fucked in the air in a
And
second.
Ant's worked up again. My
When you-
goodness.
It's my fault. I asked a question, Sarah.
No, it's not your fault. This is good.
pretty
Good. It's my
ornery
fault.
for the last couple of weeks.
Brian, you got
Really?
muted again.
Oh,
Ben,
God.
the
Oh,
irony,
Stop spoiling
Ben, the
fun.
irony of this, I have not spurged out most of the night. Ant
Yeah.
has done it all for me.
Spin's actually
Well,
been on
I
his
know-
best behavior.
For the guy who just called me a fucking liar, I don't know who you are, but I know it's
That would be the
ridiculous-
ant that is fucking
Yeah,
you in the ear.
I know it's you sound very mature. I know it's a ridiculous opinion to think that there probably should be a full investigation when somebody is shot dead. I know that's completely ridiculous to you. I know it's I'm a fucking liar because
That's
all
not what
I
I
want.
said. They
Oh,
did
well,
the
that's what-
investigation they needed to
No,
do.
they did not. No,
Yeah,
they
sure they
didn't. You have no idea what
They
you're
just
talking
didn't come to
about.
the
You're not
conclusion that you
starting
wanted,
All right.
so they didn't do
Yeah.
enough of an investigation.
Okay.
So they got to
I
go back
think-
and try again until they
I
get
don't
the result
think-
you
I
want.
don't think you've been fucked in the ear. I think somebody fucked you in the eyes because you're fucking blind, sir. You're blind.
You're blind. That's all you got? Fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, no. Fuck you.
You know what's
Fuck
so
you.
sad?
Can you
Fuck
share
all
my
of
screen,
you.
please?
Everybody's fucking each other at this rate, and poor
No,
all of
spurting.
your poor
Yeah.
ears. All of your poor ears are getting fucked with dicks.
By the way, when I was talking about the New York Times, because he didn't even understand my point, when she turns her vehicle to the right and she turns her tires to the right, the car is stopped and it's going in reverse. Now, that is something that could have been argued in a court of law, but you can take a look at the video. Her tires are turning before she moves forward.
It
Two
doesn't
shots were
matter.
fired.
The
Actually,
car
to
should
an-
never have been
to
on.
you.
She was ordered out of the vehicle
To you-
because she was
to
being
you, it doesn't
arrested.
matter.
You know, the
Yeah,
other
no.
guy that was yelling, right?
You, it
He
doesn't
was
matter.
yelling, "Get the fuck out of here!" As the guy that was yelling, "Get the fuck out of your car," was yelling, "Get the fuck out of your car." Which
No, that was her wife telling her to take off. That wasn't the
Will you
officer.
share my screen for a second?
Supposed to obey in that point.
Share my screen for a second. I wouldn't do anything stupid.
Oh no.
Nice.
No, it's an ant.
He's waiting.
That's
Kristen's drawing. That's great.
That was pretty good, Spin.
Look at that.
That
Happy
was
little
pretty
maggot.
good. Oh
So,
my goodness.
Obviously, what happened to Renee Good is horrible. It's a horrible tragedy. I would say the same thing about what happened to Alex Preddy, who was unarmed when he was shot multiple times in the back. And members of the
He was armed, but he was legally armed. He
No, he
was
wasn't.
he was,
No.
ca- he
Let
was
him
legally
finish. Hold
carrying
on,
a pistol.
Ant. Let him finish.
when
Let
he
him
was
finish.
when he was shot again, you struggle with facts, sir. When he was shot, he was not
back.
armed. Okay,
They were
He was
in the
not-
process of removing the handgun.
No,
But let's
no,
not pretend he had
wrong,
removed it.
wrong. Hold on, let's start up.
You're wrong.
They were not.
I'm
in the
not going to
process
disagree with you that
when
the
he was
shooting was
shot.
fucked up.
Will you
But
stop?
your
Will you
facts
just
are
stop?
wrong.
Well, okay, my facts are wrong. Okay, so I'll make you $1,000 bet right now that the first shot that went through his body, he was unarmed. Would you like to make $1,000 bet right now, sir?
That was they were removing the pistol from him.
No, I'll make you.
Yes.
No, wrong.
No,
I
I'm
will
not
make
betting you fucking shit.
I am
Because
on
you're
the
not even
record
listening
right
to
now.
how I've
I will
explained
make-
it to you.
Nope. I will make a $1,000
fuck
bet
off.
right now with this guy.
Just
Yeah,
shut
exactly.
the
Fuck
fuck
off.
up.
Because you don't know what you're talking
Because
about.
you're not
They
listening to what I'm
got-
fucking saying, idiot.
You just said they were
He
trying
had-
to disarm
he
him. when
was
shot.
there.
Dumb
He
fuck.
was armed.
one
They
more
were
time, sir.
disarming him at the time he was shot.
When he was shot, he did not have a gun on his person. You fucking moron. You don't know what you're talking
It
about.
just removed it.
Yeah, he was
You didn't say
disarmed
that.
and shot in the back.
So do you defend that? If
Disarmed.
somebody is disarmed,
No,
they should
I
be
think it's
shot
fucked
multiple
up.
times?
No, I
Okay,
think
then
it's
why don't you
fucked
get
up.
then why don't you get your facts right, you fucking idiot?
My facts are right. You just weren't listening to what I was fucking
You
saying.
just
Stupid piece of
said that he
shit.
was still armed when he was shot. Did he just
No, I
not
said
say
they were
that?
still armed when they arrested him.
Nobody.
What?
No, not
What?
one person in that whole encounter said you're under arrest.
He was
Not one
listen,
time.
he was
did
being
anyone of those
detained. That's
motherfuckers say
undeniable.
you are
Whether it was
under
legal
arrest.
detainment or not, we can
All right,
certainly
dude.
talk about
Okay,
that. But you're not going to tell me like they weren't putting him on the ground and trying to control him and arrest him. That's ridiculous.
They were kicking him and punching him when he was on the ground. Did you not see the video?
Yeah, it's fucked up. I'm not defending
Thank
it.
you. Thank you. It sounded like you were.
Just correcting a minor point. Like that when this started, he was armed. They disarmed him and then he got shot. Yes,
In the
that's
back.
all fucked up. Yes, in the
They
back.
shot. He did not. All I simply said, sir, was that when they did shoot him, he was not armed. By the way, he never brandished the weapon once, by the way.
No, it was messed up.
Do
There's
you
some
agree
reason.
that he
There's
he
a
never
lot of things that
brandished
went
his
wrong with
weapon?
that. I have a lot of problems like with what's going on before the shooting. Like, why were they interacting with these people in the street? I get it, they're in the street, but that's local police concern. Like, why is
Well, guess
CBP
what?
getting involved with them? I
Well, I would
understand
also-
there's a lot of issues, but I think we're asking the wrong fucking questions sometimes.
The question that I asked was a very simple one. Why is it that you only have to have 47 days of training to be an ICE officer? Why is it that that's acceptable in society? Why is it okay for someone to be shot and killed and not have a full investigation, which even Kash Patel admitted and Todd Blanche said it wasn't a full investigation? Why is that okay? Why is it okay for ICE officers to go up to random people with accents and take away their First, Third, and Fourth Amendment rights? Why is that okay to ask random people for paperwork? No, you have to have reasonable and articulable suspicion that they've committed a crime. Why is it okay to barge down doors without proper warrants? You can't do that. That's what they did in Minneapolis. That's why Bavano was retired and they got his ass out of there. That's why they got rid of most of those ICE agents. And that's why Kristi Noem was fired, because it was a failure what they did in Minneapolis. It was a failure. Donald Trump knows it. It was an absolute failure at the highest proportions, and 2 people were killed. It's wrong. What happened in Minneapolis was wrong.
There's a lot of failures there, and putting them on one to either Trump or the Minnesota government is really wrong because they both were complicit.
Okay.
The fact that Minnesota wanted to sit there and defend illegal immigrants in violation of federal law and prevent federal agents from doing their job and not cooperate is what led to
Should we
this.
kick everybody out of the country that has a fucking misdemeanor?
Yeah. I mean, if they're not here legally, then fucking kick them out. I know what you're getting at. You're talking about the fact that crossing the border illegally is just a misdemeanor. So what? The punishment is you get deported.
Cool.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. What does it say in our Constitution? What does it say in our Constitution about due process?
Which part?
Hold the fuck on. These fucking morons that came across this border and invaded our country, they get fucking due process. Hold the fuck on. Shut the fuck up, fatty.
Fighter-aged men are crossing the border. It's an invasion.
I'm talking to Brian, not some fucking retard in a trailer.
I don't think he's a retard.
He is a retard.
They are getting their due process. They
What
are
does it say in our Constitution?
Let me finish.
I never got an answer.
They
to
are
my
getting
question.
arrested. They are seeing a magistrate or a judge.
Not everybody. Not true.
So you're telling so I want proof. Prove to me that they are not seeing a magistrate or a judge.
Sure.
They don't have to. Due process doesn't necessarily require that.
Abreu and all the people that were sent to an El Salvador
doesn't.
prison. In our Constitution, it says every person has the right to due process, not every citizen.
It
That's what it
requires a
says in our
federal
Constitution.
magistrate or a judge.
That's not. So I'll give you an example of how the Trump administration is breaking the law here. If you're seeking asylum, let's just say from Mexico, and you filed the proper paperwork and you have court dates,
Sure.
it is illegal to deport those people if they're seeking asylum and they filled out the proper paperwork. The Trump administration is deporting those people. It is illegal what they are doing. And Tom Homan even acknowledged that. He even acknowledged that. So every person has the right.
As rampant as asylum fraud is, I don't give a shit. Send them all home.
So you don't give a shit about our Constitution. Okay, that's wonderful.
No, I care about our Constitution. I don't care about foreign people abusing the system to try and bypass our immigration system.
It's not an abuse if it's written into
Okay,
law.
hold on, Brian. Let me ask you this
It is
question.
an abuse.
Hold on,
It is
Brian.
abuse.
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that there is abuse of the asylum clause in our immigration system?
In every single government law, any law that we have, there's always going to be a small percentage of people that are going to abuse the system. That doesn't mean you don't give everybody the right to due process. That's what it says in our Constitution, and there's no abuse. It says any person. Our forefathers could have wrote any citizen. It literally says verbatim.
Can
any
I address
person
that, Brian?
has the right to
Asylum
due
isn't-
process.
Asylum isn't in our Constitution.
I want to address that. Please allow me with Spin to address that, because if the abuse is happening, it is not happening because of the person, the immigrant. It is happening because of the judge. The judge is the one with the power or the authority to abuse that.
What did you say? What did you say about immigration and deportation and due process? I heard that you can. What happens when they deny your immigration and then you get deported? You know, and that's like part of due process. When you say it's illegal to deport someone, isn't that not how that works, bro? We can deny anyone we want, correct?
I never
No,
said.
you just said, don't say that never shit, bro. You can rewind it. 28
I don't know,
seconds ago.
bro. I don't know who you are.
It's illegal to deport anyone if they're looking for asylum.
Calm down.
You know how asylum works? Do you know what asylum means, bro?
Are you just
asylum?
It's like
Stop.
6 hours listening to this
Hold
talk over everyone.
Hold on. I don't care how long you've been listening. The point is we're going to at least work one question at a time, okay? You gave him like 3 different things, and then you're expecting him to talk while you're still talking.
No,
so
I'm
be
not
mindful of that.
Holy
fucking
Not to
shit.
mention that you interrupted a conversation
I'm not expecting
I
him to
was
talk
trying to
yet.
have with Spin. I was actually trying to have a conversation with Spin, and you got up here, and it's great to be up here, but I was actually trying to address something with Spin.
Yes.
So
Either
Spin,
way,
understand
we
that.
continue, Sarah.
Bro, you got to chill the fuck out at 4:00 in the goddamn morning.
5 o'clock my time and Sarah's time.
Yeah,
Oh, is it 5 there? Jesus,
Yeah.
it's 2:00 for me. So
Bitches don't leave till 6 in the morning.
Spin.
So it's all good.
Yeah. So when it comes to the abuse part. I understand what you're saying, but the people themselves are not the ones abusing it. It would be the judges or the magistrates abusing it.
Clay, I do not disagree with you.
Fair enough.
What I disagree with is when people constantly say that no one, and that is their trigger word, right? We all know what trigger words are, Brian, right? We know what a trigger word is. Where no one is getting due process. Their ideology. No,
but I get.
That's not what I said.
I didn't say that you did. What my question was is, why would one think that nobody is getting any type of due process or their day in court, whatever the case may be? And 90% of the time on the protest lines, as I've covered many, their chance is due process for everybody. No one is getting due process. They're just being put in alligator Alcatraz. And the reason why I say alligator Alcatraz is I'm in Central Florida, and they're just being put on a plane and shipped to an unknown destination or the country or a country where they may or may not belong.
Yeah, so I've never come across anybody that's ever said to me that they think nobody is getting due process. I just want consistency where everybody
is consistent. Every single one of them is a criminal. They all have criminal charges. 100% of them. None of them are innocent.
So let me ask you a question. Really? Let me ask you a question, sir. For the person that has a problem with someone that commits a misdemeanor, what do you think about someone that commits a felony?
A felony is a felony, and misdemeanor is misdemeanor, sir. That's all there is to it.
Right. So did you vote for a 34 count felon?
No. We ain't here to talk about my voting. That has nothing to do with it either.
Right. So when it comes
to like saying that a kid that stole the candy bar and comparing to a murderer.
No, it's not. When it comes to a 34, hold on, don't spurg out. When it comes to a 34 count felon that you voted for, when it comes to, well, why don't you be quiet for 20 seconds and let me talk?
Bro, why don't you be quiet for 20 seconds, dude?
Brian went spin trail G, but he's pirouetting now.
Yeah. When you don't want to talk about a 34 count felon, the person that you voted for, but if somebody commits a misdemeanor, get them the fuck out. And you want them to be.
There you go. What's the assumption? Who do you think I voted for? Where am I in this? Where'd you get that?
Donald Trump.
100%. What makes you think that? Fuck Donald Trump, bro.
Because who'd you vote for in 2024?
Nobody. I was in prison.
Oh, what a shocker. So the person that wants people to be deported for misdemeanors is the guy that spent time in jail.
I didn't say I wanted anyone deported for misdemeanors. That's not what I said. You assumed that. You assumed all that.
What did you do?
You assumed all that.
What did you do? What did you do? Why'd you go to jail? What'd you do?
I stole your mom's credit card.
No, I'm serious. What did you do?
I'm dead serious. Look it up. It's called identity theft, sir.
Oh, you did identity theft. Okay. So you committed a felony. So you're a convicted felon.
You go to prison for felonies, bro. You go to prison for felonies.
All right. Well, here's my opinion. I think you should be deported.
I did get deported. Man. Don't trip.
You should stay there, and then a $5 million gold card if you want to come back. What do you think about that?
Don't trip, bro. I had so much fun, bro. I did some of your time. I did 120% of my time.
I bet you.
It was beautiful.
Something tells me you did a lot of time because you're a racist bigot. You belong back in jail.
There you go, bro. Where'd the racism come from? Where are you getting these things? I'd like to hear
you seem to have a lot of hatred for immigrants.
Where's the hate? There's no hate. No. I'm a realist. I observe this.
Yeah.
We have laws,
I'm a realist.
There's a reason.
I'm a realist.
No, you're not.
I'm a realist. I think you're Kid Rock trailer trash. You're Kid Rock trailer trash.
You're all fraudulent, bro. Everything you say, anything.
You can't even vote. You can't even vote, you felon.
Yes, I can. Why can't I?
Are you a convicted felon? Are you a convicted felon?
I am, and I can still vote. I am, and I can vote. Think what you want. Look,
if I could interrupt this dick measuring contest, we found our new LG. Spin would like to make his exit. Spin, the floor is yours for your final thoughts, sir.
I want to thank everybody for coming up here. The SOS worked. Thank you to Mr. Balderson for reaching out and saying SOS Sarah needs help. Anyway, Brian, I'd love. I say this as genuinely as I can. I would love to have a conversation offline, one-on-one with you about many topics, because obviously Spurgs get in the way of everything. And I promise you, I will not try to ear fuck you. I promise.
That's
I
fair.
mean,
That's
fair
very
statement.
That's very
What
fair.
if
At least
because of that,
well,
he
wait,
said,
wait.
no, I don't
If you
want to
do,
talk to
if
you
you
now.
do, if
What
you,
if that was the whole
what
incentive?
is this guy? What is this guy? Will you be quiet? I'm not talking to you, sir. I'm happy to have that conversation with you. Just if you're going to ear fuck me, please wear protection. That's all I ask.
I definitely, I will put my what is that, UDI or whatever the fuck it is, and I will be more than happy to do that.
Fair enough. I got you, my friend. Call into my show anytime.
Absolutely, and
All right.
I would love to have a conversation online as well. Sarah, thank
Absolutely.
you again. I much appreciate it. It is 5:02. I'm sorry that you're going to have to stick through a little bit more of the Spurgs, but I can't help. Good night, everybody. Thanks.
Good night, Sven. Thank you for joining tonight.
No problem. Ben, you're a fucker.
And what would this panel be without Doc? Doc is backstage as soon as Spin makes his
Okay, I'm
exit.
staying.
My big brother.
Trying to get a smart
So
guy on the
listen,
panel.
dude, we got laws. You know, I got arrested in Mexico, and they deported me. They deport you
cares.
in Mexico.
Nobody
You go to
cares.
Canada
Nobody
and do
cares,
anything,
bro.
they deport you. You should care
Nobody
because that's what
cares.
you're arguing about, bro.
No,
To
I
deport
don't
Ben,
care about
did
you.
that-
You're
Did
trash.
that
I don't care about you.
situation we talked about earlier resolve itself?
You talking to me?
Yeah, Ben.
I don't
This-
remember what situation we're
the
talking
Could this have
stream.
been an email?
Good old
Oh,
Comrade
no,
Ben.
I
Comrade
don't
Ben.
know.
Let's get some more fascism in the chat.
Ben, I'll DM you. I'll DM you. Good night, everybody. Have a good night.
Spin.
Night.
Have a swell one.
Y'all remember what the Night of the Long Knives taught us? You just
bucked
don't got to
him.
listen to people that say some shit that you don't want to hear.
Oh, Jesus.
Is this Luke's dad?
You know, we have
Oh my
laws.
God,
though.
this is my first time meeting Danny DeVille.
How would you not be on board with the,
Oh my God.
deporting? If you ain't allowed to be here, then go somewhere else. It's America.
Bro,
And then if you don't want to be here, you can go.
Bro, I'm not
Did
even
you know that
listening
there
to you,
was
dude.
no mass deportation? Those people died for nothing.
All
They
right.
gave their lives away in all the
Okay.
protests.
Let
More
me,
Americans lost their
oh,
jobs over the protests
Lord.
than people
This
got
is MAGA
killed.
brain rot right here.
Let me read some super chats. B Sharp, Kraut coming in. I'm out, Sarah. 3 kids. Wake
that
up for
Duck?
school.
Don't interrupt the lady, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This is why I love
Why
my
I hopped on,
regulars.
fool. This is called weaponized autism.
No idea.
Quiet.
No, sir. Weaponized autism, you will automatically be put to the back if you continue disrupting me, because I don't speak often, but when I do, it is important, and therefore you shut the fuck up. Thank you. B Sharp says, I'm out, Sarah. 3 kids wake up for school, so I'm getting no sleep. I believe on Thursday for that. I think he said, I meant to say I'll be back on Thursday for that debate. Yes, and Mike, I've got at least 2 hours before I'm going to be waking up kids. So why not? Let's fucking do this, right? I'm here already. He also says, I'm surprised nobody asked about my name yet. However, if you watch The Godfather, you may know. Anybody know what the reference is to? His name was, Kraut something? It's been a long time since I've seen The Godfather.
Same. Afraid I
All
don't
right.
get the reference. And I usually know obscure references.
Yeah, I do. I normally would too, but it's been a long time.
Sarah, I got go ahead and finish I got enough time for maybe one more question, man. Then I really got to bounce. I got to work tomorrow.
Yeah,
Yep.
no, I'm not holding you hostage by any means. Objective ethics says if you respect nature, respect others, and have self-respect, you will live a good life. And if there is a heaven, you will be just fine. Amen to that. Regardless of what you are aware of when it comes to atrocious things, what most are not aware of is how these things propagate in a multitude of ways and cycle back to and mean cause, the paradox. Once you understand the mean cause and how it cycles back, then you hold a very powerful crystal ball and know the exact step sequences that always play out as the paradox circles back. Basically, things are cyclical and patterns repeat themselves. Here's more money so I don't spend it on bad videos. Shout out. And LG's ghost is here. LG's dad's here. All right. Anyone have a final, quick, and precise? Duck,
I
go
do.
ahead, because I saw you in the chat earlier. Go ahead.
Yeah, what up? Hey, thanks so much for spending so much time over at Tomatoland. We all love seeing you. I hope this isn't too heavy or of a question to sign off on, but Donald Trump's in beef tallow mode, and this is coming in the wake of a terrorist attack at the Islamic Center in San Diego. We also saw with decreased savings rates, we saw a crime spree by the 17, 18-year-old teenagers in Austin, Texas, that included firearm theft, grand theft auto, assaults, shootings. And so I'm curious if you think that this like beef tallow pivot back to conservatism, if this is going to work. Like my main concern is like, I can't really talk about it if it's going to work, right? So I'm curious what you think about, JD Vance doing kind of the homestead tour, these kind of things we've been seeing out of the White House.
Mm-hmm. Well, when JD Vance talks about fraud, right? Because that's what he's been talking about a lot this week. What he doesn't talk about is the president. What he doesn't talk about is the 70 people that Donald Trump pardoned who've committed billions of dollars in fraud and don't have to pay back any restitution. So when it comes to JD Vance, I think he's got zero credibility. I don't believe anything he says. We talked a little bit earlier about the mosque shooting, which I thought was horrible. I wish more people would cover that shooting. They don't. Whether it's attack on Muslims or attack on Christians or Jews, I think it's all horrible, right? I think it's all horrible. People should be able to live their life and have the religion they want, and believe, have the faith they want. I've been pretty consistent on that. I'm not a very religious person, but I think it's all horrible, right? And the problem I have, yet if we're talking about religion or just violence in general, is it has to start with the people at the top lowering the temperature, right? I'm not saying Democrats are perfect either, right? Both sides are fucked right now. But it would mean the world to the country, I think, if Donald Trump just held a fucking press conference and said, listen, guys, what happened in San Diego is terrible. We have to respect everybody's religion. Political violence is never the answer. Now, he's not capable of making that statement. He's not capable, man.
No way.
And if we need a leader, Republican or Democrat, we need
people have no agency. People have no agency. They need Donald Trump to come out and tell them to not, to calm down, cool it down, as you say. They can't do that on their own. They need Trump to do that for them.
So first of all, the definition of a leader is somebody that, quote, leads the way for others. So the answer would be yes. George W. Bush. I was not a George W. Bush fan, but I thought a defining moment in his
George Bush sucked. George Bush sucked ass.
I thought.
Can you let him finish?
I agree. I was not a George W. Bush supporter. However, Rudy Giuliani at that time did a good job leading Manhattan. George W. Bush, while I disagree with his almost everything he did, the time when he took that megaphone and he said, I hear you, the world hears you, that was a nice leadership defining moment. But he also came out because if you remember, attacks on Islamic people happened that week. And George W. Bush came out in the forefront and he said, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he made the statement that we can't attack Muslims. We can't attack Muslim people for what happened on 9/11. I thought that was a good moment in his presidency. It was a defining moment in a presidency I thought was awful, right? Do you think Donald Trump would do that? After this attack on this mosque, do you think Donald Trump would say, we can't attack innocent Muslims just because there are some bad apples in the tree?
No, Donald Trump was way smarter about it. He released the Epstein files.
You're not a serious person. You're not a serious
But George Bush increased terrorism 3,600%. The war on terror, George Bush's presidency, 3,600, 36x.
That's a very specific claim.
I'm not defending. Listen, I thought George W. Bush was a horrible president, right? I'm not going to sit here and defend George W. Bush. I'm just giving you a couple examples and moments, in the hours and days after 9/11. We need those kinds of statements, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. When we see an attack in a mosque, the hatred towards Muslims in this country is through the roof right now.
No,
right?
Don't be violent as a baseline expectation. It's not something I have to tell you. That's just a baseline expectation for being a member of society.
Okay, but hold on a second.
Don't be violent isn't a baseline thing. No,
it's a baseline expectation of society. Yes, it is.
People believe it's okay to be violent. That's 100% wrong. People actually believe right now. When I talk to
I
them,
understand
they say it's
there are
okay to
people
be
who
violent.
believe that. That
So
doesn't
then
mean
if there's
right.
people, then it's not,
on
then
True
it's not
Social,
baseline. What are
dumping
you
a
talking
pile
about?
of shit on fucking protesters. Flying a jet
It's
plane,
kind of like
fucking shit
no,
on
it's kind of like
protesters.
it's
What,
kind of like so you're
George
chopped
Bush
ass
doing that?
male. If you're a chopped ass male, and you're a chopped male, and you hit on a chick, and she says no way, and then like it's like maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks goes by, and you're hitting on the same chick. You're still
Yeah,
the
but
same
hold on.
chopped ass male, right? So I would
Hold
just be
on.
clear.
I don't know
would
what
be
a
clear as fuck
chopped-ass
that
male is.
that's your
When
problem.
when you are the president of the United States and you say you'd like to rough that guy up, if you rough that guy up, I'll pay your legal bills. That is inciting violence. It shouldn't matter whether it's the left or the right. We need to admit
It
when
is
you're
violence.
the president.
It's just violence.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it wasn't. And that's already been debunked. I'm not interested in.
What do you mean it's been
years
debunked?
ago.
There's a video of him saying that. What do you mean it was debunked?
Yeah, it's been out of context and flying around for like the last
context.
decade.
All
It's just you just want to whine about shit for
Yeah.
decades because you got
All right.
nothing.
No, you're a Trump you're a Trump mushroom gobbler who can't criticize.
No, we can criticize Trump. You're going off this petty shit that's happened over a decade ago. It doesn't fucking matter anymore.
This guy belongs on like
So
Graham
what?
Hancock or
This is
something.
something spicy. So did it happen? No.
It's just like this. There's so much shit that you can't even find what happened anymore.
Yeah,
you guys cling to these petty little events
What
that
the
from
hell?
long
No,
ago and can't ever let anything go. It's like, oh no, he said this thing 10 years
breaking
ago. It wasn't
laws-
nice.
breaking laws
Gotta
is
hold
bad,
him to
dude.
it. Like,
We
so
all agree
what?
breaking laws is bad, right?
Most of us
We
said
focus on
far
breaking
fucking
laws
worse.
and more laws.
Okay,
to
well,
God
guess
broken,
what?
more laws
Hey,
God
to the guy
broken,
who
like-
said, to the guy who just said, most of us had said far worse. My response to that is this. You're not the fucking president and the leader of the free world. There are higher standards for people, you dumb
He's
motherfucker.
just a man.
With that, Sarah.
He's just a man.
With
He
that,
puts his
Sarah,
pants on
with
one
that-
leg at a
oh,
time, just like the
please.
rest of us.
He's not the guy.
You put him on a fucking pedestal.
All
and
right,
hate him.
all right.
Finally.
Let him make his exit. Let him.
Yeah,
Finally,
yes, please
I just
do.
want to say,
Yeah.
please shut up. So a man to me is not someone who wakes up in the morning and puts on 8 layers of orange makeup and a girdle, okay? Who has 5 hair transplants. So yeah, and a guy who dodged them. So that's not, I'm sorry, that's not a man, sir. Maybe you think that's your
Somebody
definition of a man,
complains about
but
ad
that's not a
homs.
man.
All he's done all night.
So Sarah, thank you. Yeah, well, you've stuck around here for 5 hours. So what the fuck does that say about you, buddy? Anyway,
So like
Sarah,
hanging
thank
out
you.
here. Fuck
Thank
you.
All right, yeah,
He's
okay,
hating
good.
on Sarah's,
Thank you.
on
Thank you.
Sarah's crowd. He's going here for him. He's waiting in tomatoes.
Brian's been here for 6 hours. Let's let him make his final thoughts, please. We all respect final thoughts.
So thanks everybody for having me. Even the guy who said he wants to fuck me in the ear. Thanks for being here. It's been fun. Unfortunately, I say unfortunately because I wish I didn't have to wake up in the morning, but I do. So Sarah, good job as always. I appreciate it. And you owe me something from the dollar menu at McDonald's. Okay? Is there still a dollar menu?
I don't think so.
No, they got rid of that years ago.
Damn it! All right. Well, you're gonna have to buy me a Happy Meal then. I guess I don't know.
Nothing $1 in this country no more.
I know.
That's true. That's
not
true.
even
That's
at the
true.
dollar store.
Thank
That's
you
true.
so much, Brian. This was really
Thank
fun.
you.
Definitely worthy of an impromptu, and I'm glad we could make it happen. Shout out to the Maters for coming through and bringing forth all of the arguments. Shout out to all of you.
Thank you, everybody. Even some of the haters. Thank you.
Mhm.
I did have a good time. My favorite moment was with the guy who's not even in law school yet, who is a the master debater judge. Is that what I would call him? The master
Judges a lot
debater
of debating.
judge. Yeah. That was
Where did it
actually my
go?
favorite part. That was quite fun. Anyway, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate it.
Come on
And,
back now. You hear?
Absolutely.
don't.
Thanks, guys. Everybody have a good night, okay?
Good night,
everybody.
Brian.
Good, Brian.
You know, God watches
Here, I'll
us
boot you
masturbate,
out.
judge us upon how hard we go on ourselves.
Yes, he
God
does.
is being perverted.
And what is your final? Is it like a 10? Is it this? Did he hold up the card for you? Let us know. Let us
What?
know in the comment section. For all of you who want to judge Uncle Fatty on his master debating skills, see if you match up with God's judgment.
If you're watching over on Brian's show, I'm going to, for safety purposes, I'm going to go ahead and close out his side. If you'd like to continue hanging on, we'll hang on just a little longer. I don't know how much steam I've got left in me, but fuck it. Why not? We made it this far, guys. So at this point, I mean, again, I was I was on my way to bed before this all started. So if you're watching again over on Brian's, come over to the Raging Tomato on YouTube, and we're happy to have you in the chat and hanging out. I'm disconnecting you right now.
You got to scroll down a bit for the live too. If you come to the Raging Tomato, there's like 6 lives scheduled, so you got to scroll down a lot on the page.
That's a good thing.
Working, man.
Yeah,
that's a good thing, guys. I'm so excited. Actually, we hit the 15K number the other night, and we've officially gone over far enough to where we don't have to worry about like, oh, if we lose 2, then it puts us under. So I'm happy to announce Friday we're having a fuck off sip and stream. We're just relaxing. I'm not putting any topics on. It's chill stream. Bring a drink. Have some fun. You have all earned it. We've all earned it. We're seeing double because I'm pretty sure we've been at 15K before. But yes, I'm actually putting that show together right now. I'm actually going to leave it unlisted for now. And so if you are in the Discord and you know where to look, you'll have access to it. If where else do I post it at? Where you
Patreon.
I will. Well, Patreon. That'll go off 15 minutes prior. But you know what I'll do? I'll put a members only post with the unlisted at least. So, Danny, are you done interrupting people when I tell everybody to stop talking?
Ma'am, I can't make any promises, but I'm going to try my hardest.
Okay, I appreciate that. When I say it's somebody's final thoughts, it is final thoughts are the one thing that we allow everybody to have when they are exiting. And the reason why is because they're not going to be able to defend themselves any longer. So they have to get out their last points.
I wish you'd have threw me in earlier, man. I had a lot for that guy. He was so wrong on so many things, like no investigation. Like you can Google it right there as he's saying it.
Well,
like
word to the wise, Danny. Early bird gets the worm. Okay, so we had a full panel and a full backstage. You were one of 5 other people sitting backstage for the bulk of the night, among many more. So, and if you want to make a spot open, you have to send in $10 or convince the chat to send in $10 in order to boot someone so you can have their seat.
Also, if I had $10, I'd be hired in draft pussy right about now. So I think we're about hit on that one.
What? Hey, yeah, guys, truthful. Hey,
And Tom says, Tom was called a kraut Mitch for being German Irish.
You haven't called a kraut Mitch for being German Irish? Goddamn Kraut Mick. Get out of here, Kraut Mick.
Oh, that guy was on you. Okay, I get it.
I mean, that is Kraut Mitch, right?
I can get racism. Are we doing racism? Are we doing Kraut Mick?
Right?
Well, yeah, if it is, he spelt it wrong.
Yeah.
He might be really, really tired.
No, I meant the guy he's talking about spelled Kraut wrong.
Yeah, I think that is Kraut Mick.
And the real Hydro PX or Hydro, whatever it is. Sorry. Brian, how do you feel about Joe Biden giving his eulogy at KKK Robert Beard's funeral? And I do apologize for not asking this while he was up here, but every time he would say one last question, and then I didn't want to hit the super chats because I wanted to let the panel ask the question. But then that would go longer than expected. And then I was like, okay, maybe and then it would be something else. So I do apologize. Does anybody want to chime in on this super chat?
Yeah, I would just ask, I mean, the $10 is awesome. It's only $10 though. So does this come from some dipshit position of identity politics? Like, is that what this turns into? I mean, that's just what I would be skeptical of before even taking the question. It sounds like,
association.
I mean, it sounds like breaking into a trailer and stealing your neighbor's like porno mags, right? Yeah, that is guilt by association. You're exactly right. So if you can ask stupid questions on the internet, you do for $10.
I mean, was it a friend? Was this guy a friend of
Biden
Biden's.
was
You know what?
a raging fucking racist.
Yeah, but you know what? You might have friends that are just raging racist, right? That doesn't make
all
you
racist.
one. It just
It's not
means
up to
they
you.
hold views that you don't subscribe to. It's like it's a complex world. You can't
Is
paint
that
everybody in
Ant?
cartoon
Is this
caricatures.
Ant who was talking about? This was the Ant who didn't know about the war on terrorism and Islamophobia. The same guy.
Bro, we're all racist,
What?
yo. It's just
what are you
about somebody
talking
bringing it
about?
out. It's like being hungry, dude. It's not up to you if you're racist. Like sometimes you're gonna be racist. Sometimes you're not. Sometimes you see the motherfuckers walking towards you, and in the back of your
Sometimes
mind,
you
you're
feel
like,
like
look at
you're
these
not.
bastards.
Hey, don't
Sometimes
steal
don't.
Shane
That's
Gillis's
more
joke.
being biased.
You
But
fucking
let me
loser.
clear up my name
Hey.
real quick.
Sometimes
'Cause
it's
I
just
really
not
need to
good
go
to
to
be
bed.
racist. Yes, this
It's
is
not good.
very much
It's
a
not.
fact. It's not
But
good.
you're
to be
judgmental as a person. There's a word called bias, and a bias is not your choice. Bias is a thing. It's a reality that's always there. If you see a homeless dude walking towards you, your mind's gonna be like, that dude looks like he might smell bad. Whether you think he smells
Fuck
bad or
yeah.
not, like your brain is telling you that shit. Like if
But
you associate a group of
Your
people
brain
with something,
might
it doesn't
be.
matter if it's black people, it doesn't matter if it's old people, it doesn't matter if it's Asians. If you associate this, your mind is always gonna tell you that shit. Whether you say it out loud, it's not your choice.
No, it's basic
It'd be like
pattern
that,
matching.
though.
It's
It
Somebody
does
else
be
survival
like that.
skill.
might not say that.
can make a
But there
choice
is
to
a
not be
difference
racist.
between having
real,
a
right?
thought
See, you
like
can make the
that
choice to
and
articulate.
being
It's
the
up to
leader
you
of
how
the
you
free
project that,
world and
though.
making
That's what
racist
makes it
laws.
racist. Dude,
No,
racism wasn't even a word until
you
like what,
can
1905?
choose to not be racist.
Yes, I said that, but it doesn't make you not
Bro.
there. It's still in you, though. You're
No,
still
if you
you
choose
have
to
that.
not be racist, that makes you not racist. That's
No,
the way
don't.
that works.
No. Hold on now.
Wait.
You can
So
still
you
sit there all
can't
day.
you
can still
can't
sit
not
there all
be
day and dream about
racist,
sucking dicks. It doesn't mean, and you don't
even
do
though
it.
you choose
Doesn't
to
mean
not
you're
be
not sitting there
racist.
Why
fucking
are
thinking
dicks
all day.
getting such a bad rep tonight?
You still got it in your mind, bro.
Hey,
It doesn't make it not a thing. It's just resisting the temptation. That's the whole point about
What?
free will. I'm
Are
not
you
saying that
talking
like
about dicks?
everyone's super racist, but it's in you. It's inherently in you. It's not up to
No,
you. You're gonna
it's
have those
not
thoughts.
inherently in me to be racist, my friend.
It is.
you guys,
I
It is,
make
bro. You're no
choices in
different
my
from me.
life
You're no different
to
from
not
her.
be racist is one of the things. And now, guess what? I'm not racist. So stop calling me racist.
Dude, you said it so much.
And
I feel like you're the
there's
most
a big
racist you
difference.
You brought
There's a
it
big
up and keep
difference, though.
saying, no, you're totally racist, dude. You're
Bro,
totally No,
but
you don't understand.
when
you just
you're,
guys-
can't
when you're
not be
focusing
can I
on
say
race,
something?
though, but look,
have to be
focusing on
racist. 'Cause I
race,
said
that
you're
is
racist. It's so
racism.
smart. I'm
That
so
is what
smart because I called
racism
you
is, though.
racist.
You're speaking on it. You're speaking it like you're
fucking
creating
retarded.
that. That
You're
is what
fucking
racism is,
retarded.
though.
Yeah.
But
See,
but
I
there's a
don't care
massive
about what color.
difference.
I don't care
You guys
about the
don't see
word.
there's
When you say it,
there's a
you're
massive
saying that
difference
shit.
between saying something racist and just having some part of your brain that processes that bias, and some people just don't care about it, right? So if you're
There
the
you go,
person
yeah.
that cares about it, then it's like, okay, well, you are operating, you're making the world a racist place, and you're racist. It's both. It's like a double down sort of scenario
But then
type
you
deal
can
or
also
situation.
Yeah, we're all
You can
shades of
also
wheat, though.
not
You guys
be
are wasting your time
racist,
with the
right?
race thing.
You can also
And
be not
racism is
racist,
going to be
right?
real until you take it off the job application.
Hold on. Just stop for a second. Can you just not be racist?
Yeah. We're not.
Okay,
I'm
there
not.
you
You're
go.
being
That's
very
the
racist.
answer.
I think
Let's
you've
just
brought
stop
more
being
attention to
racist. It's that
racism here
simple.
than anyone I've seen.
Stop being
why are
racist.
we talking about racism right now? Is it
I
because
don't
of my
know.
name?
Exactly.
Somebody brought it up. Probably
You did.
Yeah, I think it's because
Revilio
of my
guy,
name.
Danny or whatever his name is, with the big ass, long ass bill.
Let,
Duck, he's got a bigger bill than you do.
let me explain my
Yeah,
name.
but Duck's got a bigger dick.
The Godfather, the movie The Godfather, Tom Hagen, the
Duck's like, fuck that.
continuity.
I don't want to have that conversation.
He was called a crop Nick because he's German Irish, and I too am German Irish. So I said, "Fuck it, why not? I'll make it crop Nick." And yes, it is a slur, but I'm German Irish, so I have that card. You know what I mean?
I thought that was you. I thought that
It's
was you.
not
who
a
was putting that
slur.
super
You
chat
can't be racist against white people.
Bro, racism.
I hope you're joking.
I said that.
I don't know. I hope they're joking.
Same guy.
All right.
Same exact guy.
Yeah, I know he's stirring the pot now.
Yeah, spell check's a
shout out to
motherfucker.
Fourth Wiseman. I know the special vampires don't melt at sunrise, but I want to see the melting ones. I'm melting. Look at my face.
I
I'm
see your
melting.
eyes.
My poor eyeballs. Like, let me tell you, because I know some of you know this from last night, but I got two dogs, both wearing the cones on their heads. One had surgery to get fixed because she's a puppy, right? It's like time for her to have that done. The other one one like can't fucking walk. Come to find out she has pancreatitis, whatever the fuck it is. Like I've had her back and forth with the vet in the last few weeks, and then she tried to chew her fucking tail off. Like there's so much going on. I've had no sleep, and I was like, thank God it's Tuesday. It's my day off. I'm not gonna stream. My son was excited. We're not streaming. And we're like, and I'm like, I was like, yeah, I've got to take a nice hot bath. I'm gonna relax. I'm gonna melt myself into the tub. No.
Then you heard about some crazy ass lefty crashing into the tomato patch. You're like, nope, I'm gonna be there.
I mean, I wasn't gonna say, like, why would I say no, right? I mean, it was like impromptu. Hey, let's do a show, and I'm like, all right.
And now we're all up at 6 in the fucking morning, Sarah. It's your fault no one's getting sleep.
And on that note, I'm gonna bounce. You guys have a wonderful night. I'm gonna bounce. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you so much for the win. I appreciate you.
Yep. Have a good one, guys. Bye.
I like his voice. Anyone else? Well, you're all a bunch of dudes, but I really like his voice.
It's a good voice. It's a good voice.
Thanks,
He
Sarah.
sounded a little masculine for me.
Okay.
But look, I was trying to tell that shit earlier, though. With all that Trump talk, that's what he wants, man. Like, people don't realize that's how he won, was making everyone talk about him. Like, when he released the Epstein files, because he wants people looking at that. Could you imagine if someone would have said that Barack Obama or that Bill Clinton is in these files, like molesting a child or something? You know what would have happened? Whoever said that shit would have been dead in a matter of hours.
Actually, a lot of people have said that the Clintons were in the Epstein
files. Of
files.
the free world you're speaking on, and right now the current leader of the free world wants you to talk about him being a pedophile instead of paying attention to what's going on in China. He wants you to think he's out there diddling these things, and like he wants you to see these things, and he wants people fucking talking about that, and he wants people like that dude Shapiro, whatever the fuck that dude. He wants him in here creating fucking discourse, and he wants us bickering about the dumbest shit. More people lost their jobs. More American citizens lost their jobs over the ICE deportations than people were deported. Y'all realize that? There was still no mass deportations. And like that fucking alligator Alcatraz, everyone there is a criminal. Like there's no innocent people there.
Really?
That blows my mind.
You dumb
I'm not talking about people that hop the
Trump.
border. I'm talking about they're putting the people that are criminals there. Like I'm in Tampa right now. Like there's criminals in there. There's not no innocent people. The shit they're doing, that's okay. But
there's never been an innocent person ever put in jail or prison.
Obama deported.
You don't understand. Okay. Innocent people have never gone to jail, never gone to prison. That's never happened.
I went to prison for somebody to do bullshit.
Speaking of prison, Fourth Wiseman says, Doc, if you've got the audacity to shun someone who posts a question whilst donating money, then you ought not have Super Chat linked up. Without audience, YouTubers flounder. What say you, Duck? Where's your kazoo?
Yeah.
I got a quick bill.
Yeah. So I have a great reply. If you've never... Yeah. Okay, keep going, guys. If you've never supported your favorite YouTuber, now's a great chance. Click the dollar sign easily out of our payment method via Google Pay. Consider a membership. Consider YouTube Gems. It brings joy super stickers, light up the chat. And streamers like Sarah work really hard. We're on hour 6 here. She's a great person. And yeah, the more you donate, it doesn't change the world. But yeah, so consider now or 3 months supporting your favorite YouTubers on YouTube via super chats. Thank you, guys. And it's just money. It's just money at the end of the day.
Thank you, Doug.
It's just money. It's just me.
Yes.
It's just a person, maybe. That'd be nice. It's just a person. It's just a person. Is the singing rule still in effect?
Members in the chat, you've got that wonderful red kazoo.
If I have the ability to sing right now, I think I could actually raise some funds.
What's going on right
You gotta raise some funds.
No kazoo, no sing.
Play a nose harp. Play your nose harp.
Kelly
I can't do that either.
Duck, you can ignore me all you want. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to thank Sarah Tomato again for organizing so many great events. And yeah, Donnie Trumo defunded PBS. Don't even say his name. And so now we have Raging Tomato. We have a panel of people who steal their neighbor's Wi-Fi, steal their neighbor's cable internet, steal their neighbor's catalytic converters, Basically, it's a bunch of crackheads and meth addicts who have a Breitbart account. Yeah,
Well,
Angry
at least we
American
don't live
has
off our
a
parents and
subscription to
let-
Breitbart. This is not a good place to become educated. This is not a good place to form an opinion or a belief. But that's why you should donate some money.
Right.
We can't all have rich mommies, Duck.
I love you so much.
Duck is like the definition of what real woke was. Y'all remember 1995 woke people? That's Duck.
What?
Maybe.
Y'all remember that?
Castle.
For real. Do y'all remember when woke was like the flat earthers? That was a real thing. When people were like, "Oh yeah, he's so woke," and he's out there talking about flat Earth. That's how
call them woke in
there
the
was
90s.
No internet.
Call them politically correct, or what was the other one?
Duck out. Even
PC?
the flat
Well,
earthers would boot him.
It's even social media.
PC.
In 1990.
Oh yeah, dude, them flat earthers, you gotta watch out for them. Flat earthers are extremists.
No flat earthers existed in 1995.
Bullshit,
No, they
bro.
were around.
Don't you
They've
remember
been
the
around
Discovery
since the
Channel
1800s.
documentaries they had, bro, that you can't find no more?
But you knew about them?
Yeah.
Bro,
The
they
Flat
had
Earth Society used to be a joke when I was in high school.
But you didn't know about
in the late 90s. Y'all remember the late 90s? They had that whole fucking wave of flat earth stuff all over the
I
Discovery
remember
Channel.
Gangster's Paradise.
You know they took that shit off the internet?
Sarah, how much hypothetically, if someone in chat wanted to buy back my singing privileges, how much would that be?
Bro, I'll sing with you. Let's do a duet.
I have a nice voice. You guys can hear. I have a strong voice.
Fourth-
It's a radio
hold
voice. Do you want to hear me
on,
sing?
everybody shut up. Shut up. Fourth Wiseman paid $100 to because I sent you $20, so there's $20. Fourth Wiseman paid over $100 to fucking forgive you. But I think
Right.
I think for your singing privileges to return without a kazoo, I think you, sir, need to grift $500 to allow it. Now you can accumulate that over time. They can send a little here and a little there for you to regain your singing privileges without a kazoo. But you have burned us all, sir. And now
But what about
you've
one red
made it
super
a
chat?
meme.
That was what was at stake. So it's the
did you
trust. It's the
justice.
trust at this point.
But
Sarah, I
but-
understand trust. I get where
Yeah,
you're coming from,
I
Sarah. I just
sent
don't
you
know
the
if I
money.
can make it work.
I
think
sent
she
you the
trusts that
money
she
to
knows
go
what'll
get a
happen.
kazoo. I sent you the money to go get a kazoo. You didn't get it. Fourth Wiseman requested it.
Right.
He paid like $100 to request it, and then he also paid $100 to try to forgive you, kind of. But in the meantime, I think since you asked me how much, I think it should be a full $500 fucking dollars for you to regain your singing privileges, and you can accumulate that over time. So you have to request the chatters to accumulate or just pay whatever.
It's like
500 bones.
Not to sing White
Bro,
Christmas.
I had a
need
nice
another Jason
man.
night.
I had a
We
really
need
nice
another
one, bro,
Jason
but I
night.
traded it for 20.
Wherever Jason is, he's in Saudi
Those are
Arabia or something.
$7 on Amazon for a fancy
Yeah, I
one.
had one, bro. I traded mine for
Fourth
20.
Wiseman says this is going to be a $20 dono, Doc, but now it's minus $10 because Oh, Doc, do you see what you've done, Doc?
I do. I would
The
need to explain
ongoing
to you,
harm
though.
of your
I don't see
actions,
it as
or
you see
lack
it.
of actions.
I just want to bring people joy and happiness. I just want to sing so I can make people
Doc,
happy.
you
That's what I
bring
understand.
You bring me like joy and misery all at the same time, and I love you so much for it.
The fact that we've
That's
turned
what
this
I
into
got.
a
Yeah,
meme
that's what I
running
understand.
this long.
I do get that part a little bit.
Your
Look,
entertainment.
we have to get all of you should be applauding Doc. He has not one but 2 emoji memes in our membership tab. That's a big deal. It takes a lot for me to go out of my way to make a fucking emoji for someone. I say Doc has to be like my most favorite, least favorite person all at the same time.
Damn fool, watch out, fool. I can't afford tickets.
Go get a fucking job, Doc. Nobody gives a shit.
I have a fucking job. I'm a full-time YouTuber. Get out of here. Get out of here with that nonsense. Believe it or not. I'm here. I'm out here, folks.
wanted to ask
Let's
you,
go,
Doug,
baby.
How's the channel going, by the way? I know you had some good news last time. Is it still going on the uppity up?
I did see his short. That was a good short, by the way.
Yeah, we had a small
last time.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, shorts are doing well. We're getting 50. We almost got 50 likes on the last short. And
Jay says this was going to be a $10 dono, but it's only $5 because Duck doesn't have a kazoo.
Yeah.
$5 for Sarah.
Look, dude, just plug a nostril and play it out your nose, bro. You can nose harp it and it's a kazoo.
No, they want me to go to Party City. They want me to go get like kids party favors.
Oh
at
my
Party
God,
City.
you could order them on fucking Amazon for like $3.
I had a real nice kazoo, but I ended up trading it for that last
20 kazoos at that price.
Who knows?
Could have bought a gold encrusted fucking kazoo.
Just about.
Yeah.
They're not expensive.
All right, guys.
Anyways, the channel's going really well, Sarah. The channel's going really well.
Dump on those alien docs, Duck, or what? You're gonna start putting a bunch of stuff out about these stupid UFOs?
Maybe a little UAP action, Danny. Maybe. The truth is out there, brother.
Well, it took me a second though because you had all them Fox News agencies covering it. But like 3 days ago, the White House dropped the real fucking shit though. The press release documents or whatever you want to call it, the official shit or whatever.
Did they prove it though? I don't think they proved it.
No. Look, dude, they
not really.
I shoot you not, bro. I'll send you the link and share it too if you want. But it's from the Department of War or whatever, and they released a couple of files about just what the crafts are, bro. They're gaslighting us. They're treating it like a TV show, bro, like in season 1. No fucking bullshit.
It was just some weird pictures from Apollo era. It was interesting, but it's not like smoking gun to anything.
No. They're telling you the crafts are real. That's all they're doing right now. That's where they're at so far. It's not. That's dude. Look. Department of War. They even got that aliens.gov thing, and they're putting all these. They got some real shit going on. The FBI got some documents.
Pete Hegseth is untrustworthy, though. So my main contention is Pete Hegseth himself traditionally has been eager to lie to people on Fox News, and now in Trump's cabinet, he's free to lie to as many people as he wants. Yeah, so that's like my shit right now.
Anyway. Yeah, there's no such thing as aliens. We are the dominant life form around here, and there's no denying it, dude. Like we are the smartest thing there is. And but the thing is the craft is real though. Like they're showing you real shit.
Define we.
Yeah, the irony of him and Duck saying this to each other and that comment getting made is not lost upon the rest of us, I think.
Yeah, but see, that's what you don't understand. That's the thing that a lot of people don't understand is that I think we can talk about UAPs, and if there's not an actual alien that Trump's going to, Trump came out and he himself said that, hey, we should give them the rest of the UAP documents. There's no alien, right? So I'm a skeptic. I don't believe that aliens are going to exist ever. Just ever, period. I know it's a party pooper, but whatever.
No, bro, but do you see what DARPA did though? Do you know do you really see what they got going on with them little grays though and that shit and what the reality of that is though? Like on all bullshit aside?
No, I've no evidence for any of this.
What are you even talking about though?
Bro, they're gonna try and tell you though, like talking about those drones that they make, bro. The fucking look, dude, they got some shit up there that you can see that they're trying to tell you, dude. You can see it in the files though. They're leaking it out, but it's all bullshit. They're lying to us about something.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
But that's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing that that they're lying. If there's not actually more complete information about UAPs, then they're just researching. It's not actually a lie.
But look at what they released though. Look at the Department of War, dude. For real, you can see they dropped it like 3 days ago, or on the 8th. They dropped it on the 8th. Some real shit. For real,
yeah,
dude. I'm going over that.
Let me just say this. I'll just say this. I'm not personally. Yeah, this is kind of romantic. This is a very kind offer. Regarding doxing, Discord, you guys know where to reach me. I would say at this point in time, as much as I love and respect you guys,
type it in the back and I'll email it to him.
I'm just a little bit. That's a little bit far off from where I'd be right now, right? It's a little far off from where I'd be, and so mainly the thing is I'd say like, let's go target that $500. We get to help our great friend Sarah out, and then we can see where it goes from there.
Let me see if I can get my neighbor's credit card.
You know, but yeah, whatever. It's all good.
Get the drift in there.
Get an Amazon locker.
Duck. I'll email it to him.
Look, dude, yeah, I'm curious to hear your opinion, though, Duck, after you read those things.
Yeah, I'll read them. I'll check them out. I mean, you can always.
Hey,
I use YouTube. Bro. Everyone, send Sarah some money, and streamers like me and Sarah use Discord, use YouTube, like social media. I use. So I personally, as a chopped male, I respond to all comments tied to her political commentary. So reach out to Sarah the Raging Tomato in the comment section. You can go back, watch her old videos, just be like, "What up, Sarah?" And yeah, that stuff helps for engagement.
You can actually have it sent, from what I understand. You can actually have it sent to one of the postal, like the UPS store, and then the UPS will actually drop it off.
Look, I'm gonna buy it
so that you don't have to give the actual address, but you can give like the city or the closest UPS store. That you can do actually as well for delivery, from what I understand.
Yeah.
You could also use Amazon lockers.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a great idea. Amazon locker. Exactly.
I do think aren't those for like male sex toys though? If you like you're living with your mom and you don't.
If that's what you want to call the kazoo,
like
sure.
a PO box or something.
No, like why would they have it in front of Safeway if that was the case?
We were not going to judge.
Yeah, whatever the store is called, like Cupid Zero just isn't good enough.
As long as you blow through it in the end, we don't care what you do with it.
True.
Hell yeah.
It might be more funny if he does it with dick.
Intended on blowing with. I mean, if he's going to make it sexual, you understand you're supposed to put the kazoo in your mouth and blow, not the other side.
Oh my.
No, but my main message is that Donald Trump is a fascistic government. He says things like it has been decided. This is like George Bush
that way too.
This is like Henry Kissinger. When a group of powerful men say it has been decided, what happens next is people die. Everyone.
That's what
it's very true.
Oh my
guys.
god! Assertive language will kill us all. Holy shit!
Assertive and informed about not how the world works, but how the world is going to be is dangerous. It's not alpha.
No, that's just making predictions. Whatever. So,
what happened to Danny? Did we lose
Danny?
Oh darn!
Oh, whatever will we
Danny
do?
DeVille.
He's your biggest supporter, Duck.
I love Danny. I met Danny with Kel. Kinetic Kel. I met Danny with Kinetic Kel. He's not stopped. I see him on the channel sometimes. And so I love seeing Danny around anywhere. Danny's super cool guy. Super nice. He's one of the people that's always been nice to me.
Right now, Duck. Where did this fucking hard list come from? Like, did you go
It's not a list. I'm just saying Danny's always been nice to me. So I'm down for like anything. He's, I ride for my motherfucking whatever, right? I ride with my motherfucking
neighbors.
You're a rider.
Ride for your homies.
You're a rider.
Hell yeah.
Rider die ho.
Yeah.
No, this seems okay.
Hell yeah.
A couple rough edges.
Whatever. I mean, okay.
Ride or die.
Yeah, definitely.
Or you ride on your homies.
But it's whatever. Yeah. And the other thing, if I'm on the bully pulpit right now, I do think given the music, the tone, the tonality, you guys drove Brian Shapiro off after only 6 hours of Brian's time up here. You guys wasted probably 5.5 hours of his time. And so being respectful, there's clips to be had. Being respectful, there's plenty to go around, guys. I'm just gonna mention it.
I noticed he took off when you got here.
Hey, yo. Hold up, Doc. Your dry humor is on point. I'll give you that, bro.
Yeah.
I think it was a great show. I think that this
Derek, can I make a request for Friday? I have a small request for Friday. One small request for Friday. I want to have if we can have 20 minutes to talk about action movies and blowjobs. That would be my request.
Oh, fuck yeah. Actually,
that's all it would take.
I don't know about blowjobs. I got a wife, so I don't get none of those. But actually,
only if you do it with a kazoo.
Is that a little too much?
We'll see. I'll tell you what, Doc. I'll I'll tell you what, Doc. On Friday, you get somebody to donate one big fat red dono, and we can talk about whatever you want for 30 minutes. How's that sound?
That might be too much, but I'd be down. I thought 20 minutes was the sweet spot, but
Hold on, Doc, what's the best action movie of all time?
I don't want to turn this into a sideshow, right? We know it's a bit of a clown show, it's a little bit of a carnival, but I don't want to turn it into a sideshow, Sarah.
I mean,
never, not at all.
Well, I mean, the reason why we're maters are because of people like you. So it's my way of giving back. They just have to pay for me to be allowed to give back. How's that?
That works. Whatever you say, Sarah, that works.
Yeah.
Don't be a sad.
That works.
I'm so fucking
I
tired.
gotta get back on the streets
delusional.
to make more money to donate.
Yeah.
I'm so fucking tired. I feel like I'm delusional. I'm Jack.
Yeah, it's one of those. Because it's been really good, and there's been some wild shit happening. We even went D-Gen.
Yeah, we did, and I did. I warned him backstage. I was because never would I ever plan on starting a debate or a show at 11 o'clock at night, because I'm like, we've missed the window, right? The start to pull people in and then hold them in terms of the audience. Like, I was like, we're missing the fucking window. But I was like, you know what? Fuck it. We'll try it for a couple hours and see what happens. Obviously, it went really well, and you guys all had a really good time. But I warned him. I was like, look, once we hit midnight, it's going to start going downhill. It's going to start getting degen. This is the norm, right? You have to expect that. I'm going to try to keep it as cordial as possible, but it's going to get crazy. And you guys actually didn't get too wild compared. We didn't go full Max or Venthorpe.
Just Ant.
Yeah.
Ant? What the hell?
Ant went postal.
I just don't like that guy. He came in here with no respect for us at all. Not the space, not you, not me, not anybody. He was just look at me. Look at all the shows I'm on.
I'll start calling you the angry Ant.
No, I was feeling the same way there, and that's actually I went after Gibbs early on for that very exact same thing, and then when you went after Brian for that, I'm like, okay, I get it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's all fair. Like, if that's how you guys feel, right? Then that's how you feel. I'm not gonna be upset by it. But holy shit, I was like, where the fuck did this come from?
I have a gut
where
about
the fuck
people.
do you get those videos from?
Sorry, Mick. What?
Those videos. Hey, those videos. You got yourself and fucking Brian Shapiro duking it out. How the fuck do you make those?
He did promise that earlier. I noticed he fulfilled his promise.
I didn't get an answer from Fourth about which one he wanted to win, so it's kind of neutral. I was putting it up there just for funsies, and then when he didn't answer, I was actually trying to make it for Brian to win, just like a little olive branch kind of deal, and for just to show it's all fun, right? But Grok was not cooperating, and that is what this is from. The easy way to do this, I guess this is a secret because people keep asking about it.
So
put the blender. Hold on. Put the blender in the blender. And if you don't know what I mean by that, chain LLMs. Use one to write the prompt to give to the one that's going to generate the image.
Yep.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yes.
You lost me, bro.
So Ant, the real question is,
that's it.
And the real question is, why aren't they in bikinis if you use Grok?
Good question, but half the time when I ask it for ant prompts, I get female ants, and I'm like, okay, I get why that happens because it's researching ants in real time, and it's coming back with the fact that in most ant colonies, the members are all female, or sometimes the drones are neuter, but in a lot of the cases, they're all female, except during the times of the year when they set out their mating flights. The elates are born and emerge. They get the male and female elates. They mate. The males fuck off and die, and the females go off to form new colonies.
I think what you're saying is dangerous, and we definitely shouldn't teach that to kids because they can't handle that. Really into ants, we shouldn't allow them to learn any of that shit. All that ideology bullshit. It's crazy.
What?
You got Brian Shapiro
biology.
He's being sarcastic.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
AI,
It's all right. It's late. I
dangers-
just figured out what you're going. Okay, I understand.
The dangers of
A little late,
but it's kind of like
We got
AI is like the scale of the danger. It's less dangerous than like teaching your kids what a polycule is, right? If your 18-year-old learns what a polycule is, all they're going to want to ever do is to talk about. It's not going to be that they're talking about AI. They're going to be talking about polycules, right? And so the difference is that, like, to me, it's like, AI is this huge environmental risk and stuff, but it does produce sick ass shit. And Ant's got a great, like, the best voice on panel too, so it's very cool, But like, yeah, that's like one idea that I just had right now.
I
like
noticed, Ant,
thought.
that your Ant there on the screen that's representing you is very athletic. I wonder if he plays tennis.
That's what I see. I felt like we could have actually had a decent conversation about that because I know where he was going with that, and there's good pushback against his argument that could have been fun to go into. Basically, while you can say that tennis is a skillful sport instead of an athletic sport, it does demand athletic properties to even participate at a high level.
I'd say it's very skillful as well.
I would say it's primarily skillful and more skillful than it is athletic. Not saying it's. I would never say it's not athletic.
I agree. Like, just to play the game is not like extreme athletics, as you would say with like running itself. Like, that's very extreme. When you look at the top athletes in running, that's like you have to extreme train. But tennis, you have to extreme train too.
I would say it takes way more rapid twitch muscle than normal sports. Like, everything's quick reaction and back and forth twisting. And then also you're standing on fucking that tennis court has got to be a gajillion degrees.
Sure.
And you suffer through that.
Yeah.
But
I can't believe we're actually having the fucking it's athletic, for fuck's sake. It's a sport, for fuck's sake. I don't even need any of the reasoning why. Fourth Wiseman says, hey, when you vampires get in the coffin, do you first turn on the cold blanket? I have my blanket right here. I've been sitting down here freezing.
I actually need a cold blanket for summer. I don't have one though.
No, I'm cold. Why would I want a cold blanket if I'm cold?
Are video games a sport?
No. Yes, but they're a skillful sport, not an athletic sport.
Yeah.
So
absolutely, you can.
It's the thing you have to
reflexes
train your
matter.
central
You
nervous
have to
system
retire when you get old. You have to practice. You have a coach. Basically, in all ways, video games are a sport, I think.
It's not an athletic sport, but it's definitely a skillful sport.
Fuck no.
What about like dance?
Well, really, anything that's a
dance
sport is defined by competition. So gaming is a sport.
Okay.
We're still having the conversation, for fuck's sake.
Oh, no. It's about sports, not athleticism.
I don't actually. There was something I wanted to touch on earlier when we were talking about like division in the America. There's a very practical and I think objective experiment you can perform yourself on your own time that can actually give you a timeline for when it really started to split and how pronounced it became. Track the Senate voting record for the last 40 years and watch as the voting splits and divides more and more and becomes far more partisan over time. And you will see the split in just highlighted.
Like the day that Newt Gingrich stood on the floor and said they are evil and we must defeat them at all cost.
No, I'm talking about the voting record, not specific.
Yeah, we haven't passed like a full appropriations like package since like Clinton. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Oh, let's not pretend like both sides didn't all get together for the fucking Patriot Act, the subsequent Freedom Act, and when they want to be together, i.e., when they want to fuck over the American public and take away our rights, they're best friends. When they want to take our money, they're best friends. But then when they have things to argue about, this is for the partisan people, so that way they can feed the bread and circuses while they do the dirty shit and nobody talks about it.
There's one super easy example of like a bipartisan issue that everyone supports that is like bad for the government, which is like the IRS. Like the IRS like should be fully funded. Like it should be well staffed so that they can like collect all the money that they're supposed to get and not have to make up new bullshit things.
You mean abolished?
I believe you think that.
Wouldn't it be beneficial?
Unapportioned taxes were never constitutional. You don't just get to take money from us and just do willy-nilly whatever the fuck you want with it, which is what income tax
conversation.
Wait, don't we have a constitutional amendment for income tax?
Yeah, well, they had to bullshit around with that one, and we all know
How
that.
does that work for a conflicting amendment status there? So if it's conflicting with a separate portion of the Constitution, how does that work?
Well,
the amendment is more
to do it.
The amendment is treated higher than the original text.
And honestly, this goes to prove my point that when they want to take from us or fuck us over and take our rights, they'll no problem get bipartisan put back together. Because remember when the income tax started and they sold it as something just to pay for a singular war, and then they were like, hey,
let's extend this
their money.
Yeah,
we'll vote on whether we can keep taking their money, because guaranteed nobody in America wanted that.
Well, most people did. You know what, Sarah? I want to fight Balderson on fucking taxes are good, or bureaucracy is good.
Good. You got till the end of my cigarette, because my old ass has to go to bed because I got to farm in the morning.
Sure. So I think bureaucracy is good. So whatever. I like my country.
Bureaucracy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like I don't want like the cheapest, like most efficient, like fucking dog shit ass like military. I want the fucking state of the art, most expensive, like blow your balls off from across the world like type shit. Like I don't want like the budget like air traffic control system. Like I want the most expensive, most advanced one. And like I think that, you know, we have to pay for it, and you know, like like taxes are theft, and not all theft is bad, I guess. It's micro.
I didn't say taxes are theft, and I also live in a civilization and understand how civilizations work. I said unapportioned taxes are the problem, and that was constitutionally illegal. Now, if they pass a bill saying, and they do this for things like military spending, and specifically then they take money for said military spending, and that is okay. What is not okay is, hey, we're just going to take a chunk of your money and then we'll decide what to do with that shit later. That is not okay.
Well, so what does that matter if we can't even pay for all the shit that we are doing?
They have plenty of taxes to cover all the things that we need. We waste more money than most countries spend as a budget, period.
Sure.
That military, I agree, it should be good. We still don't need to pay $80 for the same hammer I can go get at Home Depot for $8.
Yeah, sure. Or, so like, I mean, a lot of the stuff has already been apportioned. Like most of our taxes like go towards paying down the debt. You know, kind of, sort of.
No, none of it goes toward paying down the debt. In fact, we actually are at net.
We're paying down the interest.
We don't even cover what we spend for the year, and we go borrow more on top of that.
Well, yeah. So then that money has been apportioned, right?
No, not when they take it from us. That's already a given thing, and then they every year decide
like
how
we have
spend it.
We owe like back pay for it, though, right?
Apportioned is like where they come like gas taxes. We are going to take this percentage of money out of your gasoline sales, and that's going to go toward maintaining of the roads, building new roads. It's earmarked ahead of time. We need this many dollars to do this, and then we fulfill that. Unapportioned is we're just going to take your money, and then we'll decide how to spend that later. We're going to argue about a budget. We're going to decide what we want to do, and depending on who's in power, you know, it's going to be wildly different plans. That is unapportioned. Constitutionally, there's no unapportioned tax. An income tax is one of the unapportioned taxes.
Well, the amendment, because it came later, like, I mean, like that's higher than the original Constitution. Like that's higher than all federal law. Like an amendment takes precedence, like over older.
Which is where this argument started. And I said that they will get together and bipartisanly take shit from us and take, including our rights and our money. Well, that is where this whole thing started. And that is the wild proof of it.
Right.
There's so many things that they decide together, and it's only when it's fucking us that they're like, hey, yeah, we agree on that.
Well, I mean, do you just want to, so like if we abolish the income tax, how much do you think our debt would go up?
I also think that we should abolish the Federal Reserve. and our part in it.
I
The
mean, sure,
biggest
like-
problem with our debt is we're about to approach a $2 trillion a year, where that's just our paying the juice. We're not even paying the VIG, just running on the juice, which is more than what. And when I graduated high school, the entire government ran off of less than $1 trillion. And now just off of the deficit, just the interest alone is going to hit us $2 trillion. That's the part of the budget nobody talks about when they're talking about budget. The insane amount that's a snowball that's been kicked down the hill, because that's not going to get smaller.
Yeah, well, like leveraging debt is good like business practice, if you're economically literate.
No, it's not.
Or what do you mean?
This is how you end up in the position where we are, and we're insolvent. What is good
We're not
business
insolvent.
practice? We are insolvent. The Treasury just announced that like 2 weeks ago.
I don't even know who's in charge of the Treasury right now. So
They went and did the accounting, and they said we only have, and don't hit me for the specifics on this, but it was something like we have $40 trillion in assets. We have $80 trillion in outstanding debt, and that's not counting the $200 trillion in debt that's coming up that's already been earmarked and guaranteed. So we're really about $240 trillion in debt, balanced against like 40 or 60 trillion. We are insolvent, and we're now accruing over $1 trillion in interest alone on the loans that we already have.
Right,
that's called overspending. We could have kept printing our own money and then spent within our means and grown at a stable, manageable rate.
Yeah, well, we could have done that, but some people were like, the eggs are too expensive or whatever the fuck. And then, I don't know.
What? This has nothing to do with the very last election, bro. This has everything to do with what both sides have been doing to us for years and years. And the thing that you partisan guys do is you are the ones who keep the show going, because both sides do the same fucking thing.
Hey, I'm not partisan, all right? I'm open to,
Well, then why did you have to bring up Trump? Like I'm a fucking Trumper.
Or I'm talking about like the current
easier to debate.
I'm talking about like spending within our means and not just like, like silly, like cutting.
100%. Trump is wrecked our economy, destroyed it. Not that it wasn't already a snowball going down the hill, and successively every president has since Clinton has, which I will admit, Clinton balanced the budget, but didn't pay off the debt. A lot of people don't realize that part. We just quit adding to the debt that year. But also NAFTA then wiped out the middle class and took all the wealth out of the country. So it was just a delayed reaction, because then that didn't hit till 2000. But every other successive president has put us deeper and deeper in debt, according to just our yearly spending, not even counting the overall actual deficit that we debt that we hold.
Well, sure, but also Democrats, like they had to take over. So what? Obama took over during the housing crisis, right? And so he spent through that to like get through it and not do like
he chose to give insane money to prop up all the businesses that caused the housing crisis,
which is a decision that we can like agree or disagree with, but like like whatever, like that's a I think there's a reasonable argument to be made there for like why you should be spending. When you look at like Republican spending, it's on dumb shit.
I mean, that's going to depend on, from my perspective, most all of it is dumb shit. The things that we should be spending money on is that we don't, are things like infrastructure, that we have an entirely failing infrastructure in this country. Which a huge portion of that is the electrical systems in this country. They are absolutely not even up to snuff to handle what we already have, not including everything that we're now building for the future requires vastly more electricity than what we already are running. This is actually what failed the fucking electric car market.
Wait, don't you live off grid? Why the fuck do you care about the electricity in the country?
Well, because I know everybody doesn't choose to live like me. I mean, it's I live a very rough life, and most people just would not, and could not, and then you got guys like Spin who physically could not live where I live because he's in a wheelchair.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's not funny.
Yeah. I mean, I got to understand these things.
He needs to just get some fucking fat tires, some terrain tires, and put them on that bitch. It'd be all right.
Put a little fucking 4-cylinder on the back of it, a little 2-stroker.
Oh yeah. Fucking big wheelchair. Or wait, are you telling me you don't have just like 1,000 hamsters in your basement, like powering your house? Right.
No, and honestly, the battery technologies are not sufficient for to be off grid. Really, like the battery technology, what they try and advertise and tell people, a simple refrigerator will basically tank your fucking batteries.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Or, I mean, batteries just will never be a great source of
energy. There's technology now that's got promise, and then also the tech, because of that, like your typical lead acid, you only had a 40%. What you took in at your solar panel and tried to pack in your battery, you only got about 40%. So you were taking a 60% loss. They're saying like these carbon nano and these salt crystal batteries, you're getting closer to a 95% transfer. And they also have like an insane amount more cycles than lead acid, which last about 7 years.
I'm just gonna say that was the lamest speed date ever. Y'all were too nice to each other. Fourth Wiseman says it's all fixed with manager math, Clay. You the math that just doesn't math. Yeah, that stuff, Clay.
Yeah, I saw the correction there. You know the math that just doesn't math. Yeah, that stuff. Actually, what's funny is people talk about those problems that they have. Your life is fine. You know who's got the biggest problem? The fucking math book. That's got all these fucking problems. And I did notice that one of the biggest problems that you'll find in there is that in algebra, like the biggest inequalities happen in algebra. So if you really want to fix a problem, maybe you should help out the math book.
All right, and last one, and then we're shutting down.
The way you almost held it at the end, like in that little smirk where you're like, "Yeah, that was clever."
James says, "Here's another 5. Now the duck is gone." All right, gentlemen, I'm pooped out. I need to go get in a hot bath for my back, and then lay on some ice while I'm at it. But holy shit, this was a really fun night. I honestly have to say thank you to all of you amazing panelists and everyone who showed up tonight. My gratitude cannot be extended enough because, I could say, sure, Brian, let's put together a show, and then nobody shows up to give him the heat, and then it's like a dud, right? That could have happened, but especially on a fucking Tuesday night at 11 o'clock at night, I really was like, I hope this works. So thank you to all of you, because not only was the stage filled, but the backstage was filled, and everybody came in with not only the heat, but great questions. And fucking A, right? Ant got crazy, and I loved it. And Clay, you were just like holding the grounding tonight. And Spin was the quietest I think I'd ever heard him. So fucking Tuesday night is where it's apparently everything goes backwards. So any more Tuesday nights that we have going forward? We got another Tuesday night coming up next week, by the way. Any more Tuesday nights where they're just going to be backward Tuesdays at this rate, because I don't know what the fuck happened tonight, but it was really fun. Yeah, backward Taco Tuesday. I don't fucking know.
Turnaround Tuesday.
Turnaround. There you go.
It's Uncle Ted Tuesday, and that's what you get for fucking streaming over.
I know. I never stream on Tuesday. Tuesdays were always my nights off. And then last Tuesday we had one. This Tuesday we had one. And next Tuesday we have one too. So I'm so sorry, Ben. I'm so sorry. It's what they picked. And because I'm also not streaming over Memorial Day weekend, I was like, all right, we'll just fill the books, everything we can do. And I'm taking next Monday off as well. So Right. Yeah. Next Monday, Memorial. So Saturday, Sunday, Monday, I'm not streaming. Fuck all y'all bitches. I'm like taking the holiday and doing. And I found out it's supposed to rain and be horrible weather too, by the way, for us over
That
Memorial
sucks.
Day weekend. And I was like, well, that sucks. I was actually planning on enjoying the hot, beautiful days. So we'll see what happens. All right. Go ahead with your closing statement, please, Mr. Clay. To you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah, for hosting another throwdown. Happened to be on a Tuesday this time around. Thanks to Mr. Shapiro for showing up to give us a nice rundown of his views and that sort of thing. And that way we could kind of hash out a few things. Some things did get hashed out, and I'm sure there's some things that didn't. But regardless of that, we're all, or at least that I know of, Americans coming up here on this panel to argue these politics and these important issues. And I think that part was achieved. So, with all that said, Tomato is the best platform for us to have these conversations, in my opinion. She does a really awesome job. She only asks one thing, really generally. I mean, there might be some things, but when she talks, you shut the fuck up. And that's really it. It's really the fucking it. So, as much as you guys love, the ones coming up on the panel, that's really it. You guys did a great job tonight. The things, one guy got kicked for it. You gotta understand, this is Sarah's shit. And yeah, we like to come here and we like to come and trash her place sometimes, but sometimes we gotta recognize whose place it is and then clean that shit up. So don't leave the toilet seat down. And we'll see you on the next one. Oh, and by the way, the prelude for the story is out. Thursday is a new premiere for Let's TVO's channel. There's there's going to be 24 episodes now starting Thursday, 8:00 every morning. There's obviously the live chat with the premiere. It's only like 10, 15 minutes long each episode, but you can watch it afterward too. Leave comment, share, subscribe at letsotvo.com. LETZOTVO. And yeah, I appreciate you, Sarah. Thank you so much. And everybody else as well. Chat win.
Oh, wait. Yeah, the chat definitely did. They had a moment where they failed tonight, but the Fourth Wiseman helped come in and clean it up. So thank you, Fourth Wiseman. Uncle Fatty, to you, please.
Sorry I yelled over you earlier.
Oh, you're fine. I love you, Uncle Fatty. You're always a pleasure to have. You get lit up and you have fun, and I like it.
It's just hard dealing with fucking people that have no fucking clue what they're fucking talking about. Anyhow, be excellent to each other. Party on, dudes.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Uncle Fatty. And you're in trouble, sir. You're in trouble. Because who the fuck are you? Holy shit, where did this come from?
What? I'm not always passive.
Oh my God. No, you're never passive, but you're very well grounded, usually. I thought it was a treat to see another side of you, and I thought it was very fun.
I don't usually get that mad at people, but he just rubbed me the wrong way right away.
I could tell.
But I don't really want to talk more about that, especially since the guy's not even here to like retort anything I say, and that's just rude. So
I'm sure he'll be back.
Right. And then we can have the conversation, but I don't want to do it in his absence. I think that's rude.
That's fair. That's respectable.
I did want to say how I feel like we're getting much closer back to form to where we were before the orthopocalypse. And because you remember, we used to go to somebody's dawn in my part of the world, and it was pretty common. It was I didn't even understand how you could keep up with that kind of a schedule, but then things had to cut back. But here we are. It's after 3:00 my time. Another hour and a half, it'll be dawn here. We're getting there. I like it. It's cool.
I mean, it can be a good thing, but it can be a bad thing too.
Yeah, please don't wear yourself out.
Yeah. I think as long my rule is as long as you're hitting that dono goal, I'll stay all night. Right. That's
fair.
my rule. So
Can I say one thing real quick too? I appreciate Andrew Dragonfist TV coming through as well.
Yes.
I thought he did a really awesome job.
I'm so excited. I'm trying to push him out so hard, not out in a bad way, like out networking. I want to see him get more. I really do. I've been working really hard to kind of, I guess you could say, pimp him out, right? But I know he wants it, right? And I know he'll do the work for it, and he wants to earn. Like I'll push that man as much as I can and keep him moving. So I'm really excited to see good things coming for him and him getting those opportunities.
I had some fun conversations with him.
Mm-hmm. And he's so easy to work with. A lot of you are, right? Don't let that be disregard anyone else. But like, he's so easy to work with. He's pleasant, and he shows up, and he's always on time, and he's always ready and prepared. And to me, that's a great panelist. So just like many of you as well. So it's good. Mr. Darko, who got hit with a meme earlier. You got intertwined on the memes.
Oh yeah. True.
Check the Discord, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Wait, I didn't know that we were allowed to be difficult. Like, I've just been being nice for free. God damn it. What the fuck have I been doing this whole time? Like, I could have been way more of an asshole.
Read the room, dick.
But yeah, Sarah. Always appreciate you having us on. Always fun hanging out with y'all. One of the few spaces that doesn't make me want to put my head through a wall to talk with people I disagree with, gotta say, because most people are just lame. Yeah, fun fact, just a fun reminder that remember, Jan 6 cost us like $3 billion in like a single day, and you're never gonna, and all those people are pardoned, and you're never getting that money back.
That's fair.
Never gonna pay the fuckers.
That's fair. I want $3 billion in a day. Mr. Balderson, we overlapped your show tonight. We should all burn in hell. But how was TED Talks tonight?
Excellent. Cheney came on. We had a great time.
Oh, I love her. She keeps sending me. I need to do something with them too, because she keeps sending me all these cool tomato designs for like hats and shirts and shit. And like, I have such a big appreciation because she's going out of her way to create them, and they're really good, actually.
Yeah, no, Cheney's awesome. She is one of the coolest people you'll ever meet. Cheney is great. It's hilarious. She's a MAGA lesbian. True story.
I mean, it's not that weird to me. I've met plenty of people you would not expect to be MAGA that were MAGA. It's like,
yeah, she was at January 6th and everything. I mean, she wasn't one in the group that went in the building or anything, and she was more just checking it out and not really an active participant, because she's also in the conspiracy world. So she's like, this is all set up. Fuck this. So she was just wanting to watch. But yeah, she's a full on, married and everything, and MAGA. It's hilarious. She's
love always wins.
Yeah. When
Oh my god, you legit. Hold on, let me big screen that. Sorry. Oh, that's
okay.
So cool. That's funny. You guys you guys talked that one out before you got on here, or like how'd that work out? You and Fatty friends? Go ahead, Balderson. Your final thoughts.
But yeah, if I'm gonna miss a night, obviously a political night is one of the ones. You wanted 7 people against Brian, and you know me. As soon as I get in on the political shit, I'll just start stomping on everybody. Like I'm pretty equal about it. Like fuck you, It's like that whole meme where it's like when you're shitting on a liberal and some fucking conservative fucking.
Did he freeze?
Oh no! Bend down. Come back.
Right at the punchline, bro. Come on. Fuck. Leave me hanging.
They
He can't go into the light because his generator died.
They got him.
Oh no.
Call that a cliffhanger in the business.
He looks so happy though. Look at this.
Very serene. He is one with Odin.
Looks like he's stuck between a rock and a bald place.
Oh no.
Oh, that one hurts. Oh goodness. All right. This week, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully Balderson comes back, but if not, we're gonna press on. Oh yeah, his generator packed out. All right, this week, Thursday night, we've got cringy leftists coming in with illegal immigrants benefit America. That is Throwdown Thursday, so exactly what we did tonight, except not as chaotic and unstructured. We have more structure to our Thursday nights, but yeah, Thursday night Throwdown. So if you want to join that open panel, where's all my righties, my conservatives, my MAGAs? You want to be here Thursday night. You want to be hitting that link for open panel so that you can come and duke it out with cringy leftists. Then next Tuesday, Friday, and I've already pinned it on the membership tab or the members only post. And it's also in the Discord. If you know that secret place where we hide all of our upcoming events, there's an unlisted link for now. I might go members only. I don't know yet, but we'll do something. But next Tuesday, we've got Kai Schwemmer and Wick TV coming in to debate birthright citizenship. Again, we will have open panel Q&A plus gauntlet after the debate. So if you want to join in on that conversation, you will have the ability to do so. Same thing for Wednesday night. We've got CRISPR gene editing is unethical. That is with Jean-Francois Gariepi and Dr. Greg. Dr. Greg's been here before. Gariepi is new to the platform, but he's definitely not new to this space. If you know, you know. There's some lore behind it too. Then Thursday night, we've got two Jewish rabbis debating the Talmud. Is the Talmud a holy book for Jews? So where are my Jews at? This one's a big one for them. That's Rabbi Israel Horowitz and Asher, I forget his last name, but two rabbis. It should be good. Friday night, this is the ultimate kicker. Next Friday night, the 29th, white people are the devil. White people, stand up for your own. We've got Captain Tazariak coming in, and it is a religious aspect. I think they call them the Black Israelites, if I recall correctly.
Israelites?
Hebrew Israelites?
Yeah, that sounds right.
I don't know.
No.
Futurism.
But I think you were at the first time.
I think it is the Black Israel. I could be wrong. But
so I'm pretty sure Black's in there.
I'm interested. You know I'm interested.
Yeah, but it does have a religious backing to it, but white people are the devil. It's going to be Throwdown Thursday style, but on a Friday night. Okay, so we've got a debate next Thursday night. We've got the Throwdown on a Friday instead. But definitely, if you want to be on that open panel shit show, I expect you all here and in full dress. Then on the June 2nd, we've got a J6 debate coming up with Rinald and Aircraft Sparky. All of those are posted in the live tab. You could also hit the notification bell if you want to get in our Discord. We've got our events posted and calendared, so it bings you, okay? It bings you and tells you your event's about to start. Get the fuck in there, all right? So outside of that, I don't even know. I set up a raid earlier for Adonis Paul. I'm not even changing it. He might still be up. He might not. I'm not even going to fucking look. But in any event, since this was definitely a fucking fun little clown panel, we're going to, there it is. We're going to end with the circus panel video. I love all of you. Thank you so much again. This was a really fun night, and a lot of you should be going to bed. Now fuck off.
Step right up, watch the panel parade. Each one's got a super no acolyte, talking in circles till heads collide. They're the clowns of reason on a carnival ride. Oh, the circus is in town tonight, spinning nonsense under the spotlight. Big They juggle opinions like flaming pies, tripping on logic with pie in their eyes. The questions asked, they dodge like pros, but their arguments wobble like dominoes. Cue the laughter, cue the cheer. The fools are loud, the truth unclear. Oh, the circus is in town tonight, spinning nonsense under the spotlight. Big words, small minds, what a glorious sight. Round and round they go. Who's wrong, who's right?
Smoky Man Bad.